Z28 Spain 200 tons of bloody gold. Chapter 1. Before entering the story. It's all about the eyes. In terms of medicine, Van Bin's eyes are not much different from other people's eyes. The size of the eye is smaller than a ping-pong ball, with tiny muscles that move about 100,000 times a day. The retina contains 130 million rods for black and white vision, and 7 million cones for color vision. Every time he looked at it, an electric current as small as 1/1,000,000th of a volt transferred the object into his brain at a speed of 480 km an hour. In other words, when Van Bin, or anyone else, meets a volcanic beauty on the roadside, it only takes 2 milliseconds for the beautifully captured curves to appear clearly, provocatively on the big screen. Brain gland. However, his family and friends who were close to him as a child recognized that his eyes contained strange properties. In the first months after OO was born, his eyes were not as farsighted as normal babies' eyes. From the age of 6 to 8 years old, new energy shines, but for his part, he is endowed with a car headlight look from the time he was a toddler. 1. Growing up, Van Bin's gaze was capable of breaking through heavily defended hearts. Whoever he looks at, that person must be ashamed. Many stubborn girls, full of experience in love, with their hearts cast in concrete, had to blush. Their hands and feet were weak before falling into his lap like ripe fruit. If he is a sentimental woman, he does not need to look between his eyes, he only looks at the hollow of the back of his neck. Within a minute, the person was burning hot, the nape of his neck tickled and turned around. That day, Van Bin was leisurely smoking Salem, waiting to eat roasted suckling pig, when he caught sight of her beautiful nape. Roasted suckling pig is an immortal dish of Batin restaurant, Madrid capital. It is served whole on an ancient terracotta tray on black, shiny water. Its delicious taste far surpasses many restaurants in Hong Kong. Batin is a local restaurant, as are Saigon's 7-course beef, shrimp, chicken noodle soup or country deer restaurants. Van Bin goes there every time he stops by Madrid. It's not because he craves that heavy, fatty dish that easily increases the belly. He often goes there because tourists often go there. Women of different nationalities, the choice is easier. Van Bin came from ballet in the morning. He went up to the hotel room, washed and made half a bottle of whiskey. He asked the waiter to hang a red sign outside the door, request to keep quiet, and then take a long nap, according to the Spanish tradition. The sound is napping, actually sleeping in the afternoon. Saigon people have the sound of napping, but they wake up at 2 or 3 o'clock. And that's the rich people. The poor people don't want to serve the eye god. And here, rich or poor all nap. The earliest meal is 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock or 3:30 wasn't too late because dinner was almost midnight, along with cinema time. At exactly 3:30, Van Bin waved his legs off the bed to find shoes to go to the bathroom. 15 minutes later, he walked slowly into the Batin shop on Knife Blacksmith Street, behind Market Hall Square, a poetic neighborhood. The roast suckling pig shop is also poetic in an old 17th-century building. The dining tables were packed. Van Bin's table was cornered to the very end. He could only see his back, and men's backs were nothing for him to wash his eyes. All of a sudden, 2 big guys darted his eyes to the counter, leaving an empty table space. Suddenly, he saw her back. And see her neck. God! Look behind her, she has a back and neck like that of a beautiful and dainty French queen, Diane de Poitiers. This woman exudes an unusual charm despite not wearing any makeup. In old age, still as charming as in spring. Almost 50 years old, but everyone mistakenly thinks that it is less than 30, too. Van Bin stared blankly. Last week, when he went to see the artist at the National Museum of the United States, Wa flourished, he stood in front of the painting Diane de Poitiers for nearly half an hour, motionless as if hypnotized. He silently prayed that the face of the girl in the restaurant would not be too inferior to that of Diane in the picture. Then she rebuilt. He quickly shut his mouth to stop the gasp of astonishment from escaping his throat. She is Diane in the flesh. Beautiful, young, attractive. Boy solemnly brought back the tray of suckling pigs. Van Bin forgot his hunger. His empty stomach suddenly filled up. He tilted his head to greet her. He uses lightning tactics to conquer her. But do not conquer with gestures or flattering language inherent in native men. Spain has a proper noun for flirting, pyropot. Meeting beautiful girls on the street, openly talking about butterflies called pyropot. Among men in the world, Men here are the most gallant. Men followed behind with the chorus of, "You are so beautiful, I love you so much," without fear of being scolded and lost. Van Bin is brave enough to attack with noisy pyropots, but he is determined to attack with silent eyes. 3. Each ethnic group, each town has its own perspective. Female tourists on the streets of Tel Aviv, the Jewish capital, could not blush at the undressed look of men. The reason why Jewish men look at girls with shame is because men and women are equal there, and girls carry guns and go to the army like boys. English boys also stare, but seem much more serious. They show their interests by being offline and then ignoring them. Asian men prefer sneaking glances over looking straight ahead. Don't think American men are connoisseurs. They are masters of every area except the area of flirting. They only dared to look at the beauty's face for a split second. Within 2 yards, they bowed. 4. They also tickled that they did not know how to attack love with the technique of raising eyebrows and blinking. 5. Van Bin's eye attack did not hit as hard as a frozen fruit, but she was still unsteady. Her skin is rosy, a sign of a noble and disease-free beauty. Her mouth was prettier than Diane's, wide, thick, and long. Van Bin says, "Make 6. May I offer you an aperitif?" After inviting him, he knew it. What a fool! Before inviting him he should have looked at what she was drinking. In front of her stood a glass of mortar, half a liter, filled with red liquid with ice cubes, with a lovely straw. It's Andaluza, the #1 popular beverage in the hot season. It consists of half native wine, half orange juice mixed with soda and ice. The beauty was fond of Andaluza, and he offered a whiskey to burn her throat. Fool is stupid. Sometimes clumsy, country is good because she replied immediately. Welcome. He carried the bottle and whistled back to her desk. My name is Van Bin. Please forgive the sudden rush. I just saw the painting Diane de Poitiers in Prosperous Flowers. You look a lot like Diane. Diane is a famous woman in history. She was far ahead of Diane, so I risked my life to get to know her. 7. Although I haven't said my name, you already know my name. I was like a mold with Mrs. Diane, my family just called me Diane. He's a bit too talkative. I'm less than Diane's fingernail. Opposite. You speak better than the Spaniards who were once praised as the best spoken in Europe. I surrender to you. Oh, he hasn't eaten yet, his plate of pork is cold. Thank you. I'm full. My God, if Manelito knew how to be full like this, how happy I would be. Hearing the mention of Manelito's name, Van Bin lost interest. Turns out she had a middle ground. He got jealous of him. He lacks the necessary gallantry. She still loves, that's new. What is Manelito? Unless he's a god. Seeing him dazed, Diane quickly asked. Have you heard of Manelius? Van Bin immediately wanted to suffocate. Not yet. Because you're a tourist. Probably tourists from far away. Visitors from Nordic countries, or the United States, even from the Soviet Union know. Maine is the young rising star of Matado, 8. He's been around for over a year now. His reputation is as high as alcohol. Every match he won gloriously. Z28's love rival works as a bullfighter. There is no profession that is loved and worshipped by women as much as that of Matado in Spain. It is common for a bullfighter to have hundreds and thousands of beauties ready to kneel at his feet. Stars of the silver screen, great singers like Bitten go wherever they are surrounded by the public. Women and girls jostle each other, push each other, stomp each other, fight wildly to get close, touch skin, hug, kiss, or tear a piece of clothing. Compared with the bullfighters, this admiration is still nowhere to be found. Because bullfighting is all about female romance and majesty. It is a paradise of dance music. Every gesture of the matometer is considered, calculating every tick, every millimeter. Slow as death. Fast also die. Closer to a few more millimeters also die. If you push a few millimeters away, you can avoid the sharp horn of a bison weighing more than half a ton, symbolizing death, but being booed by the audience as less artistic and less courageous. The bullfighter is considered by the audience to be an idol. Every second, every star of the clock they have to challenge death. They're alive because they're smarter, quicker than the ferocious mass of flesh, brimming with hatred fired back with the weight of a tank, and the speed of an arrow. Van Bin still sat still. The girl excitedly continued. There will be man's match later. No appetite, anger, jealousy, loss of wisdom. Van Bin spat out a silly sentence. Are you going to see? She laughs. If I don't go, who will, sir? Maine has a strange fighting style, all the apodators predict. 9. If he does not have an accident, in 3 or 4 years he will kill El Cordobes and Dominguin. 10. Besides, his salary per game is currently 3.5 million pesos. 11. Not much less than the salary of the master El Cordobes. 12. Come and see with me, Mr. Van Bin. She remembered his name, her voice slurred but clear. This shows that she has deep feelings for him. She invited him to the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea and he did not hesitate, let alone watch bullfighting. One of the mainstays of the game was the obnoxious good guy Manelito. He was silent again. Diane glanced at her watch. Great danger. Almost 4.5. 1 hour to start. How to buy tickets now? In Spain, the concept of time does not seem to exist. Everything is slow, regardless of the time. Meetings are always late. It's okay not to come. The work is not done today, put it aside until tomorrow. Mine has not finished turning into fashion. One fashion after another. Endless continuity. Particularly the bullfighting dish as medical appointment. Bullfighting usually opens at 4:30 p.m., lasts until 6 p.m., and takes place only during the dry season. Depending on the weather, the opening ceremony may be delayed, but the time is announced by the organizers in advance and strictly respected. The biggest problem is the black market ticket problem. The speculative scene of football tickets in front of the Republic Stadium in Saigon, which once made the audience cry like a balloon, still has not worked for anyone. Traditional black market ticket to bullfighting in Madrid. Any trip to Madrid, to the Monumental Arena. 13. Van Bin also encounters a big board saying, "No quedan localidade," which means, sold out of tickets. Sometimes people still play sour, "No quedan localidade ni entrate anymore," which means that there are no seats and no standing tickets. Want to buy a ticket? Easy. Paying 2, 5, 10, or 50 times more expenses. How many tickets are available depending on the match? The girl waved the waiter who was loitering nearby. Any tickets left? The waiter scratched his ear. Yes. She looked at Van Bin. The sun is a bit hot this afternoon. Will you take the sombra? Then ordered the waiter. A ticket. Do not cut your neck. Grumpy waiter. Ma'am, many people ask to buy, so. Understood. I want to slit my neck. Okay, I'll tell the boss. I dare not sell you expensive. Then give it here. What else is fussy? Ma'am, the sombra just finished. It sucks, then take the sol y sombra for now. It's over. The sol will probably run out. Yes, sol is still there. Don't scold me, poor thing. Tickets sold well because the match featured Manelito. The audience is crowded and she's happy. Why are you sulking? Yes, I made a mistake. He stood angry. The sun wants to boil seawater. How can you sit alone? Please try it. I will pay as much as I can. I really need a sombra ticket for a guest. 14. Bear. Now only Maine can intervene personally. The Spanish girl licked her lips thoughtfully. A minute later, she sighed. Without him, I would be very sad. Van Bin says. If I go to see it, I'll be even sadder. More sad? You hate me? Do you hate bullfighting? I love bullfighting terribly. Not only am I passionate about being an audience, I'm also passionate about making a matador. The reason I'm sad is because if I can buy a ticket, I'll go see it. I have to sit far away from her. Maine gave me 2 tickets but. Are you afraid of nagging man? One step better than nagging. 2 tickets are for me and my mother. My mother is busy today, I have to go alone. Okay, I just found a way. He waited for me to negotiate with the old restaurant owner. I pretended to sell my mother's ticket to you. When Maine retorted, he had the boss testify. Diane hastily walked over to the safe, chatting with the balding middle-aged man. Van Bin saw the bald guy grin and nodded slowly. Fresher mouth than ever. Diane took out her leather wallet and put the ticket neatly in Van Bin's palm. Her voice was as solemn as the voice of the judge who pronounced the sentence before the court. You are very lucky. Ever since I was a kid, I've been very picky. Especially for new men. His good fortune was to befriend me in the middle of the Romeria season. My hometown is Andalusia in the south. My hometown custom is very open during the week of the Romeria. Van Bin used to live in the south. Andalusia is considered a garden of flowers, including flowers that can't talk and flowers that can talk. The girls here are very dumb, the men who stick to it will die in love with it. The wine here is also delicious, called Ziers. It's so delicious that no other snack is good enough to match it. In the end, people have to drink. It is said that wherever the wine is good, women are always attractive. Andalusian girls make men fall in love with Thang's palace because of that. But there is another reason: their waists are quite small, their bodies fit well without being greasy. They are partly due to eating and drinking. The weather is hot, and the foods that are heavy on the stomach are excluded from the local government. People only eat vegetables and fish. The protein of sea fish has two advantages: hard, slender body, while increasing the power of love. Andalusian girls are bombs that can explode at any moment, so according to the superfluous law, except for parents with salty, mature, very strict children, they rarely allow going out alone, except on the occasion of Romeria. Romeria is a form of pilgrimage to sacred places. Every year, before the Feast of Pentecost, 15 people in the south flocked together to visit the Virgin Mary. 16. The roads were crowded, the carriages were lined with flowers and colorful leaves, full of women and girls dressed in dazzling colors. Each group was full of conversation, singing, dancing, laughing amidst the sound of guitars, the rhythmic sound of the beat through the green olive groves. Particularly in this pilgrimage, parental control over their daughter is relaxed to the maximum. Puberty girls have the opportunity to fly and release the door. Have you just attended the pilgrimage to Our Lady? Yes, I just got back to Madrid yesterday. This year is more fun than last year. You must be happy. Because she was the happiest in her life. The happiest of life? Mr. Van Bin, you made a big mistake. I am a sufferer. Lifetime or not, that is not clear, but it is certainly more painful than many people. She snorted bitterly. That's bad, I shouldn't have been allowed to talk to you. She lowered her head down to a glass of wine mixed with warm water. The place where she sat was a little dark, and her bright eyes glittered over the frothy ice cubes, giving her an air of extraordinary magnificence and charm. Van Bin felt nauseous. He wanted to get up and put his arms around her, and kiss those big, black and beautiful eyes. Somehow, he was inherently bold. Sometimes boldness turned into an annoying guy. At that moment he was timid and shy like a teenage boy. Finally, he decided to kiss her. Oh my, before he could get up, she got up first. She said hastily, "Remember to watch with me, brother." She addresses me and calls him by my brother. Van Bin was dumbfounded. By the time he regained his senses, she was walking like running out of the restaurant door, blending into the crowd that appeared out of nowhere, noisy and chaotic. He chased after her. The road in front of the store was jammed. Men, women, old and young crowded the sidewalks, on the balcony and behind the windows upstairs. In the middle of the road, a troop of horsemen passed. A group of horses as white as snow, with bright red saddles. Riders wear bullfighting suits, called light clothes or light robes because they dazzle with light. It consists of a short shirt with a ruched waist, square shoulders, long sleeves, sewn tightly. Pants are also sewn close to the knee, below are long socks and shoes. Tops and pants are sewn with special goods, attached with glitter. Even the handsome men in the light clothes also turned into handsome and fierce. In all there are 8 white horses, 8 horsemen. The knights all wore black robes. Only the 4th knight wears pink robes. Y is young. Degrees 25, 26. Not high, for local men. Slender, bony face, human body suitable for the profession of a bison fighter. Y is not beautiful. The appearance also seems cruel. He could clearly see the wretched features on his lips and mouth. Y is a person who likes to play around with screws, likes to hang out with anyone. He is different from him in a field of heaven. His infatuation was more ethereal than obscene. However, when looking at him, one could hardly despise him. Poor is probably more correct. Clearly he is the embodiment of compassion. It's all about the eyes. His eyes are so deep. Very long. And sad as sad. Sadness can kill people. Bullfighters often have sad eyes. The public thinks that they rub against the god of death, so their eyes are sad. Like the eyes of the great Manolete, 17, for example. In 8 years of fighting in the arena from 1939 to 1947, the year he died under the goose of a bison, the hero Manolete attended 500 matches, received over 100 million peseta, was once revered as an angel. The higher up on the fame station, the sadder the hero's eyes. For that lonely autumn afternoon, in front of 10,000 breathless spectators, the hero died in the middle of the arena. Mid-30s. When he died, the hero's eyes refused to close. Sad as sad. The eyes of the gentleman wearing the pink robes riding a white horse through the Baton restaurant were even sadder than the eyes of the artificial hero of the past. Van Bin wanted to scream loudly. Don't go to the arena anymore. Today he was Sue. Unfortunately, he had an accident. Though he shouted loudly, no one could hear him because the screams of hundreds of mouths were much louder. Manelito. Manelito. Hooray, hail Manelito. He was Manelito, the idol of the girl he met in the restaurant. Why is she sad? Why does she say she suffers? Her relationship must have been in trouble. He must find it. His pride was as high as the top of the Himalayas. He competed with Maine, he could not lose to him. Although he is the king of Medado who is drunk with victory. Diane was drowned in a sea of people. Van Bin looked at her and did not see her. In an instant, the huge crowd vanished at the turn. Only the chaotic sound of musical instruments, car horns and passionate cheers remained. The bald old man, the shop owner, looked at Van Bin with sympathetic eyes. He asked him, "Maine is awesome. Do you love Maine?" He replied curtly, "No. He's jealous." Almost right. Not only you, many people are jealous like you. There is nothing handsome about Maine that women and girls run after. Like Miss Diane, for example. Is she the mistress of Maine? The word middle mind is not correct. Maine has a wife and children to take care of. First wife then concubine. Regarding the second room, he brought a lot. The number of women and girls willing to give their bodies to him could fill a large train. Miss Diane among them? Every beautiful Andalusian girl loves a bullfighter, whatever she. I know her family. Very noble, very rich, beautiful, good, knowledge, eligible, but refused to get married. Day after month, he closely followed Maine. Hey, I'm asking you, are you in love with Diane? I do not correct. Should rectify urgently, sir. He was not the first to plant the sycamore tree. Twice a week, Thursday and Sunday, the day of the bullfight, Diane sat here waiting for Maine to pass. How many sane, healthy, lovely boys flirt with her, she refuses. She has never loved anyone. He is probably the luckiest. Don't let anyone invite her to watch the bullfight. Except you. But I know. Andalusian girls love only one type of man. The bullfighter? Of course. And that gentleman is not you. Who told you I can't fight bulls? Oh, who knows who doesn't know? Novaloro also knew. Chalitata knows too. And Mozo. 1-8. The way of similes, comparing him with the people who still smelled of milk, the cheap jokers and the assistants drivers, servants, youngest brother of the Matado master made Van Bin mad. The old man stepped back, smiling innocently. Did you hit me? He is young and healthy, I am old and weak. It is a taboo for healthy children to beat old and weak. I dare not insult him. I'm just stating the facts. The truth is that he lost too much to Maine. It is not possible in a day, after a fit of anger, one turns into a great hero. Must practice sweaty, must have natural ability, and must always be supported by grace. Anyway, his response impressed me. I have encouraged many people. They did not dare to be as shocked as he was. Firstly, they know that I am good at martial arts. My staff are as numerous as ants, and they are all good at martial arts. Second, they know that they are not as good as Maine, and would rather keep their mouths shut and give in. I have a cow farm in the suburbs. Tonight I am organizing a tentadero. 19. Invite you to attend, if you have the talent, who knows. Old bald man hit the weak point of agent Z28. He got angry right away. Moreover, he had overflowing sympathy for the old man. He smiled and replied, "No need to try, I want to fight immediately. Where to buy optical medicine?" He bought me a set. How much money is okay? Oh, my optical medicine is always available. But sir, beware. Do you want to show off El Cordobe's performance of 15 days in prison and 250 peseta fines? Making 8 Pontineos 20 is very difficult. Hundreds of people have died in vain. Just last month, 2 pompous boys who also loved Diane, were also jealous of Maine, fervently dressed in robes and jumped into the sand when one was seriously injured and had to amputate his left hand. One was gored to death and could not yawn. Thank you. Do you sell or rent? You're a bit of an odd person, and you seem to be a little hidden, so I don't sell or rent as usual. I gave him a set. The most majestic set. Iridescent white. Invite him into the house. The bald old man led Van Bin through the ledge door to a narrow room with a wardrobe. He opened a cupboard in the corner and pulled out a beautiful bullfighting suit. The old man nuzzled his shoulder and nodded. Fit. Van Bin wears trousers and a long shirt. His arms and legs were a bit entangled and clumsy. The bald old man said. No problem. No one noticed him. Besides, there has never been a shortage of people wearing robes hiding inside like him. They wait for the golden opportunity to become a errante, 21, but. It was almost 5 p.m. but it was still as sunny as noon in Saigon. Van Bin hesitated on the sidewalk, not planning to turn in any direction. This tiny knife blacksmith street, 22, is well known for its 3 quirky and cheap eateries. This is El Batin shop, where the late writer Emanui, 23, used to visit, at number 17. Number 9 is a clam shop. At the beginning of the street with the number 1, close to the worn stone steps leading to the market hall above is a restaurant with a long nameplate, the chef dressed as strange as a bandit. I heard that once upon a time, a bandit boss set up a den there. Market Square, 24, is the center of the ancient city, many times burned and rebuilt. In the middle stands a statue of a king riding a horse. The square, quite large, surrounded by 68 5-story houses, and 9 gates have witnessed hundreds of historical events, bullfighting festivals, military parades, even executions of criminals. Van Bin shrugged and went inside. From here on, the whole alley is criss-crossed, not recorded in the city map. Even people who grew up in the local area have lost their way, let alone foreign tourists. Van Bin visited this enchanted battle many times, every time he was jealous. Going forever and ever, suddenly heard the rumbling of traffic, that was to the main road. I don't understand why Van Bin likes it. He liked it probably because it was full of homeland, the drizzly nights in Hanoi, through the enchanting streets to the coffee shop behind Cao Go or the lonely afternoons on the side of Pasteur Street in Saigon. And make friends with beef noodle soup and duck porridge. After walking for a while, Van Bin stopped. It's dead, the guy blurted out. He didn't come to Madrid for fun, terrible adventures between 2 terrible agents. He came here for work. Under the orders of Mr. He has an important contact. By and by, in the evening, he mutters to himself again, it's just over 5 o'clock, it's still early, maybe I'll go back to the box and lie down waiting for the appointment time. Besides, I have an appointment with a beauty. I'm wearing a photo suit to test my talent. I need to let her know that Z28 isn't that bad. Z28 also knows how to fight bulls. The jingle of the tram, the sound of car horns with batteries is deafening. The light of the avenue met his eyes. He waved a taxi, towed. Before he had time to settle down, a man in a white shirt burst out from the alley. He shouted in Spanish. Save me, save me. He only uttered a few short words and then collapsed. 2 young men riding together on a motorbike rushed over. The guy behind pushed the victim into the gutter with the knife pierced through the left chest. In the heart, the victim suffered from numbness and then died. Van Bin tried to jump down to follow the murder motorcycle but had to give up. This taxi, manufactured by Seat in the country, belongs to the 2-door type, and must be pushed in front to open the door. The driver waved his hand and interrupted him. Don't get involved, senor. Brothers and sisters pay each other, every day. Have to go down to see if the victim is alive or dead to take him to the hospital. Not even better, mister. The police station is nearby, he hangs around there and they think he's the killer. Yes, let's go. If Van Bin continued to walk, or got off the bus in time, everything would have changed. Unfortunately, when he got close to the goal, he accidentally retreated. Because he did not expect that the victim killed 3 meters away from him was closely related to his agent in Spain. Throttle driver. You go to see the bullfight? Van Bin shot. Yeah, you're really talented. How did you know I went to the bullfight? He is a foreigner, although he speaks the native language fluently. Sunday afternoon, most visitors go to see Corona. Besides, there was a red cloth in his pocket. The muleta. Muleta is a small red cloth used by the matador to fascinate, control the bison according to his will until it gets tired and then stabbed to death. Van Bin felt suffocated. Muleta is a noun that General Director Hoang repeated many times in the tape he just heard and memorized. Maleta was the agent he was ordered to carry out in Madrid. Agent Maleta. Note 1. These have been approved by ophthalmologists. The vast majority of people have full energy from the age of 8 onwards. Newborn babies can only see light and shadows, not everything. 2. At the age of 15, Diane de Poitiers got into a flower car. As she got older, she became the mistress of King Henri II, 20 years younger than her. She was once the mistress of King François I, father of Henri II. The secret to keeping her beauty is getting up early every day, riding a horse for 2 to 3 hours. The painting Diane de Poitiers was painted by the painter François Clouet, 1510–1572. 3. Pyropose. According to psychologist Albert Mehrabian, pyropose is not beneficial. The formula for success can be written like this: 7% of speech, 38% of voice tone, and 55% of silent eye and mouth movements. 4. These observations have been recognized by kinesics. The author has explained about kinesics in the recently published series. 5. According to well-known kinesics Dr. Ray L. Birdwistle, there are 23 different ways to raise your eyebrows to express your inner will. 6. When apologizing, start with Haga. 7. The crazy guy Z28 has no place to talk. 8. I.e. Matador. The bison is Toro. The match, Corona, Corrida. All the participants in the bullfight are Toretto, but the hero who takes down the Toro is called the Matador. The Matador is known by a number of assistants, called Crabdrilla. 9. Apoderado is the boss of the Torero. 10. El Cordobes, i.e. Manolo Montero, and Luis Michel Dominguin, 2 Spanish supermatadors. 11. Western currency is the peseta divided into 100 centimos. The official exchange rate, 1971, was 70 pesetas per US dollar. 12. At its heyday, El Cordobes earned about 5 million peseta per corrida. 13. Madrid has 2 main arenas, Plaza Monumental, 30,000 spectators, at the beginning of Callo Alcala Street. The smaller arena is Plaza Vista Alegre in Carabanchel Bajo. Always have Corona on Sunday and Thursday. The Corona season is from April to October of the solar calendar. 14. Sol ticket, sunny seat, cheapest, then Sombra Sol y Sombra, after sun exposure is cool, a bit expensive. More expensive is the Sombra, cool, grandstand tickets are much more expensive. 15. The Christian feast of Pentecost is celebrated every year 50 days after Easter, Pax, Easter. Easter is always on Sunday, but because it is based on the moon phase, there is no definite date, usually celebrated between March 22 and April 25 of the solar calendar. 16. Called the Pilgrimage to Our Lady of El Rocio, in the church of the village of Almonte, province of Huelva, southern Spain. 17. I.e. Manuel Laureano Rodriguez Sanchez, native of Cordon. In 1947, Manolete wanted to retire but was afraid of being humiliated by the public, but was challenged by the star Dominguin, so he tried. 18. Novillero is a bullfighting apprentice. Charlotada is a small traveling circus band that imitates bullfights in which the bulls are replaced by gentle calves and the matadors are clowns. Mozo de Estokes is the assistant of the matado who specializes in carrying swords to give to him when he needs to kill the bison. 19. Tanadero is a test match at a young bison farm to see which one is evil and which one is gentle. 20. Espontaneos, who is not a true bullfighter, automatically jumps into the arena to get the public's attention. Espontaneos were often imprisoned and fined. Sometimes the famous matadors let the espontaneos perform the final act, the bull slaying, so that they have a chance to make achievements. 21. Torerillo Arante is a wandering hero, specializing in sudden matches without warning. 22. Cuchillero Street. 23. Ernest Hemingway. 24. Plaza Mayor. The 3 restaurants mentioned here, in addition to the fully described El Baton, also include El Pulpito, Clam Shop, and Las Cuevas de Luis Candelas, store. Robber. The author apologizes to readers who live in Madrid, because in fact these shops are open late, from 7 p.m., and the bullfighters do not parade there. Z28 Spain 200 tons of bloody gold, Chapter 2 to 725 tons of gold. Research on telecommunications equipment for space astronauts has yielded many unexpected results. One of these results is the Z28 apparatus. Z28 is a wireless telephone system that can communicate from one end of the world to the other. Spies operating tens of thousands of kilometers away from the motherland just need to plug in the power, press the button, and immediately talk to the commander at the central level. Talk freely. Talk as long as you want. The other party can't understand the content clearly, even if they record and give the advanced electronic robot to discover the meaning. It's only slightly disadvantageous in being bulky. It was as big as a portable 9-inch TV, and quite heavy, so it was not convenient for spies to carry it with them when infiltrating enemy areas. Mr. Hoang's Secret Service is equipped with many Z28 machines, scattered all over the world. Communication by Z28 is nearly 100% secure, far beyond any other form of communication. It's also useless for the enemy to seize the device because the enemy cannot fake the voice. The main apparatus in the central is connected to the arrangement machine. Electronically analyzes each spy's voice, and uncovers fakes in the blink of an eye. Each agent has its own unique set of ciphers. Also, and this is the most amazing invention of modern spying, the Z28 machine is fitted with a self-destructing device. If a stranger touches it, or moves the buttons, or speaks into the checkered maze, immediately a tiny bombshell hidden in the box automatically explodes. All the parts will be shattered. Mr. Hoang set up a separate Z28 station for Van Bin in ballet. When he came to Europe, he only needed to stop by the ballet station to make voice contact with the general manager. Successfully completing the Lotus mission in Bhutan and Nepal, Van Bin did not have time to linger in Kathmandu to weep Mahan's honorable death and comfort Ms. Toyatla. He also did not have time to say goodbye to Crown Prince Baka after the faction that usurped the throne of General Cao Cam was miserable. He hurriedly boarded the plane to France. There, he was ordered by Mr. Hoang to fly directly to the United States of America to meet Colonel Pitt and CIA Director General CMIT. Another new hire. Agent Maleta. Until 1931, Spain was a monarchy. The republic was born between the fierce trumpets of the left and the right. When one side rose, the other side was persecuted. Revenge repressions continued endlessly. In mid-1936, civil war broke out. The right was led by General Franco with the support of Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy and Portugal. Britain and France stood neutral. The Soviet Union openly supported the left. The international communists launched, willing troops into the battlefield. The Civil War ended in 1939, General Franco won, the pro-communist faction fled and was disbanded. Agent Maleta deals with the first months of the Civil War. In September 1935, Secret Service General Otlov II was seconded by the Soviet NKVD to Madrid to direct the mission of espionage, counterintelligence and guerrilla warfare specialists to help the leftist army. In October of that year, Yezhov III, the general director of the NKVD, sent a secret order to Otlov to suspend everything in order to focus his efforts on the operation, carrying gold. Dictator Stalin personally sent Otlov a secret message as follows: arrange with Prime Minister Lagos V to transport the West's gold reserves to the Soviet Union. If the Westerners ask for a receipt, they must refuse. I repeat, must refuse. The answer is that the official receipt will be issued by the Soviet State Bank in Moscow. I entrust the whole responsibility for this case to you. Ivan 6. The right faction is tightening the encirclement around the capital, can invade at any time. President Arana and the General School of Finance, Dr. Negrin decided to evacuate the gold reserves out of the capital. The gold stashed in the seaside town of Cartagena consisted of about 10,000 barrels, each containing 145 pounds of gold bullion, totaling 725 tons. The price in 1936 was $600 million. Russian sailors quietly landed in Cartagena, dressed in Spanish uniforms, carried gold crates in the mountain tunnels to the port and loaded them on board ships for 3 consecutive nights. With the escort of the Soviet Navy, the gold train arrived safely at Odessa, loaded on a train, and sent straight to Moscow with the warm and joyful reception of Stalin and the entire Central Politburo Party. General Franco was later informed about the gold shipment but did not dare to say it because the domestic financial system was exhausted. the Western currency could turn to paper early tomorrow if the public knew that the gold reserves were lost. It was not until December 1956, after the death of Dr. Negrin, that the truth was revealed. The Western Ministry of Foreign Affairs found among his personal papers a receipt in gold bearing the signatures of the Minister of Finance and the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Soviet Union. Knowing that the denial could not be over, the Truth newspaper, the Soviet newspaper, wrote an article admitting that in 1936, 500 tons of gold had been brought home. However, it was not the gold deposited, but the gold to pay the bills for the supply of war equipment and all other goods by the Spanish Republic faction. The Truth newspaper also added that the other 500 tons of gold was not enough to pay the debt, and the Westerners are still short of 50 million United States dollars. 7. Above is a passage from the Maleta file, where Colonel Pitt, a trusted aide of Mr. C. Jack, is expanding in front of Van Bin in a large, air-conditioned room near 1000. Van Bin pointed to a bust of former Russian Prime Minister Otlov placed on the table. "Did you meet?" Pitt replied. "Is all ready. I talked to him many times. He is old, but he is very wise." According to him, 4 middle-class officials of the Western Bank were on the train carrying gold to the Soviet Union. They were detained in Moscow because Stalin plotted to rob the gold. After the Civil War ended for a while, they were allowed to return home. They died. Old death. Or die sick. One of these 4 people revealed to former Secret Service Otlov that in addition to the gold transported, some were kept. "I heard about 200 tons. Otlov knows the place. If he knew, what would happen today?" As you know, Otlov left Stalin and fled to the West exactly 21 months after the gold shipment. For personal security, he had to keep his mouth shut. Decades later, he had circumstances to reveal the truth, but he could only say what was confirmed by concrete evidence. The story of 200 tons of gold thus faded into oblivion. It was excavated by chance a year ago. In the service of a Soviet GRU spy agent, choosing freely. He is a lieutenant colonel, in charge of news assessment in southwestern Europe at GRU headquarters. All information sent to the central government by Russian agents operating in southwestern Europe, including Spain, is concentrated in his office. He is in charge of researching, coordinating and doing the work of assessing the level of accuracy. Done and submit it to your superiors. The news received special favor from his superiors regarding the existence of a 200-ton gold deposit in Spain. For nearly 3 months, the GRU commanding general personally monitored the situation. Dean Cam Lin personally sent instructions. Through the revelations of the free choice, Lieutenant Colonel, we can confidently conclude that the source of 200 tons of gold is real, and that the Soviet Union is trying to use that gold for political purposes. Western Government Island and disbanding the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Van Bin snorted suspiciously. Colonel Pitt took from the bottom of the file a large piece of paper, folded in 4s, spread it out, and continued. This is a summary of the news from Gibraltar. This tiny island in the southernmost tip of Spain is currently the #1 defensive position of the North Atlantic Bloc 8. Britain and the West are in dispute over sovereignty. For a fraction of the other 200 tons of gold, the Soviet spies could add fuel to the fire. In short, Mr. C. Jack wants me to recover 200 tons of gold. Must counterintelligence to request Mr. C. Jack. They are not convenient to come out because their organization is still loose. A double job, please take this opportunity to sweep the GRU network in the West into the sea. Agree. In the file there is a person named Lulio. This Sunday evening I will meet Lulio in Madrid. Why is the only clue to help him find the gold treasure. Under the Civil War, Lulio was only 20 years old, a freshman in college, was Marxist, and sided with the left. General Franco won, and Lulio fled abroad. After 15 years in exile in Europe, he returned home during a government amnesty. After returning home for a while, he worked for GRU. Y was admitted by GRU while abroad. This news was provided by the freely chosen lieutenant colonel. He did not know exactly when and where Lulio joined the Soviet spy agency. He only knew that Lulio had started sending messages back from the day he was in a special group in charge of the 200 tons of gold issue. Exploiting the above news, Mr. C. Jack sent a local CIA officer to contact Lulio, asking him to meet a special envoy of Mr. C. Jack. I must too. Thank you for the goodwill of General Manager C. Matt, kindly put me to death. Dead place. Do not doubt the poor sea jackal. The old man is not that cruel. The question is not between kindness and evil, but in the present situation, I have no hope of escaping the enemy's ambush at Madrid. You haven't been on the road yet, but you know you've been ambushed by the enemy. If it was someone else, I would laugh. You, I believe. However, I have not. No more questions, right? He answered my questions and the question disappeared by itself. Assuming you were the Director General of the GRU, how would you react after the Lieutenant Colonel in charge of the Spanish news assessment defected to the CIA? Immediately change the apparatus of Soviet espionage in Spain. Immediate means for how long? Immediate is to do immediately. In a few days. A few weeks is the slowest. How many weeks has the GRU lieutenant left? How about a few weeks? Exactly 50 weeks. Almost a full year. Lulio served the GRU before the lieutenant colonel, chosen freedom. Of course. And after that day, Lulio continued to serve. Well, what else? If Lulio is not dragged into the dark, one is waiting. Wait for the CIA to exploit the revelations of the GRU lieutenant colonel and then rush to the Western Gold Warehouse. Do you understand? The Maleta mission was just an ambush, nothing more, nothing less. You refuse. No. I accepted. Colonel Pitt was overjoyed. Fortunately, I am afraid that this month will be hot and you will not like to work in Madrid. Van Bin copied his mouth, half mocking, half serious. You are the worst son of the second half of the 20th century. Who told you summer is taboo for me? Oh, stupid, since the day he had more than half a dozen of them, his wife won the championship for jealousy, he forgot about the outside society. Open all your ears, it's hot in the sun to realize the value of the air conditioner. It is difficult to choose a beautiful woman anywhere, but it is very easy in the West. Westerners, especially those in the north bordering France, are addicted to garlic like we are. Fish sauce. The Marxists in France are the king of eating garlic, but they still lose to them. They grow a unique garlic called olive, which is extremely spicy and pungent. Eating garlic has the benefit of promoting digestion and increasing love power. There is a disadvantage as bad breath, and under the sun, the sweat stinks with an indescribable smell. There is no medicine that can drown out this bad smell. After all, Western girls in the sunny months have a scent of flesh that is not fragrant. But when it's fragrant, it's super fragrant. It seems that nature has specifically equipped this beautiful minority with a filter for breathing and perspiration. Colonel Pitt, you understand why I accepted. Got it. Got the filter. There is another reason, you must not forget. This month the Madrid people celebrate the feast of Saint Isidro IX, which is a month of festivals, parties, dancing, and fireworks. Come on, any more instructions, let me go to the airport. Colonel Pitt gaped at you. Playing close with Z28 for a long time, Pitt still doesn't understand you. Van Bin rushes to his death to earn money for the Secret Service or to satisfy the lifestyle of the lake and lake, mixing danger with the beautiful volcano. From the US, Van Bin flew to France. He dropped his luggage at the airline because he didn't have time to get a hotel room. When his feet were wet and dry, he stopped at the SIT station and contacted Mr. Hoang for instructions. Instructions: only stay one night in the capital of light. He's in the mood, doesn't eat at Silver Tower, the most expensive restaurant, and doesn't watch striptease in Lido to repeat his eccentric acts of drinking bottles of whiskey while guests enjoy champagne. 10. Drop into the average nightclub, wear the poetic name, Moonlight, and watch the pretty girls show off their bodies all night. At 5 a.m., the nightclub closed. Van Bin was the last customer to climb into the taxi. Heaven goes home to sleep. As for him, he went to the airport. Go straight to Madrid. To then be drawn to the invitation of the beautiful Diane, and the bison fight was not recorded in the program Agent Maleta. Like a opera, the bullfight is divided into several acts, each act divided into several scenes with clear rules. All 3 acts, the opening is an important parade around the arena of all the main and minor actors. In the first act, a bullfighter appears, playing a game of cat and mouse with a bull for a while. 11, and the horseman's assistants use sharp spears to pierce the bull's hump to anger it. Then the knight appeared again, waving a red cloth in front of the bull's eyes to provoke it. In the second act, another group of assistants took turns inserting small iron awls, their heads wrapped in cloth, into the cow's neck. 3 plugs. Plug in 1 pair at a time. Blood spilled. The animal becomes aggressive. Act 3. Decisive battle between the hero and the bison. The paladin has only a muleta fragment, while the animal has sharp horns and half a ton of ram power. Finally, the hero kills the animal with a sword. With a single arrow. Each bullfight usually consists of 3 fights, with 3 knights and 6 bulls. Van Bin arrived when the first match was about to end. The stands were packed, not a single seat left. Everyone clapped and cheered. The hero, a young man about 23 or 24 years old, wearing a blue robe, took off his hat, held it in his hand, and walked around the arena. Traditionally, the hero presents himself to the audience before killing the animal. Arriving in the stands, the hero stooped low amid the enthusiastic cheers. A young lady with a pretty face threw a bouquet of roses tied in a bow with a fragrant silk gown she pulled from the back of her bra. The hour of decisiveness has struck. The paladin couldn't be as silent as before. Each time the animal came closer. With every tick of the clock that passes, the hero must create an additional impression that the hero is close to death. Mages are not allowed to evade. Must increase boldness. Or dead animals. Or the hero dies. Van Bin shivered. The blue-clad warrior just performed a great stunt. He stood as straight as a statue, the red cloth hanging loosely behind him, the bull rushing, the dust in the sky. Everyone thought that the hero was seriously injured. Unexpectedly the hero was still intact. The muleta piece under the extraordinary control hand had enchanted the fierce black bull. The arena shook with thunderous applause. The knight has just had a great success. Throw the muleta behind, stick to the body, call the Rusina easy to die like play. A good matador must have 3 virtues. First, papar, which means that he is always upright, uses the muleta to control the animal according to his will, and never shows weakness to control the animal. It overwhelms, and never has a rough, awkward gesture. Second, mandar, which means knowing the opponent, understands 100%, turns it into a robot that tells you to do whatever you want, not to force it. Third, templar, is the art of playing with muleta, playing calmly, without haste, playing with absolute precision. With just a small square of red cloth, the hero can make the cow stop, run, and rush in the direction he wants. Gradually, the cow was drunk from the blow, exhausted, then the hero swung his sword to free himself. Watch. The hero is carefree, or weak, losing control is all. Having regained his sanity, the animal will no longer foolishly butt the muleta. It's to butt straight into the body of the knight card. The green-robed man turned once, the muleta whirled around like a pinwheel. It is a kind of spectacular play that has been used by many masters. The bull darted forward and stopped. The knight's sword flashed out. It is customary for the public to mark the end of the match with enthusiastic ols and ols. Song Van Bin only heard sporadic cheers. Followed by whistles, loud protests. It turned out that the cow did not die immediately. It just fell to its knees and was still alive. It gathered its strength and prepared to lunge at the hero. Killing cows with multiple swords is taboo. An adjutant of the hero ran out from his hiding place, delivering a series of fatal blows. The bull collapsed to death, but the hero of the opening match was booed by the audience. Depending on the skill, the hero is rewarded with the animal's ears, or 2 ears, or the whole tail if it is an unusual achievement. 1 level above the normal level, a hero can be rewarded with an extra leg or a whole ox. 12. Poor hero of this battle won't be rewarded at all. Just a few minutes before he was arrogant, now he is modest. He hid his head behind the white-painted wooden fence, separating the fighting ground from the cow shed and the staff door. Van Bin arrived late, his seat with a certain number was occupied. He looked around until he found it. The conductor is attracted by the match, not bothering to care about the audience anymore. Van Bin was not angry, he was too familiar with the way of life of the natives. Besides, in vain anger, people consider careless sitting in cinemas, in arenas, reckless driving on public roads is a very common thing, as often as flirting with girls at the intersection of a red light with a lot of traffic. Their characteristic is negligence. Not arrogant and reckless. It is naive, careless, poetic. On the first trip to the West, when driving a car, Van Bin was scratched and dented. Although he ran as slow as a turtle, his eyes were always open. The driver ignored the trumpet, regardless of left and right. They strictly apply the golden motto, "Our way we go." The person occupying Van Bin's seat puffed a cigar as big as his big toe, almost 2 inches long. He was wearing a shaggy straw hat, black-rimmed sunglasses, dressed quite elegantly, and expensive binoculars hanging around his neck. He was about 30, muscular, weighing about 90 kilograms. Diane sat beside her, her face wrinkled. The fat man tried to push her, not but with his crooked arm, poking her ribs, and even with the wide brim of his hat. Seeing Van Bin, she called like a shrine. "Older brother." Van Bin pointed to the fat man. "Friend." She shook her head. The fat man pulled the cigar out of his thick, cracked lips. "Sorry. Is it your place?" Van Bin smiled half-mouthed. "Must too. If there is no problem, please return the place." "Cannot." "Ask him to show the ticket." "Well, you're a ticket officer. Here's my ticket, are you satisfied?" "Your ticket belongs to the stand Saul. Not here. It's too sunny up there. I give my place to him." Van Bin's face is serious. "Hey, tell the truth, don't mess around. I will carry you up like a sharp frog, and throw you into the fighting field for the bison to trample now." The fat man was a bit surprised. Probably the guy who specializes in sloppy sitting, specializes in taking meat over people, and for many years has not met a fierce opponent. He lazily stood up. Sniffing the scuffle, the surrounding audience huddled together, leaving a rather large gap. Diane held Van Bin's hand and begged. "Come on, you can sit with me." "Oh my, there's nothing better than sitting with a beautiful woman." Van Bin did not dare to wish for more. Too bad he had to refuse because dozens of pairs of eyes, all of them, were glued to him, waiting for his reaction to the fat man's provocation. Especially her eyes. The fat guy raises his ass, challenging. "Take it, throw it away." Needless to say, Van Bin came. He grabbed his shoulder and pushed him lightly. His Miller body became light. He dashed over the steps and rolled down the stairs. Had it not been for the barricade of spectators, he would have been lying loosely on the sand-covered arena. Saliva filled his mouth, eyes cloudy, the fat man staggered back. His huge fist raised, before he could slam it down, it hit his concrete arm. He fell to the floor of the stage. Van Bin swept along the top of the pediment, a pile of blood-stained yellow teeth gushing out from the mouth of the fat man's spittoon. Everyone stiffened in shock and awe. Van Bin lifted the fat man up, took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, then put all his teeth in his pocket and asked the crowd to widen so that he could slip away. When he was done he sat down leisurely beside Diane. She almost said, "You are very good at martial arts." He pouted his lips. "Far behind me. Hey, I'm only good at dancing, singing, good at many other things, I haven't learned anything about martial arts." "You still beat me to defeat." "Hit him." "When did you hit him?" "At the restaurant." "At this moment, I am still confused." She tried to smile and pursed her lips. There was a hint of sadness on her face. He heard her whisper, "Mother of God, please help me." Van Bin was not convenient to ask why she suddenly prayed to Our Lady. Does she have deep feelings for him? Perhaps she wanted to forget Manelito but couldn't because he was a great bullfighter. The whole arena roared back as the second game began. On the door leading to the barn, there was a large sign showing the weight of the animal about to compete, 562 kg. 562 kg is a terrible weight, only the senior warriors dare to fight. The hero of this battle is Maine. Diane crouched in the corner, watching nervously. Van Bin couldn't help being jealous. All the girls present clapped their hands, threw towels or fresh flowers to welcome Maine. He arrived in front of Diane's stand. He looked at her, smiling. The rays of the setting sun shone directly on the dazzling pink robes. Unlike when he rode his horse through the Botan restaurant, Maine seemed likable, albeit sly and cruel. His eyes were deeper, sadder than ever. Compassion welled up in Van Bin's heart. Maine walked over to the next stand. Van Bin visited Diane's ear. "Asking you to negotiate so that I can fight in place of Maine." She rolled her eyes. "Where can? This cow is one of the largest and fiercest in the Vacat farm 13. It is also the heaviest. Maine also got tired of it, let alone a novice like him. I know you want to show your courage to please me, but Mr. Van Bin, you can only play one game and you will be killed by it. I don't play with life. The fight hasn't started yet. I know Maine, let's negotiate Maine to give this 562 kilograms bull to me. Compensation as much as you pay. 5 million peseta a game. Pay Maine 6 million. You crazy. Because of you, I'm ready to go crazy 10 times more than that. Who gave you permission to call me by your name? If it weren't for the public and Maine, I would still hug and kiss you. Well, don't think, I slap my cheek. Challenging. No. Maine is difficult, don't do anything here. Then. 6 million peseta or 7 million. He tells the truth. No kidding. Sign the check right away. As for Maine, it is not finished. But I know the board, I can arrange for you to attend the third game. The hero of the third battle is not as famous as Maine. Wait for me. She disappeared into the crowd. Down in the arena, Manelito had just hypnotized tens of thousands of enthusiastic spectators by playing Veronique 14 flying butterflies and breaking out in cold sweat. Every match starts with a Veronique, the only difference is in the talent of each person. Veronique is a way of standing sideways, straightening two square handles of red cloth to the front, far or near depending on the calculation of the hero. The bull jumped back, the hero waved the cloth square in front of its nose, it was shocked and then like a machine it crawled under the cloth square, running straight. Maine's Veronique style makes the public go crazy. He waits for the animal to approach, quickly pulls the muleta back, closes to his chest, the dismayed bull stops quickly. Maine smirked scornfully. At the very first attempt, Maine subdued the animal. Usually it takes at least 5 minutes to grope the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Today, Maine has achieved an extraordinary feat. He turned his back to the ox, ignoring it. It was only a meter from Maine, its sharp, deadly horns jutting up, and yet it was hunched over, motionless, its nose puffing. Looking at him, everyone thought he was raised from the womb in the care of Maine. It is so docile and gentle that few dare to think that it is a wild cow weighing 562 kilograms, even 8 years old, healthy age, invincible age without fear of people. The arena is boiling. The applause didn't stop. Maine retreated to the stands, making way for a group of merchants 15 on horseback, 4 white horses protected by thick petos 16 by Mananai's assistants neatly girded with long spears, their heads covered with iron. Controlling, wandering around the cow has not stopped bewildered because of the enchanting talent of the hero. A spearman thrust his spear into the stiff hairs of the bull's neck. In pain, it roared and swooped down on the horse's hip. Strong armor protects the horse from serious injury, but if the bull is too strong and the spearman is young, the horse can be knocked over. And that's what happened. A horse fell to the ground, crushing the rider. The merchant wore a peto, so his limbs were entangled. The bull rushed forward, almost crushing the spearman's chest. The audience breathed a sigh of relief, relieved of the burden of concern when many rescue spears intervened, forming a barrier to the victory of the winning bull and pushing it away. Let them shout. Maine, Manelito. The public demanded the presence of the mighty man. They were disappointed at the weakness of the merchants. Gentleman Maine only lightly played with the muleta, leisurely and absently as if playing with a child to whom the animal surrendered, while 4 muscular spearmen, 4 mighty white horses, and 4 dangerously long spears appeared helpless. The audience adores Maine, believes in Maine. The audience insisted his presence was right. Van Bin feels hot. He had not yet officially attended the great bullfights with tens of thousands of spectators, with a solemn judging panel like Maine. He was not yet called a matado like Maine. But he's not that bad. Spaniards have bullfighting in their veins, from the age of 6, 7 years old playing the game of matado, one pretending to be a cow, one wields 2 horns, one plays the hero, chasing each other under the moon. Then at 6, 7 years old Van Bin also learned to catch and dodge in the dojo. The martial arts teacher ordered 2 children to fight each other, one using a wooden sword and the other empty-handed. Van Bin was always an empty-handed kid, just like the game of matado. The top warriors of the arena often entered their profession by sneaking into the cowshed at night, tricking the watchman into falling asleep, luring the cow out into the yard, playing with the muleta. Then wander from place to place, where there is a match, groping, begging to attend, dare not take the prize money. As for Van Bin, he also fought empty-handed with wild animals in the jungle. He shuffled around the world, jumped in the ring from east to west, was beaten countless times with a cleft on his head, fainted, before climbing to the title of champion. He could not lose to Maine. The referee Fuang Kai, and the prize of this competition is the loveliest beauty. Applause again. Cheers again. On the sand, the mannequin has just added a radiant lipstick. The mysterious red cloth twirls around him, sometimes lifting up to his chest, sometimes sliding close to his butt. His legs are soft and agile as if performing a trendy dance. The bull rolled back and forth, tired to the ears, and the smoky snout still couldn't do anything to him. This type of butterfly flight is called a rebellera. And here, an extremely beautiful chicuelina. The mannequin vibrates the cloth square for the animal to see. When it flexed its legs and was about to rush forward, Maine stood on tiptoe, her whole body spinning, the magical muleta also spinning. A bright red color enveloped him. If he is a middle-class hero, when the red cloth square changes position, the bull will gouge at him. By the way, Maine is really a senior in the profession. The muleta seems to release superhuman magic. The cow staggers. Then, like before, it stopped. Applause again. Cheers again. The applause was crisper, longer. The cheers were louder, more passionate. Van Bin bit his mouth, angry. Behold, Diane is back. She pushed through the crowd and waved at him. He followed her to the next stage. In the middle of the noisy atmosphere, like the atmosphere of a supersonic air show, every second made loud noises that ripped the eardrums, made the walls of the house shake, the windows shattered. Diane introduced him to a figure with a big belly, a mustache brushed with perfumed oil, a fat finger, and a big diamond ring. Van Bin just shook hands, greeted briefly. Before he had time to discuss with the big belly guy, Diane nervously pointed down to the field, mouth speechless. So strange, so good. Playing Ganera. Ganera is a subtle variation of the Veronique. In theory, the hero lured the animal closer, then suddenly stretched the muleta sheet in front of it. It crouched low in fear and ran underneath. In fact, many bullfighters lose their lives because of Ganera. It is very simple but very difficult. However, it is not as difficult as Monolitina. People named it Monolitina to commemorate the genius who invented that kind of play, the great Manolete. On the sparkling sand of the sunset, the young man in pink robes, with deep sad eyes, is reenacting the breathtaking play of the great man, Manolete. Why spread the muleta behind? Depending on the direction of the bull's attack, it must cross his face. The Monolitina play forced it from the front to the back of the hero. Losing its balance, it can slip on the sand. Since the past 20 years, many heroes have imitated Manolete. The man whose butt was cut by a bull's horn had to lie in a cast in the hospital to retire in poverty and loneliness. He broke his spine, was paralyzed, and spent the rest of the day in a wheelchair with someone to push him. Painful death. Miserable death. Monolite's reputation rose like a kite in the wind because of that unique play style. Then collapse. Also because of that unique playstyle. Born with art, died with art. He died prematurely because a brave cow refused to turn behind when he applied the Monolitina play style. Now. The arena held its breath. Diane suddenly grabbed Van Bin's shirt. Man, it seems. She saw the accident before it happened. She saw with a woman's instincts. Van Bin also sees with a keen sixth sense. He grabbed her arm and jumped over the audience. He lost his footing and tumbled over the railing into the sand. Did not make it in time. The network has been arranged. A short distance from Van Bin, the mighty mane had just been gored by a black bull, and a ragged red cloth was caught in its left horn. Hundreds, thousands of Lord voices were heard. Note 1. Stands for Scrambler Instantaneous Telephone System that talks instantaneously and is not eavesdropped by outsiders. 2. Major General Alexander Orlov is the most senior Russian spy who has chosen freedom. He now lives in the United States. In 1953, he published The Secret History of Sitalin's Crimes. 3. Nikolai Yezhov. 4. The NKVD was the predecessor of the current KGB. 5. Largo Caballero, Prime Minister of the pro-communist faction, as well as Arana and Negrin in the lower paragraph. 6. Ivan Vasilievich was Sitalin's code name on the telegrams ordering agents to be allowed to operate abroad. 7. The details about the list and about the amount of gold are completely real. The novelization begins only at the bottom, and is intermingled with historical reality. 8. The island of Gibraltar, part of the West, has been a British colony since 1704. It is 4 kilometers 5 long, 1 kilometer wide, has a population of 30,000 people, attached to the Western Territory by a flat sandbar 15 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. 9. Saint Isidro, San Isidro, patron saint of the city of Madrid, May 15 every year. 10. At Lido, guests must drink champagne. 11. At first the de Blondo, then the scene of the picador stabbing the bull, then the scene of Quites. The hero lured her son out of the picadors. The second act is Banderillas. Act 3, Feina kill. When killed is La Hora de la Verdad, hour of truth. 12. The mighty El Cordobes was once rewarded with children. In 1960 alone, participating in 33 matches, he defeated 32 animals, and was rewarded with 64 ears, 31 tails and 13 legs. 13. I.e. Casa de Vacas, a place where cows are kept, inside a 1,747-acre park called Casa de Campo, across the river Manzanares near Market Square. Before that day, the matadors met there to choose cows. 14. Veronica, Veronique, Maine's play style is demi-Veronique. 15. Trader is picador. The author explained about picador in a paragraph above. Regarding the noun banderilla that the reader is about to encounter, the author would like to translate it as mace. 16. Pito is a type of armor. Z28 Spain 200 tons of bloody gold, Chapter 3, Slow Buffalo, Turbid Water. Van Bin flipped open his outerwear to reveal his iridescent snow-white robes. He is no longer a Z28 agent. He turned into a bullfighter. The bald-faced man's optical robe enhances Van Bin's handsome and muscular appearance. The bald man was right. This astral suit came from Cabot, the city's #1 Torrio shop, Europe's #1. Wearing it, Van Bin became majestic, proud, and despised everything. Maine hugged the scarlet wound on her shoulder. The shirt is pink, so the red blood area is clearly visible. He swayed slightly and then fell to the left. On the side, the rays of the sun were about to turn yellow, weakly shining down. His eyes, those deep and sad, closed. Man is dead. Maine's death lasted only a split second. From the stands, the telescopes pointed down all saw Maine's distorted and pale face. Van Bin knew that Maine was dead. He couldn't pick him up because the bull had just attacked him. A group of merchants rode out from behind the fence. Seeing the crowd, the bull did not dare to attack Maine's body. Along with a group of spear-wielding merchants, there are some scenes that are responsible for ensuring order and security at the field. Van Bin is in a Pontonio, even though he wears expensive genuine clothes. Gun had to stop him again to save him, as they had saved countless others, from a needless death. Being a bullfighter is not easy. Out of a million, one person can be filtered. And out of a dozen famous Spaniards, there were only a few mans. As talented as Maine, he was cut down by an ox. How did this Ed Pontonio escape? Another scene with a muscular body hugging Van Bint's back. He waved his hand, he was thrown away. His friend grabbed his hand, and he immediately used a judo stance to snap him back 3 meters. He fell on his friend's stomach. Meanwhile, Maine was being carried out of the yard, and the skilled merchants had surrounded the killing ox in the middle of a small area, preparing to stretch out, opening the way for it to escape into the barn. Van Bint slipped between the 2 horses, shouting loudly, "Back off, leave the cow to me." A spearman wielding a sharp spear, his face killing intent. He witnessed the scene of Van Bint shoving 2 scenes. The assault on the scene is rare because the scene is often knowledgeable in martial arts. Van Bint shouted at the merchant, "Will you push the horse?" Instead of spurring his horse, the spearman aimed his thigh with a spear. He holds the spear with both hands, the nose is slightly bent, and the spear is sharp and strong, similar to the Fu Tiger in the Chinese 6-wind spear technique. Obviously, he intentionally injured Van Bint, not just intimidated. Reluctantly he caught the spear, yanked him over the horse's body, and rolled the gong on the sand. He held the spear across his thigh, broke it in 2, and threw the 2 pieces to the ground. He hurled so hard that 2 spears slipped through the sand, only half sticking out. The bull saw the merchant fall from his horse and broke the encirclement. The merchants fled in panic. A slow-moving merchant was knocked down by a mad animal, both man and horse. The scene on the field was unusually chaotic. The scene in the surrounding stands was equally chaotic. Another group of horsemen whipped their horses to the rescue. If he wants to turn the situation around and forcefully win the hearts of the audience, Van Bint must take full advantage of this thrilling clock tick. He dashed forward, blocking the bison's path. Its black and glossy coat stands out against the sandy background. Its horns are curved, long and pointed. Its tail is raised high. It rattled like a downhill tank. Van Bint threw the muleta over his head and knelt on one knee on the beach. Kneeling is a potentially disastrous gesture because it is difficult for a man to kneel in a kneeling position to move forward or backward, as it is in a standing position. The cow's wrong response is death. The cow returned. Van Bint knelt on both knees. This time the sharp tip of the enemy's horns pressed closer. Closer still. About half an arm's length. Previously, he knelt down. Now he faced the cow. He stretched the muleta right in front of his chest. The stands that were rumbling in motion suddenly fell silent. Silence as if obeying a mysterious command. Perspiration filled Van Bint's forehead. He has never been applauded by the audience so much and so passionately. This is no ordinary stadium. It ranked first among 312 arenas in all of Spain. In terms of international rankings, it only lost to the Plaza of Mexico 1. Playing muleta here is not something that every hero can do. Less than 50 people are entitled to that right too, and to do so, they have to go through dozens or hundreds of deaths. The profession of a bullfighter is many times weaker than that of an action spy. Acting as an action spy, rushing to the enemy's land, rubbing death every hour, every minute, but there is still hope of survival. The survival rate of the matador is almost 0. Injury rate per match, a quarter. Mortality rate, 1 in 10, 3. Van Bint is afraid. It was strange that he was afraid to tell. Everyone thinks that people who consider death a part of life are not afraid. Thought that was wrong. Courageous people are always fearless. Because of fear, the champions only fight when they feel fit, and wisely withdraw before reaching the twilight of their talent. Juan lived 70 years old, after 29 illustrious seasons, had a summer of more than 200 cows. Molina also lived to 60 with a record of 4,867 children. They do not die prematurely because they are both afraid and cautious. 4. Van Bint contracted cholera with no cure. If he had been a little cautious like Juan, like Molina, he wouldn't have rushed down to the field on impulse, just for the short-sighted purpose of pleasing the beauty. The sweat covered his shirt and Van Bint's forehead. Honestly, if there was any way to get out of the arena he would have given up without hesitation. Human pride. God, the pride of Vietnamese people. Z28's narcissism. He gathered his grit, gathered the essence of magic, and waited. He had grasped the strengths and weaknesses of the enemy. The cow is of the far-sighted type. Looking from afar means that from a distance he has seen the square of Maleta fabric. There are, nearsighted, cows, until close to the hero to see the adventure. The cows that see far are more ominous than the cows that see up close. Its response is usually quicker. Regarding the reaction, 3 different classes can be distinguished. The first place roared, galloped into the field, blinded the eyes of dust, rushed and slammed, straight and hard. The scandalous, cowardly second rank, who had not yet fought, had retreated despite the painful thrust of the spear by the horseman. This class is very rare. Third, docile like a lamb. Don't think it's docile and look down on it. It is the number 1 opponent of the knights. Its docility is theatrical. The paladin takes him where he goes, tells him what to do, he does what he does. Do it now, without timidity, without thinking, without protest. In fact, it is a clever and cunning animal. By docile tricks, it lulls the hero to sleep. It stalks an open file clock tick. The hero is careless, foolishly drunk with victory, he drops his mask. The bull that was arguing with him was a mix of the loud and the pretentious. Which means it's 1 step more dangerous. It was just galloping, suddenly slowing down, pounding its claws gently. 5 meters. 3 meters. It slows down. The cow seemed confused because the Maleta was stretched in front of Van Bin's chest. And 3 meters away from him, if it continues to run, Van Bin must transform. But it piled up. Then straightened, front legs together, head and horns bowed. The animal gave up. At least for now. According to the program, the mace will stick sharp axes into its shoulders, preparing for the ending. Chapter Faina. The hero kills the bull with the sharp point of his sword. In the meantime, all the best that a bullfighter can have is given to Van Bin. People clapped their hands like crazy, shouted "Ol, ol" like crazy, danced like crazy. Many people gave up their seats and rushed down to the sandy beach to be near Van Bin. The orderlies had to work very hard to restore normalcy. Van Bin caught a glimpse of Diane's gloomy face. Beside her was a big-bellied man, with a diamond ring on his finger. She sat still in the midst of the hustle and bustle. He waved her. She smiled. His intimate consideration helps her overcome her sadness. He climbed over the wooden fence. Diane swooped into his arms. She hugged him crying like rain and wind. She said in tears. Maine broke his lung. Van Bin looked at her. It's time, put him down. She is frantic. Don't come down. This cow is fierce. You want the public to laugh at you. Never, but. Then I let you go. You're not dead. I pray for you. The Faina stage is the easiest stage, and also the hardest stage. It's easy because the hero is used to the animal, it gets tired, just swinging the sword can transform it. But it is also very difficult because the animal is also used to the hero, when it is tired, the hero is also tired. In this last moment between man and animal, whoever is wise will live. It's very difficult, partly because the audience is used to the hero's tricks. They spend money to buy tickets to enjoy the novelty, a novelty every now and then. Performing the same old tricks is like insulting the public. They will express their displeasure. They booed loudly. Sometimes they even threw stones on the beach. The bullfight from Acts 1 to 3 must consist of layers of cold sweat from a top-notch movie. The cow's death is not enough. The artist must be able to show the highest level of art. It's sad to be injured or killed by a paladin, but it's just an occupational hazard. No one is hurt. Nobody cried. Except for the contemporaneous minority. One fell down on the other's turn. Continuous. Vivid. Cruel. Van Bin was praised by the public, but whether he was respected by them as a great bullfighter or not depends on his achievements in the third act, the Faina period. He intends to show off styles that are close, tough, and unique. He noticed a peculiarity in the enemy. Whether he stood upright or tilted, he stood on one foot or on his knees, he turned his back to it or whirled like a pinwheel with a Maleta in his hand, the ox attacked from the same direction. Certain direction, northeast. On the other hand, it always retreats to a position in the middle of the sand before launching the next attack. According to the Toreo masters, bison are like martial artists, each fighter has his own style of fighting,
some are good at cold, some are good at sew-in. To win, you must neutralize the opponent's guts. For this bison, too, Van Bin must neutralize its fixed forte. Legend has it that the bison has a strange sixth sense. On the wide sand, it has the ability to smell a safe place. If it is not chased away, it will surely defeat the hero. A cry came from behind Van Bin. It's so weird. Transform now or die now. From the opposite Saul stand, there were also sporadic messages. Transition, transition. Van Bin is sober, slightly right-handed, his muleta rises and falls in a classic natural style. Natural is holding a muleta with one hand vibrating contemptuously in front of the bull's nose. One-handed natural is considered a promising play style leading to a hospital or morgue. The angry cow rushed past. Touching the square cloth, knowing it missed, it turned around. Instead of pushing the muleta away, he pulled it back, and in the astonishment and horror of his audience, he stood on one foot, dropping the red square of cloth on his lap. It's a kind of pedo. That is, like a pendulum clock. Having missed 4 hits in a row, the bison lost its spirit. Its head is buried in the sand, it stands still, it knows its defeat. The hour of truth, Hora de la Verdad, is near. The monumental arena was filled with noise. The swaggering bull that once defeated the famous player Maine with a poisonous blow was breathing heavily. It crouched on the hot sand waiting for Van Bin to kill. He had his sword ready. He had chosen the place of the stab in advance. Without the puntillaro's help, he lightly pressed the tip of his sword and the 562-kilogram bull rolled down dead as if struck by lightning. He looked at it. He suddenly felt compassion. The enemy is a person, he even spares death if the enemy turns his back, let alone an animal. Its nose is sticking to the sand. It did not see him. No, he couldn't kill it. His forgiveness is not eccentric. In neighboring Portugal there is also bullfighting, but human and animal blood never flows. A knight dressed in elegant clothes and bravely danced a long spear, swarming on the beach with the bull. The duel demanded of the rider the utmost agility and wisdom. There are victories, there are also losses, there are scenes of cheering on Sundays and great festivals, but everyone's nerves are relaxed, not stressed, people laugh more, have more fun. No, he couldn't kill the innocent, defeated bull awaiting execution. Brutal, so brutal. He knew in advance the attitude of the public, they would not tolerate it because pardoning the killing was a violation of the bullfighting law, which was not written down but deeply embedded in the Spanish tradition. He walked towards the death penalty. It continued to bow. His sword hand rose and fell. He shrugged, threw the blade away and left the field. He had just done something that no man had ever dared to do before. Because it is a foolish act. He lost a huge bounty. He did not enjoy the spiritual reward given by tens of thousands of spectators. Based on his talent, this reward can be 2 ears, a tail and 4 legs. That is, all 6. That is, he was promoted to the top of the bullfighting fame station. He will get Diane. Not only Diane, you will get all the native beauties. His name and picture were published on the front pages of Western and international newspapers. His every step was lined with fragrant flowers and loving flesh. The arena watched silently. Then protest erupted. Screams and whistles spread everywhere. Van Bin is still walking. Like the cow earlier, he lowered his head, not daring to look up. He was afraid to meet the public eye. Especially Diane's reproachful look. He approached her stand. He couldn't hide his head forever because she ran to the back row waiting for him. She called him. He could hear her voice wet with tears amid 100 tumultuous sounds. Suddenly an ear-piercing cry. Mr. Van Bin. Among the admiring audience, only she knew his real name. And in the audience only she uttered such a voiceless cry. This is not a cry of cool or love. It's a cry that signals imminent danger. Without time to think, Van Bin threw himself down on the sand. It turned out that the bull was not quite as defeated as he had thought. It could not face him because it was certain of death. It then plays. Acting as a coward, please. Van Bin, rich in compassion, was brought into the circus by the animal. It strikes very precisely. Its heart is to poke the horn in the middle of Van Bin's back. Fortunately, he was informed by Diane. Fortunately, he was a clock star away. The public protest was silent. The audience was stunned by the Ox's turn of the flag and Van Bint's excellent talent. After missing Van Bint, the bison revealed the truth. It's not as flamboyant and humble as before. Not getting hit, it stomped to a halt as if it were a car with state-of-the-art disc brakes, then turned 180 degrees. Van Bint was sprawled on the beach. The cow sprang up. Van Bint did not have time to pick up the muleta that had fallen 3 meters from where he fell. The sword is further away. The bull lowered its horns with the intention of butting him. He rolled quickly to the side. The bull's horn pulled the shoulder of the dazzling white robe. However, he only scratched the skin and was not injured. Its hind legs stomped on his left flank. The weight of more than half a ton of the surplus cow caused serious injury. For a prominent martial artist in terms of internal and external work like Van Bint, it only hurt him. Not missing the opportunity, he grabbed one of its hind legs. The run and the weight dragged the slimy man on the ground for a distance. In the stands, many people panicked and had to cover their eyes with their hands. Many women fainted. Everyone thought that Van Bint would be torn to pieces under the stormy pull of the victorious drunken animal. All are wrong. The cow galloped for a short distance and then stopped. It seemed that an invisible solid wall had just risen in front of it. Van Bint's great energy overcame it. It struggled, trying to get out of his grip. He twisted. With a dry sound, the cow's shin bone broke. He jerked slightly. The cow was lying on her back. Its ferocious spirit vanished. With a broken leg, it becomes crippled. Van Bint scrambled to his feet. The top half of his shirt was torn and ragged. His face was covered with sand and blood. The merchants spurred their horses out, setting up a fence around the helpless bull. Van Bint hit the blow too hard, so he broke his pelvis and crushed his lower abdomen. The merchant doesn't need to kill it because it's dying. The audience poured into the arena like a waterfall. Stand Saul. Sombre stands. Saul y Sombre stands. Honor stand. Men, women, young people, old and young, large and small, including staff in the chairing committee. No force can stop them. They objected to Van Bint's lenient attitude. But they admired his extraordinary martial arts. From time immemorial, no warrior has killed an ox by grabbing its leg and knocking it over. This way of killing can only be legendary. The public wants to see the legendary Van Bint with their own eyes and touch him with their hands. The big matches with the participation of the top matador always ended with a wave of people flooding the sand. But never before has the monumental field won such a standing ovation for an eight-Pontineot who knows no name, does not know where they come from, does not know even the minimum principles and rules of the art of bullfighting. A corner of the arena was jammed, layers of admiring spectators piled up there. Van Bint is the center of the universe. Dozens of arms lifted him up, forming a palanquin. He couldn't resist, he had to sit on the shoulders of the forest, let them go wherever they wanted to, do whatever they wanted. If there were only public channels, circling the field and then running to the street, the situation would not be very chaotic. Here, part of the audience, especially young people, is too passionate. A bunch of long hair covering the face, tight shirt, loose pants, high heels, it's not clear whether it's a girl or a boy, suddenly interrupted the procession of palanquins, rushing back to rob Van Bint. They compete with each other to take everything that bears the spirit of the hero who has just won the glorious and unique battle. His robes were torn, and they tore them off and took them all as possessions in the blink of an eye. After the bullfighting shirt, he wore a thin t-shirt that they also ripped into pieces. In the blink of an eye, Van Bint was on the same axis. Before Van Bint could understand how his armor was, his shoes were stripped. The slow ones stopped them. The two factions wrestled with each other to win over the remaining pieces of cloth on Van Bint's body. Alas, our reluctant bullfighter has only his butt tights left. It is the last line of defense for civilized man. The impulse made the young audience forget the rules and morality. Person. Then two people. Then the three of them pulled their pants. Extremely bad, he had to react. In fact, he didn't mind being stripped even though the local police were very strict. Just wearing shorts on the street was enough to be fined, let alone perform another show of praised 7. The reason he reacted was because he couldn't stand the tickle. In addition, the long-haired young men hugged him until they suffocated. He waved his hand, the world fell like straw. He didn't mean to push hard, unfortunately his slight strain was often equivalent to the thunderbolts of a middle-class boxer. So those who had to let go of him were all wounded. As well as the sudden cheers, a scene of gratuitous and absurd brawl broke out all of a sudden. The audience hugged each other, punched, kicked, bit each other, gouged each other's eyes, strangled each other. One person assaults the other as naturally as a lung in need of oxygen. Van Bin also had to hang around for a while to turn the blood path out of the block of people. It is true that the path of blood because the blood begins to flow. But he escaped from one crowd only to fall into another. He tripped over a fat mass of flesh lying panting on the sand. Victims suffer the same people as him. Taking advantage of the situation, he gave the victim an atemi and stripped him of his shirt to wear. No one noticed. Van Bin borrowed the pants and shoes. What Western men can save, but not in terms of clothes. The fat man's shoes, made of crocodile skin, bear the name of a great brand on Rue Antonio, the dating street of tourists who crave good and beautiful shoes. Van Bin happily walked towards the sombre where Diane sat earlier. This stand is over half full. Those who remained were of the lordly class. They hoped the commotion would end quickly so that the third and final game could proceed as scheduled. However, the confusion only increased, not decreased. It was because the door to the barn was left open. It's not clear whether it was due to mischief or some other harmful cause. In it locked 3 bison. Released, they stormed out. Seeing the crowd swarming, shocked, each one stuck its head and neck and ran in one direction. 3 animals panic 1, the public panic 10. They don't fight each other anymore. They pushed each other, pressed on top of each other and ran. The merchants, the mace, the assistants, the policemen, all those who, from near and far, were involved in the profession of bison control, pulled out in droves, horsemen, and walkers, each carrying his own weapon, fighting. Dazzling field of light and hundreds of flaming red muletas. From outside the gates of the arena, the emergency alarmed field police unit parted the wave of people, neatly dressed, fully equipped with batons, cloud shields, and tear gas masks as if they had come to fight. Imposed an illegal protest, which was almost never the case in the peaceful capital of Madrid under the Franco fiancé. Van Bin did not find Diane at the old place. He searched the stands with his eyes. Still not found. By chance he picked up a pair of binoculars. He leaned against the concrete pole, patiently observing the sand. Her body is tall and slender, her hair is long, her face is beautiful, her dress is discreet and noble. If she walks on the street or waddles in the market, he can even let it go. Unfortunately, this is a forest of people. Local women have a tradition of dressing as gorgeously as she does when watching bullfighting. It was easier to grope a tiny needle that fell on the sand. Although, Van Bin is still not discouraged. He divided the arena into several equal squares, and he examined each square carefully. Due to the effective intervention of bullfighters and police forces, some order was restored. Spectators were herded to one side of the field and one by one withdrew to the gate. 3 rebel cows were pushed back into the barn. She is still soundless. Van Bin put down the telescope and sighed deeply. Where have you gone, Diane? I remember you want to die. From behind him came a holy woman's voice. Let me try to die for you. Diane looked at him with a grin. He froze, hugging her tightly. Before he could kiss, she slipped out of his arms and looked down at the field, tears in her eyes. Laughing, crying, she is the typical example of a local girl. She smiled because she loved Van Bin. She cried because she missed the bullfighter who had just died. The life of a Western girl is a poetic blend of many love affairs. He took her shoulder. At night, we go home. The sky was starting to get dark. She obediently let him hug her waist, walking down the wide road in front of the arena. As if by magic, the chaos had ceased. Arriving at the parking lot, Van Bin called a taxi. She pressed a string of keys into his hand. That's my car. Western drivers are often famous in 5 continents for their careless and reckless driving. Red light, yellow light regardless, if you like it, you can pass even if you blow your whistle, resolutely stop it, and pay the fine on the spot. 8. Women are always one step ahead of men. This inherent recklessness is evident in Diane's parking style. The two cars parked on either side are not inferior to the tradition of recklessness. Her car is quite new, the usage time is about 1 or 2 years, it is the same, but the flaps, hips and trunk are almost all distorted, not to mention many layers of paint that are patched, patchy and peeling off in large groups. Van Bin checked the switch and laughed. The name is correct. Diane was bewildered. Whose name? Her name. My name is correct, of course. Because you are a descendant of the beautiful Diane de Poitiers. He said this as to say the name of the car. It's called, Crazy, I think it's true. Everything is out of the ordinary, the steering wheel is slightly in the middle, the brake pad is under the foot, the switch padlock is tucked next to the radio. 9. I was afraid of stealing, so I hired a mechanic to assemble it. But the name, Crazy, belongs to the manufacturer. Do you like it? She pressed her cheek to his lips. At this tick of the clock, she no longer remembers the unfortunate Mana, Maine. Van Bin prepared to kiss her passionately, very passionately. But a pistol barrel was pointed through the door of the car accompanied by a small but sharp cry like a bison's blade. Provided that the two grandparents sit still. Sit still, don't move. Crazy is a crowded two-seater race car. Van Bin has no way to effectively deal with the gunman because he is stuck from head to toe. The steering wheel was sprawled over his chest, not allowing him to move. There were also the gas pedals, brakes, and leather clutches clutching his borrowed shoes. The enemy was indeed a people in the profession. He waited for the two of them to confine themselves in a tiny car, all the way to resist, before coming out to arrest him with a gun. Van Bin's side had a gun, and Diane's side also had a muscular man with a 9 caliber gun, a blue steel barrel that sparkled in the sunset. Diane ready to voice. Money and jewelry. There are tens of thousands of pesetas in a watch that accepts diamonds, please feel free to do so. The name standing near Van Bin said. Gerzak 10, my brother and I do not need money and diamonds. Van Bin's face is serious. Don't try to make a mess. I'd rather die than. The Emperor interrupted him. Assured. My brothers are decent people. Besides, the fact that we have nothing to do with you. It turns out that these crooks are not KGB or Department of Intelligence agents. He was stopped by them by chance. Their adventurer is Diane. Why did they take Diane? Although he had just met her, it was his duty to rescue her. One of them asked her. Are you Diane? She replied. Must too. Please come down. You have no right to order me. You dare to resist the security forces. You shouldn't, Miss Diane. Van Bin interjected. Ask them to present documents. One guy laughs his nose. Aha, this foreigner wants to talk. Papers, look. A gun hit the middle of Van Bin's neck. The enemy includes a total of 3 names. The guy hiding behind the trunk of the car just leaned up to steal him. He was in pain, his eyes glazed over. He was about to rush out the door, but the enemy applied a second blow, still in the hollow of his neck, making him numb, sticking to the chair. The enemy on the right holds Diane's hand. She struggled, refusing to get out of the car. One of them covered her mouth with a small handkerchief. It must have been a medicated mistletoe. She stammered. Tell my father, Luli. She couldn't finish because a burning slap forced her to shut her mouth. Unconscious, she was carried over the massive Audi car parked to the side. 2 men carried her, the third opened the car door as a driver. Van Bin fell into a state of half asleep and half awake. He could still keep track of what was going on around him, but his body couldn't move according to his will. He struggled to hold the key to the switch because he heard faintly. You go back and hit it once to avoid disaster. At first the enemy did not intend to kill him. Dee changed her mind because she blurted out a secret, inform my father, Luli. The key turned half a turn, the engine exploded, Van Bin pulled the beautiful, Crazy, to the roadside. He only had the sanity to drive there and honking loudly. The trumpeted madness is particularly capable of awakening a city of deaf patients. Pum pum. Pum pum. 3 enemies got into the Athi. In a flash they disappeared into the darkness. Police officers rushed to Van Bint's side. Note. 1. Plaza in Mexico City, the capital of Mexico, can accommodate 48,000 spectators, while the Plaza Monumental Madrid, where Z28 is present, can only accommodate 23,663 spectators. 2. The total number of matricians practicing in Spain is 190 people. From 1700 to the present, 42 famous heroes have been killed. 3. Official rate. 4. Juan Belmonto 1862-1932. Rafael Molina, Tuck Lizard 1841-1900. 5. Portuguese minister Pombal 18th century promulgated a law banning the killing of oxen on the grounds that human life is very precious and cannot be amused by the shedding of human blood, so bullfighting in Portugal carries a heavy sense of peace. 6. Carlos Aruza fighting in Malaga was once rewarded with all bulls. The hero who received the most money was not Aruza but El Cordobes. On May 15, 1988, he received $25,000 a game in Madrid. 7. Right. Please don't wear baskets, especially ladies and gentlemen, like in Saigon. That's when I found out that our country was more liberal than them in terms of dress and flaunting thighs. 8. This on-site fine payment method is currently applied in the West. Careless walking, disobeying traffic lights is 5 peseta. Panic yet. 9. Sierra Crazy is crazy, made in the West, engine of the MG 1300 convertible. 10. Gracias, thanks. Z28 Spain 200 tons of bloody gold, Chapter 4, the last link. Madrid is one of the capitals with the most police officers in the world. The sound of pum-pum was like a powerful magnet, and in a moment they were there, accompanied by a rickshaw with a long radio antenna. A short, fat policeman, mustache curled like the handlebars of a bicycle, and a can slung across his shoulder and chest, probably a team teacher, eagerly asked Van Bin. You got robbed. Van Bin shook his head. Then why did you blow the trumpet? Van Bin laughs, for talent. Sorry. 5 peseta. Unreasonable. Driving without the use of trumpets. Well, you're a tourist. We sympathize with visitors. Anyway, to help you gain more experience, please remember that at this distance, drivers are not allowed to accept trumpets. If hundreds of cars were racing to receive trumpets, the people around the area would have to die of mental disorders. Tourists get maximum concessions from the police. As for the Western driver, the fine is 5 peseta. Hello sir, wish you a happy summer vacation and love life. 1. You just arrived. Yes, just arrived. Is this car yours? Yes, mine. Wow, this crazy is so beautiful. Drive slowly, listen to me. Its top speed was nearly 180 kilometers per hour. I'll be careful. The teacher hesitated for a minute and was very careful. I ask this, sir, do not mind. Are you driving this across the border, or? Great danger. The police officer is tricking him into a trap. If it is his own car that he drives across the border, the license plate must bear foreign signs. He was careless, did not see Diane's car number, so he did not know the origin. Van Bin turned on the phone. The police officer stopped him, polite but resolute. What is the registration number of your car? He replied. I forgot. The teacher leaned his elbow on the door of the car, his beard almost touching the skin of his face. Very simple, you forgot because this car is not yours. My friend lent it. What's your friend's name? I do not think that police officers have the right to go into the private lives of people, especially the private lives of tourists. Police officers are only authorized to control security on public roads. In terms of security control, I need to know the name of the friend who lent you the car. Diane. What Diane? There. We just met in the arena. What's Miss Diane's address? Don't know. About your address, you must know. I don't like sarcasm. As a police sergeant, in charge of security on this route, I also don't like dishonest tourists. Don't insult me. Don't gossip in vain. Where's the papers? Van Bin hissed in front of the captain, and the soldiers gathered around a stack of papers that still smelled of stamped ink. You are Japanese. Van Bin kept silent and did not answer. The captain shrugged, gestured with disdain, and then approached the radio tuk-tuk parked to the side. He quickly reported the car number and details recorded in Van Bin's passport. As for the paper, he could eat and sleep well, even though it was 100% fake. It could fool the forefathers of forgery. Because it was made by the CIA's technical department. With this passport, Van Bin only had to endure one small restriction: not to stop in Japan. As for where you want to go, feel free, even Japanese embassies abroad think it's real. The police tuner hung up the phone with the central headquarters. Van Bin was still stunned, so he couldn't understand the report. Seeing him throw his stack of papers on the tape in front of the scooter, he guessed that something was wrong. Counterfeit discovered. He doesn't believe. Immigration procedures here are very simple, not troublesome, like in many East Asian countries. No visa stamp is required. Over here Van Bin has carefully asked for a batch of red and green stamps, which means that there is nothing to blame on the legal side. Or are enemy spies plotting with local security to play him? Team teacher Van Bin. You leave the key, my staff will drive. Van Bin asked. I go to the department. Yes. He went to the car with me. For what? Will my superiors talk later? I have urgent work, see you tomorrow morning, or shortly. Cannot. My courtesy is limited. If you brag, reluctantly I have to. Van Bin's eyes were hot, his hands and feet were shaking. The team of teachers consisted of exactly half a dozen decent guns. If his health is not impaired by 2 sudden blows to the nape of the neck, he does not hesitate to knock down 6 policemen. Now he feels that his body is not normal. His neck and shoulders ached, and the cold sweat continued to rush out. The police officer drew his gun again to show him. Van Bin had to climb onto the back of the scooter. Through bright streets and winding dark alleys, 15 minutes later the rickshaw ran into the back gate of a villa with high walls and a spacious campus. Van Bin's intestines were confused. He looked at the pendulum clock hanging in the hallway and felt as if the city of Madrid was having an earthquake. The long hand is close to the number 10. The short hand shows the time to come to the number 8. There are 10 minutes to 8 o'clock. 8 p.m. At the appointment with Lulio, the human will lead him to the place where 200 tons of gold are hidden. The appointment must be conducted in accordance with the schedule. In case Van Bin misses the appointment, the two will meet again 1 hour later. That is 9 o'clock. In case of missing 2 appointments at 8 and 9 p.m., 24 hours later do it again. Colonel Pitt emphasized that there should be no delay. Because the enemy can fly out. The lives of those involved are in serious danger. Van Bin was directed to the waiting room. The centurion and 2 policemen followed him every step of the way. He had no hope of destroying them because in the room there was another batch of uniformed policemen, apparently coming to report for the night shift. Who is the boss? No figure is seen anywhere. In front of him was a door leading to the next room. It was closed, with a red light above it, and dangled a wooden sign, only allowed in when the lights are off. The boss is probably busy. Receiving guests, or studying important records for example. Sometimes they turn on the lights even though they are idle and have no work. Van Bin also knows the commanders who use red light tricks to legally, music, with the baby in the office. Western men are often amorous, so he is worried. 10 minutes, then 20 minutes. Then half an hour passed. Every minute for Van Bin then was so long that without a wristwatch to compare, he would have thought it was past midnight. The team teacher stroked his beard, shook his thigh, and sang a sadhana tune too, a lively, cheerful northern folk song that often accompanies a group dance of boys and girls during the festival. Van Bin raised his voice to wake up from his lyrical dream. It's past 8:30. I have to go. The team teacher waved his hand at the counter. The captain stuck. It's too early to get bored. Anyway, you should understand that if there is a problem, the delay is your fault. Completely on him. We only act according to the law. Am I breaking the law? Maybe. Team teacher made a big mistake. I'm just an absolutely honest traveler. You will demonstrate this honesty to the captain in charge. Van Bin sighed. The principle is the principle, not only the Spanish stork, every stork in the world respects the principle to the maximum extent. Unless he punched him in the nose, he had no hope of getting out of the police station safely. 9 o'clock. The appointment time with Lulio passed. 15 minutes later, when the clock struck 9 times, the evil red light on the door stopped burning. The teacher jumped down and signaled to Van Bin. He followed him into the captain's room. He thought that the captain was also fat and round, also old, had blood of 35, and also raised a mustache like the captain. Turns out to be young bamboo shoots. Less than 27, 28. The face is smooth, not a single beard. The body is muscular but well proportioned, with a round chest and a decently small waist. The captain held a stack of Van Bin's papers in his hand, glanced at the photo in the passport, then looked up at him carefully from head to toe, then from foot to head. And yet, he circled around behind him, looked at his back, and looked at his hips. In short, he did not say a word, did not politely invite him to sit down in one of the 2 wooden chairs in front of the checkered table, or aggressively yell at him to stand up straight. He only dissected him with his eyes. The team leader clasped his ankles together. "Sub-captain, this is the suspect." The captain mumbled under his breath. "Suspect, suspect. Based on the report of the team of 14, they are women." "Yes." "Why is this person a man?" "Yes. Because of the inconsistency of the previous testimony, it seems that he wants to hide something illegal." The captain continued to observe Van Bin. The doctor observing the sick child, or the curious child observing the leopard in the zoo, thought it was so meticulous. All he needed was to strip him of his clothes to control his scars and moles, and at the same time open his mouth to count his teeth like the scene of buying black slaves in America a few centuries ago. "He looks annoyed. What do you want to find?" The captain replied, his face solemn. "Find the same." He ran to his desk, pulled out a stack of color pictures taken with a Polaroid, and spread them in a long line. His voice was clearly emotional. "Did you just come out of the monumental arena?" Van Bin shrugged. Then he was arrested by his multidisciplinary team teacher for squeezing the trumpet and then using force to bring me back to the rope. I will complain to my country's embassy. In the spirit of respecting tourists, I don't think the Western government will attach medals to the captain and to himself. The captain paid no heed to his cool, provocative words. Looks like he couldn't hear well. He fiddled with one photo after another. "You answer. What do you do in the arena?" "Van Bin is available in." "I didn't go there to have sex." "Too bad. Go and see her." Van Bin caught the unusual eye of the captain. He did not say it out loud, but Van Bin understood. He rushed over to him, grabbed his hand and shook it, his voice trembled and wanted to cry. "Grandpa, you are my idol." He turned to the captain. Call them all in here." Before the team teacher had time to call, all the staff in the outside room had gathered in advance to buy a checkered board. The captain pointed out Van Bin. "Do you know who this is?" "Fools, you are all idiots. The hero just showed up at Monumental after Manelito was cut in the chest by a 562 kilograms bull." "Ha ha. The sergeant did a good job. My brothers and I had the opportunity to face their idols." Van Bin asked the captain. "What did the team leader bring me to the department about?" The lieutenant chuckled. "Nothing important. In the afternoon, a woman drove a crazy car on Alcala Avenue, the road leading to the red light intersection. The public police blew the cylinder to stop the car, and the car continued to accelerate. The police recorded the car number and divided the search. In Madrid, security agencies are very strict with reckless drivers. My squad master happened to catch him. I ordered him to escort you to the department. He is just a subordinate, not responsible. I sincerely apologize to you. If I knew you were the bullfighter from earlier, I would have asked the public servant to put him on the shoulder, light fireworks, open wine to celebrate. You know, I'm also an apoteniov, but every time I go into the field I get a scar. I have 15 scars on my body, big and small, 6 times in hospital, 2 times in stone house. Let's stop the misconception that we'll ignore. It's a pleasure to invite you to stay for a drink with our brothers and sisters. Van Bin grimaced. Please forgive me, Captain. I missed my appointment by almost half an hour. Oh, I don't think it's too common to miss an appointment. My compatriots always miss appointments. Do you have a date with a girl of heavenly perfume? Rest assured, she will come after him all day. She should have forgotten. No, this is a business appointment. Okay. We just drank and then I personally drove him. I turned on the red light, and blared the horn so loudly that God and children had to dodge. Where is your rendezvous? For obvious reasons, Van Bin could not tell the captain where he was going to meet Lulio. Then he sat down on a chair, took the full glass of wine he had poured himself, and respectfully brought it to his mouth. Near here. After drinking this glass, I apologize. You guys are so annoying. Van Bin did not retreat after the first drink as he said because the captain was ready with the second drink. The policemen drank like sinks, and in the blink of an eye they opened a third bottle. Van Bin has little sympathy for any wine other than whiskey. For some reason this trip he loves the national spirit of Spain. He always made 3 cups of mortar. Delicious is really delicious. This Zier's thing called Oloroso weighs only 20 degrees and is very intoxicating. Its characteristic is the aroma that makes the spirit lightheaded as if it wants to soar to a high floor. The sarcastic captain explained. The Oloroso is brewed by my family, not bought from other people. It usually takes exactly 3 years to make a batch of Zier's. The best food is 20 years old. This Oloroso is the result of 35 years. I assure you, tonight and tomorrow, and for a week in a row, you will have invincible stamina. No female general can beat you. Love wine, you know. The captain of the event laughed again and poured wine for Van Bin again. It is not exaggerated to call Oloroso wine as a love wine. It is a rich and enticing Zier's, pressed from fresh grapes grown in the south. There are about 50 million trees on an area of 10,000 hectares, which means not much to do, far away from traffic roads. Each tree lives for 20 years and then dies, so it must be nurtured forever. Of these 10,000 acres, about 1% have unique grapes. Manufactured or restocked, not sold. It is love wine. Taken, it cures frigidity in women and increases male potency. What surprised Van Bin was that the police officers only blushed but were not drunk even though they drank 1 glass after another. As for the captain, he did not lose to him, that is, his face did not change, his voice did not draw, his movements were still as agile as if he had been drinking mineral water innocuously until now. His nature is to wait for everyone to get drunk and then quietly withdraw. He did not mind that the more they drank, the healthier they became. With this momentum, they can eat him all the time and still wake up the next morning. Back then, the hands of the clock were running slowly. Now he had the impression that it was moving as fast as a galloping horse. It was only 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock at night for locals is still too early, the cinema has not shown at night, many diners have not eaten. It was too late for him. He should have come to see Lulio at 8 o'clock. Or 9 o'clock. This way. He thought he could not find a way out. Martial arts are inevitable. However, he realized that perhaps there was no other satisfactory solution. He set a new deadline for himself. Final term. He will wait another 15 minutes. The second bottle of Oloroso just for him is about to run out. End of this sip of wine is steamed ale. He will give the captain of the battle with an atemi shoulder blade. He didn't need to be heavy-handed, the captain's fighters were the students who started judo. The ultimatum minute has arrived. Van Bin put the glass on the table and looked around the room. The policemen were holding hands, forming a circle dancing the sandana. This dance is flamboyant, poetically strutting, almost like a sloppy dance of couples who hide behind a legitimately beautiful post to make love to each other. The captain beat the beat with his hands and feet. His face was gentle. He was not willing to betray his kindness. But if he didn't knock him unconscious, he had to stay in the box until tomorrow. Who knows, he will keep him forever. Westerners are often impulsive. Pleasure is doing whatever you do, regardless of the consequences. He is his Matato idol. Van Bin prepares to execute the plan. Suddenly the door of the room opened, a uniformed policeman ran in a hurry, almost crashing into a pile of empty bottles on the brick floor. "Captain, Captain." The captain rolled his eyes. "What is it, demon? Do you have eyes or are you blind? Huh. If you can see, you must see the red light on the door." A red light means the captain is busy. Busy on duty. Do not receive anyone. Even the subordinates. That demon, who gave you permission to destroy us? The new policeman stooped. "Captain, I dare not interrupt. Because the director personally called the phone." The noun, general manager, is like a punch that hit the jaw, making the captain squirm. "Devil, what do you say? The manager called and didn't report until now. Kill me, you kill me. How happy you are for me if you slow down a bit." The director asked, "Where did you tell me?" Yes, I have sent him to patrol and have not returned." "Good. This time I forgive. Next time you soak shrimp, I'll break my teeth." "I'm sorry, Captain." As soon as the director called, I immediately went to the captain's room. Seeing the red light, I was about to push the door, but the bodyguard stopped him. "Take it off. You are too stupid. Captain, Ba wears a black belt in judo. If you touch him, you will enter the hospital early. Even though I'm better than Ba, I still have to wait. Last week, my friend ran a red light and was slapped a few times by the captain and sent to spend a night in a cell with mosquitoes. Yes, I scold you unfairly. Let me out. If you want spicy, make a glass." What more could the director ask? No. He just told me to call back when the captain returned. He sat waiting. The devil, the general manager is waiting. Why don't you say it? There are a few more stupid youngest brothers like you. I will definitely retire soon. The policeman stopped dancing and sneaked out of the room. The captain picked up the phone and dialed the number, forgetting about Van Bin's presence. He turned his back so he couldn't see him. At the end of the line, there was a dry cough. The director of the Metropolitan Police. Van Bin clearly heard a phone conversation between the captain of the call and the general director. "Colonel, General Manager, I just got back to the office when I heard that the colonel called." "Very good. Are you busy tonight?" "Well, in principle, I just stay here until midnight, then go home." "Very good. I have a favor to ask of you. A murder happened in another county, not under your jurisdiction. Since you are my trusted collaborator, and have professional ability, I want to entrust you." "Yes, I would like to take the car immediately." "Relax. If it's not a priority, I don't mind disturbing you tonight, the holy Sunday night of unmarried men. When you make an appointment with someone, you beg them, do you hear?" The place where the murder took place was very familiar to him because it was in the Rat Tro flea market. The address just said on the phone and written by the captain on the paper made Van Bin pale. He did not expect. Really he didn't expect it. Most of the, most wet, in the Maleta mission are, predestined stages. Because this address was where he had an appointment with Lulio. The time of the murder was 8 p.m. Now he had an appointment there with Lulio. And the victim is Lulio. If he hadn't wandered over to the Suckling Pig restaurant behind the market square he wouldn't have met Diane. If he hadn't met Diane, he wouldn't have stopped in the arena and jumped into the yard, showing off his bullfighting skills to win the beauty's heart. If he hadn't visited the arena and had an affair with a beauty, he wouldn't have been caught in a car accident and taken to the police district. If he hadn't been sent to the county, he would have been at the meeting place. And now he is dead. Die as suddenly as Lulio, the last link in the case of hiding 200 tons of gold. Playing Maleta here is not something that every hero can do. Less than 50 people are entitled to that right too, and to do so, they have to go through dozens or hundreds of deaths. Note 1. Western governments are very wise on this point. Visitors are helped to the maximum, all tricks to cut the customer's throat are prevented and severely punished. As a result, the West became a tourist paradise, and the number of annual visitors increased to nearly equal to the total population of the country. 2. Sardana. Z28 Spain 200 tons of bloody gold. Chapter 5, Secret Flea Market. Every town in the world has its own identity. The poetic identity of Madrid is the open-air flea market of Ratsheet R01. It is located in the old citadel, near the market square, that is, in the center of the city, despite the civilized society with its towering modern buildings, air-conditioned rooms, wide boulevards, straight traffic rushes. It took up most of the bumpy, horizontal alleys around Ribeiro Street. The most crowded is on Sunday. From the early morning dew, tents sprout like mushrooms after a shower, goods are scattered, traffic jams. Upper gold and lower brand, everything present is present, especially antiques, real antiques as well as fake ones. The annual number of deals in the market is estimated at 300 million peseta. Even when he was busy, Van Bin did not forget to stop by the flea market if his official or private business allowed him to visit the Spanish capital. The first reason, Mr. Hoang requested. A close friend of his inherited a valuable cabinet of Chinese porcelain, and carefully kept it as an heirloom, determined not to sell it despite the high prices paid by international collectors. No wonder a son who broke the family's death was instigated by the sneaky crooks who brought the most beautiful things to sell and bury. By the time the father was suffering, the son had gone crazy because of drugs. The stolen items had long fled the border. The father lamented with Mr. Hoang, relying on him to search for it to buy it back. Therefore, wherever there is a flea market, there are romantic footprints of Agent Z28. The second reason, he is not greedy for profit, does not need money, but he cannot resist the addiction. Antique. The checkered rat flea market received special attention from him because it was a place where many bargains were available. A photographer with 175 pesetas, or over $2, bought and played a dirty picture with two elderly women eating turnips.
When I got home, washed it again, oh my God, underneath was a Rubens painting. And this Belgian painter is cheap for oranges. Match 5 to 10 million peseta a picture. Out of the 30,000 visitors who walk into the flea market every Sunday, those who buy a bargain are very few, and those who are cheated are always many.
And Van Bin was once robbed by people selling antiques more painful than eunuchs. He likes to go back there just like the killer likes to go back to the crime scene. In fact, he wanted to meet the swindler from the past to give him a treat. Dilute porridge. The number is that he bought Queen Loan, the wife with children with him although he never married, a pair of earrings said to be from a Western queen of the late 15th century. This earring is silver, delicately carved. It is precious in that it is the possession of a historical beauty. Van Bin paid nearly $3,000 US. It was the guy who bargained aggressively, going back and forth many times. If he is in a hurry, he has to pay double, or triple because the seller says he dares to take an inch to heaven. He was excited to bring it back to Saigon, certain that Queen Loan would be delighted and ready to forget his love scandals that had upset her from year to year. She was delighted, yes. Only trouble was that she was happy not long ago. A jeweler says the historic earrings are 100% fake. It actually costs less than $10. Wow, $10 that our flamboyant spy paid $3,000. That means he wants to spit blood like Admiral Chowdu. He hopped on the plane, ate raisins for a week in Madrid, spent every day at the flea market from morning to night, but the scammer had a way of offering as cheap as candy with no sound. Van Bin went to the flea market too many times, became familiar with the shops, used to the narrow streets. However, he was still confused when he was asked to see Lulio during the flea market. What's the lack of a safe place to go there? Falling into an ambush is the end of life. The enemy can hide anywhere. The meeting place is a second-class inn, anonymous and equally suspicious. This inn is called Knife Blade. A predetermined name. Because in 1655, the year of the Ratsheet RO was recorded on the city map, it was the place to kill pigs and cows. An ordinary slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse has many blades too. More than 3 centuries later, due to an irony of fate, it became the slaughterhouse of the gold-finding agent. With Lulio as the victim. Lulio's real age is 52. But from the outside, anyone can guess over 45 years old. If he hadn't squandered a part of his youth in bloody struggles led by the left, and then had to flee to France, living in exile, lonely, depressed, Lulio would have been much younger. It's strange for Lulio to be on the pro-communist side during the Civil War. Because he came from a noble and wealthy family in the south, in a province with a warm climate all year round, green trees, close to the coast. Maybe it's the usual teenage jitters. Growing up, Lulio needed innovation and he inadvertently fell for leftist propaganda. Lulio left home, left school, gave up his superfluous material lifestyle, took a gun with them, and rolled from the countryside to the city under the guise of making a revolution. During the years of exile in France, Lulio's dream of renewal was no longer as bright as before. Lulio is more mature, wiser. But just a tiny mosquito caught in the middle of a giant spider web. The left continued to keep in touch with him. Gradually, cadres from the Soviet Union passed through France like the wind without leaving a trace. These secret agents were employees of the foreign organization of the Soviet NKVD Secret Service, later renamed the KGB. Lulio works for the KGB. He still has regular money from his family, so his financial problems are not so tight. Remaining is different. The Soviet Secret Service hid behind the guise of the Spanish Patriotic Republican Forces, forcing Lulio to receive a monthly salary, and every month to sign the payment slip. Lulio had to do nothing but provide some unrelated news about his fellow exiles. This idleness with almost no work lasted exactly 10 years. Suddenly one day Lulio was ordered to return home. Lulio did not want to return home. Partly because of instilling a grudge against the Franco government. Partly out of fear of being arrested despite a general amnesty. Lulio offered to the KGB the following definitive assurances. Just come back, don't ask questions or hesitate. His profile has been cleared. I don't believe it, because we have eyes and ears everywhere. Go home, no one knows or remembers the leader of the assassination team, Lulio, who shot and killed nearly 100 right-wing officials. The old file was burned. Yes, that's why I let him repatriate to continue serving the country and the people of the West. Many others also returned home without being selected because their records were not made public. The Franco government only pledged not to imprison them. But surely the police will secretly follow them, and when they want to, they will make up crimes to arrest them. As for you, you can rest assured 100%. What will I do in the country? As I said, serving the country and the nation. This word is broad, I need a clear discussion and discernment. Maybe the work that is about to be assigned to me is beyond my ability. Or maybe I disagree. You're wrong. We have researched it thoroughly. You can do it. And he will agree. However, he is a loyal member of the group. Whatever the group says, he has to do it, without agreeing or disagreeing. So Lulio took a plane to Madrid. As expected by his superiors, Lulio was not troubled at all. He is free to move around. All civil status papers he requested were issued promptly, no questions raised by security. He went back to the place where he buried his umbilical cord vegetables along the southern coast for a while and then got married. His wife is a former beauty queen, previously married to an earl, had a daughter, then divorced. The couple opened a shop in Madrid that specialized in exporting zires. The business is quite prosperous. Lulio was not worried about money. Only then did the Soviet KGB envoy appear with an order from the Kremlin. Lulio was assigned to join Team 33, a special KGB organization. Based on the available information, Team 33 had to possess and transport to a safe location the 200 tons of gold that General Otlov had not delivered in time to the ship in October 1936. In fact, the amount of gold dispersed by the left to the Soviet Union consisted of only 725 tons, and this gold was completely evacuated by Otlov. The number of 200 tons is not part of the evacuation plan. For the simple reason that the leftist elements of that time did not know it. They assumed that the total gold reserves of the National Bank of Spain are 725 tons. Actually, the total is almost 1,000 tons. This disparity was the result of the turmoil of the time. A tragic situation that began after the First World War. In 1923, West was ruled by a dictator. In 1931 the Republic was established. The country was seriously torn between many opposing trends, typically the nationalist camp and the pro-communist faction. The split of the nationalist faction resulted in the Popular Front bringing together socialists, communists, Republicans and anarchists. On July 18, 1936, the military launched an uprising under the leadership of General Franco. The Franco faction, representing the nationalist force, established a provisional government, and then marched like a bamboo to the capital Madrid, where the pro-communists controlled and had a permanent government. In September 1936, the nationalists besieged the capital. The pro-communist faction in the capital promoted the evacuation of gold. On the 13th of the same month, a top-secret decree was signed by the president and the finance minister of the pro-alignment faction. Under this decree, the proposed evacuation must be approved by Parliament. But not a single member of Parliament was consulted, the matter kept secret between the president and the finance minister. Finance Minister Negrin contacted the Soviet trade attaché, and the dictator Stalin assigned Secret Service General Otlov to lead the evacuation operation. A high-ranking National Bank official loyal to the nationalist faction tried to tamper with the books, reducing the total amount of gold from 1,000 tons to 725 tons. This official again arranged for the remaining 200 tons of gold to be hidden. Neither the Negrin faction nor the Soviet secret agents knew. This official is the deputy head of the inspection team of the National Bank. His name is Cabrera. It seems that Cabrera clearly recorded in a handwritten report the details concerning the existence of 200 tons of gold. It seems, is because Cabrera was later killed in a skirmish near the capital. Among the 4 National Bank officials who accompanied the golden train through the Soviet Union, there was a close friend of Cabrera named Zimaro. Zimaro was from the same country and went to the same school as Cabrera, so although their political positions were not exactly the same, Zimaro was more sympathetic to the left. They were still closely linked and did not hide anything from each other. What? Therefore, Zimaro was revealed by Cabrera about 200 tons of gold. Liquor came in and out. During an overindulgent meal in Moscow, commemorating the October Soviet Revolution, Zimaro accidentally revealed. General Otlov raised his glass to congratulate the completely lasting friendship of West and said, "The reason 725 tons of gold reached the Soviet Union safely was due to the Companeros' patriotism and loyalty to the Proletarian International. 3. With his face red as a grade, his arms and legs flexed, Zimaro laughed heartily and blurted out, "Comrade, you forgot the other 200 tons. At that time, everyone was drunk and no one was interested in Zimaro's words. General Otlov heard it very well. He looked at Zimaro with amazement, but he did not ask anything, nor did he report this strange revelation to the chief of the Secret Service Yezhov. Perhaps by the time he had already begun to think of leaving Soviet regime, he did not want to carry an extra burden on his body." Besides Otlov, another high-ranking officer heard the revealed statement. Navy Colonel Kudanezov, an old friend of Otlov's but a staunch communist, held the post of naval attaché at Otlov, the eastern port of Cartagena, where boxes of gold were loaded onto ships. Kudanezov had an extraordinary memory. A few years later, when he became minister, he asked the Soviet Secret Service to check Zimaro's statements. Spain stayed out of the Second World War. The capital Madrid became a resting and dating station for Allied and Axis spies, so the Soviet Secret Service's investigation was not hindered much. Zimaro was still alive, but he kept his mouth shut, and explained only that in his shock he spoke rashly. The other 200 tons of gold existed only in his vodka-soaked imagination. Zimaro couldn't deny it for long because his wife had heard him confide so many times. Zimaro finally confessed that it was Cabrera's advice. Cabrera is dead, there is no one left to determine this truth. With promises of money and threats of terror, the Soviet spy overwhelmed Zimaro for weeks and months in a row. Zimaro still replied that he didn't know. The investigation was stalled because it was Zimaro's turn to die. The Soviet Secret Service 5 KGB steered the investigation in a different direction shortly after the Great War ended. The year is 1946. This new investigation aims to list and trace the identities of people near and far involved in the gold case and still alive. In early 1947, a summary of the KGB medium was submitted to Stalin. According to this summary, on the Spanish side, the number of people contacted is 84 people, excluding such important people as the President of the Republic of Azana, Prime Minister Caballero, Minister of Finance later Prime Minister Dr. Negrin and Minister of Navy and Air Force Prieto, because they relied only on the 725 tons of gold inventory by the National Bank to organize the evacuation. Deputy Chief Inspector Cabrera is considered the mastermind. Zimmerau was informed by Cabrera but did not know the details. Attending the transfer of 10,000 barrels of gold, totaling 725 tons to the ship in Cartagena, there were 60 Western sailors, 20 Western drivers driving 25-ton salamanders from Cartagena to an old naval ammunition depot far from this port. 8 kilometers to one side on a hill, and finally 4 officials of the West Bank including Zimmerau followed the Golden Princess to the Soviet Union. That's 84 people in all. Half of these 84 people were killed. The remaining nearly 40 people, half of the 40 are lost abroad or if living in the country, they have changed their names to avoid terrorist tracking by the Franco government. KGB staff gathered full information about 18 survivors. They found that only one person could get the facts right. This person is Lulio. On the night of October 22, 1936, when General Otlov led a group of 20 salamanders to the Cartagena ammunition depot, Cabrera was also present. He urged the sailors in a row for 3 nights. After loading and unloading the train, he got on the car and returned to the capital. Cabrera is always accompanied by a handsome, muscular, smiling, educated, upper-class young man. This young man is Lulio. Lulio, though only 20 years old, had already made many glorious achievements for the Republican side. Lulio joined the Republican Army as a platoon sergeant. Courageous, good at gunfire, Lulio was selected to the assassination team. Due to a coincidence, his superiors sent Lulio to the port of Cartagena in the middle of a gold case. Lulio Tda Cabrera. Also by chance, Cabrera is Lulio's biological uncle. One of the weaknesses of the Hispanic people is their loyalty to their bloodline, their almost unconditional loyalty, often overcoming all political and religious obstacles. Cabrera was not as keen on the leftist Republican side as his nephew Lulio, but that was no reason for the two to be suspicious of each other. The Caribbean drags Lulio into the gold case. What Cabrera told Lulio, must wait to contact Lulio to find out. In mid-1947, contact took place on French soil between Lulio and a KGB agent disguised as a high-ranking officer of the Spanish exile faction. From there, Lulio was shoved into a web of Soviet spy spiders. In 1956, Lulio was repatriated by the KGB. The reason the KGB took this action is encapsulated in a top-secret report code FR 230 kept in the track record of the KGB general manager. The FR 230 report summarizes what the KGB and Lulio know about the 200 tons gold case. The submission has the following passage. Incorporating Lulio into the organization and using him in the future needs to take into account the basic factors. 1. Lulio is not a member of the Communist Party, he has too many personalities, does not like any restrictions, even if he is sworn to join tomorrow, loyalty to the party cannot be unconditional. 2. According to Lulio, he only knew vaguely about the 200 tons of gold. This gold is packed in wooden crates similar to those shipped to the Soviet Union. That is, the size is 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters and 48 centimeters. Each box contains 65 kilograms of gold. All the gold was evacuated by road to the southeast, Lulio's hometown as well as his uncles Cabrera and Zimmerau's. Cabrera was in charge of the bookkeeping and checking of goods, so the problem of fraud was not difficult, especially the situation at that time was very urgent. We asked Lulio several times, and each time he showed little interest in the gold business. We got the impression that Lulio knew a lot but deliberately kept it a secret. Maybe Cabrera showed Lulio where the gold was kept. Or tell me where Cabrera keeps a map of the gold mines. Lulio's attitude is not difficult to understand, he is not loyal to us, or even if he is also loyal, But the huge amount of gold makes him blind. He plays stupid so that over time, people will forget. He will alone possess 200 tons of gold. Therefore, we respectfully request that our superiors arrange for Lulio to return home and secretly monitor him. When the circumstances are favorable, I will entrust Lulio with the task of finding the gold vault. Depending on your attitude, I will decide later. In 1964, Lulio returned to Spain. At the end of 1965, a new submission was placed on the desk of the Chief of Staff of the Soviet KGB. The content of the submission related to Lulio's beach outings. In just 3 months, Lulio returned to his hometown 4 times. On each trip, he wandered for many days on the cliffs overlooking the sea. Many nights he did not come home to sleep. The most remarkable thing about these 4 trips back home was Lulio's visit to Zimaro's wife. As mentioned, Zimaro is a national bank official close to Capra. With the ambassador's permission, we sent an experienced spy to break into Zimaro's wife's home. She is old, her ears are deaf, her eyes are almost blind, and she has to sit in a stroller, although her body is still strong. The agent searched all the rooms and found nothing of note. A month after Lulio's visit, Zimaro's old wife died of heart disease. Lulio wasn't present at the funeral. In January 1966, a news that shook public opinion in 5 continents, 2 American planes, a B-52 Flying Fortress and a KC-135 giant jet carrying gasoline, collided and shattered in the airspace of the West. Your home. This unusual accident attracts a large number of international spies to Spain. Soviet spies sent to Moscow nearly 50 telegrams related to the internal affairs. This is an unusual accident because over the past 15 years, the strategic Flying Fortress B-52 has been refueled in flight, and out of a total of 1 million such refueling incidents, only 10 have occurred. In 1965, there was a gas resupply in the sky every 6.5 minutes, but there was no accident. 7 crew members died, 3 survived, 200 tons of metal shattered or burned. That was the result of the accident. However, that is not the reason why the U.S. defense has to be on red alert along with the CIA stationers in the Mediterranean region. The cause was that the crashed B-52 was carrying atomic bombs, and those terrible bombs were lost in southern Spain along the Andalusian coast, near the port of Cartagena where the gold was unloaded 30 years ago. The Director General of the CIA stayed up many nights in a row to study the file, Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow 6 is a term for atomic accident. The Director General of the Soviet KGB also stayed up many nights in a row. The drop of the atomic bomb did not concern him much because the bomb was equipped with several 100% safety components. It cannot explode immortally, nor does it cause life-threatening radiation poisoning. As is customary, he only ordered members to gather information. The reason why the KGB general director couldn't sleep was because his ambassador in Madrid sent a sensational report. According to a reliable source, the U.S. Special Forces have found 3 bombs on land. The 4th fruit, the last one, seems to have sunk under the sea. We suspect that the CIA took advantage of the bomb hunt to conduct a gold search with the intention of taking advantage of us. They expanded their operations over a 120-square-mile Mediterranean Sea, just south of the port of Cartagena, with 4 torpedo boats, 130 divers, nearly 3,000 U.S. Navy airmen, forming a 65th detachment under their command. Coat of arms of Vice Admiral Geth 7. Detachment 65 consisted of several spy ships. For example, the Misa has a deep-sea color camera, and a state-of-the-art electronic layout machine, pocket submarine, experimental submarine Alvin and Illuminat. The divers dive to a depth of 25 meters. From this depth down to 40 meters is the task of destroying mines. Up to 60 meters is the mission of the Sealab 2 pocket submarine. Under 100 meters deep, they use 2 experimental submarines Alvin and Illuminat with full marine machinery. We sent a fishing boat, equipped with wiretapping devices near the Alvin's diving area. They sent 2 torpedo boats to intercept. If we have any more information, we will continue to submit the express format. On April 7, 1966, the search for bombs ended. The 4th bomb was picked up by the Alvin. Exactly 79 days, 22 hours, 23 minutes after the accident happened. On the same day, August 12, another secret message. These two ominous ships appear to have been brought to an area north of Cartagena, a mile from where the gold was hidden in 1936. Out of nowhere, the KGB general manager made a phone call to a technical assistant. Half an hour later a naval engineer presented him with pictures and details of the Alvin and Illuminat. Alvin is over 6 meters long, which is a mechanical feat. 8. It can clearly see everything at a depth of 2,100 meters. The Illuminat ship also has a more terrifying achievement. 9. It weighs 75 tons, is 15 meters long, can go down to a depth of 4,500 meters. According to the sea map, the area around Cartagena is considered the deepest in the Mediterranean, from 2,000 to 3,500 meters. What do these two record-breaking deep-diving ships keep in this area? If not to rummage through the depths for the gold crates that Cabrera and his gang had surreptitiously thrown down. The KGB chief thought about it all night. The next morning, his hair was white. He could only laugh comfortably when the KGB ambassador in Madrid sent him a short but concise report. The two reconnaissance ships Alvin and Illuminat and other mechanical and electronic reconnaissance vehicles were removed from southern Spain today. The KGB general manager breathed a sigh of relief. He was just alarmed. The enemy is still confused about the gold storage case. He rang the bell to call Colonel Navarro. Navarro is Russian, half Spanish. Navarro was sent by him to Madrid. The ring of Soviet spies tightened around Lulio's neck. In the list of Soviet spies, Navarro was an elite element. No wonder he's been wearing the can of colonel since he was less than 30 years old. The KGB colonel, far superior to the army colonel, even such excellent services as the Air Force and parachute are also clearly inferior. To get the rank of KGB colonel, like Navarro, you have to die a dozen times. Each time you escape death in an action mission, of course, you will get a level up. Navarro joined the army at the age of 17 with the rank of sergeant. After graduating from school for 5.5 years, he immediately jumped to second lieutenant, then was assigned to the KGB. He attended a special training course for 24 months. At the age of 21, Lieutenant Navarro was sent abroad. Succeeded consistently. He was given equal praise. Why level up evenly? He is one of the youngest duty Secret Service colonels. In mid-1966, Navarro went to Madrid to work as an assistant director of the mission. Assistant because he is used to action, used to punching, kicking, shooting, killing. He is not used to thinking like office spies. When he got there, there were smoky chases and cold sweaty judo battles. Turns out it was nothing. As smooth as a sheet. His job is a boring desk job. He itched his hands and feet to ask to be transferred, but the general manager assured him with a clear directive, don't be impatient, things will happen. N1966 heavily passed. N1967 also passed heavily. Still nothing. Still as flat as a sheet. Bored, Navarro begged the general manager to let him go back to the Soviet Union to rest for a while. He begged and asked to cancel Moscow but still did not allow it. Suddenly he was summoned. Not for a break. But to face the KGB general manager at the central headquarters. Also present in the general's room was an unknown general ranking officer, a chief of the GRU foreign spy agency. The general manager said with a serious face. As you know, our KGB is only in charge of the domestic situation, and in some Eastern European countries, capitalist and non-aligned countries, it is assigned to the GRU comrades. Particularly in Spain, we put both KGB and GRU systems, in case the enemy breaks one, then the other because the enemy there is extremely numerous, powerful and effective. A mid-level GRU employee has defected to the CIA. A lieutenant colonel. He works at the Moscow Central Committee. He knows a lot about Spain. To be clear, everything related to the GRU there was well known to him. He may know part of our organization, the KGB. Surely he sells this information to the enemy and the enemy will fully exploit it. It is only a matter of time. Some activities of our department on gold have been notified to the GRU. This damn traitor can't be ignorant about it. Then the CIA knows we're tracking the gold. The enemy also knows that Lulio is one of ours. Sir, did the enemy know of my presence? Maybe the enemy doesn't know. The enemy may know your name but cannot know our internals there. As for the GRU, it's completely broken. The comrades there withdrew most of the division out of the west. As for me, I stay put. The better he knows his name. They have to send a first-rate spy. Only the file with the word, 33, on the outside was placed in the corner of the table, the KGB general manager said. Since the date Team 33 was established to monitor the gold crop until now, we have not made much progress. We have only grasped two things. Firstly, there is no doubt that 200 tons of gold is currently in a safe place in the Western Territory. Second, besides us, at least one other agency interferes, that is the US CIA, which means we will face many tough opponents. Third, Lulio has never been honest with me, he intentionally hides many important things from me. I have been reading the reports about him carefully for more than 20 years. He had a strong memory, the words he said in 1947 in France he repeated almost the same 15 years later in Spain. However, on some details there is still an inconsistency. The tapes all show his timid voice, reeking of falsehood and cunning, whenever the gold case is mentioned. Like it or not, Lulio is the decisive trump card for our mission. I've been preparing for 20 years with so much effort, I can't let it slip into someone else's hands. The general manager took from the drawer of the table a white crystal bottle containing a liquid that was also white, and slowly filled Navarro's glass. I like you because you are like me in some points, especially the point of drinking spring water all year round, regardless of alcohol. Bot Zomp 10 you drink today is bottled separately for Comrade Prime Minister. I reported on the gold case, the Prime Minister passed him a safe with wishes for success. As for me, I think that a man of steel, intelligence, great talent like you, alcohol does not drink, tobacco does not smoke, all energy is focused on the task, that person always succeeds. Now, let's drink Zom to celebrate the upcoming success of Colonel Navarro. That Sunday night, at the pinnacle of the Russian-American spy dispute, Lulio sat drinking alone in a cafe in a flea market. For some reason, Lulio grew up in an area that produces fine wines, and now makes a living selling wine abroad, and is intolerant of yeast. KY here does not mean that when drinking alcohol, your face is as red as a ripe gack or being drunk. On the contrary, the more he drank, the greener Lulio's face became. Green to white as paper. He was not drunk. He doesn't drink because he doesn't like it, that's all. Lulio lingered for a long time in front of the glass of Insolute 11. Although he loves spring water, he only drinks this brand. Not because Insolute spring water is good for digestion, or because it comes from a mountain range near his hometown. But because of his dreamy nature, the glass of water was white, frothy. Looking through the crystal he always had the impression that it was a sphere used by astrologers to see the fate of people. Although he is a descendant of his family, he has been long since his youth. Long because he wanted to do something for the country. Defeated, deceived, he wanted to get out of the net, but it kept clinging to him, day after month. For nearly 20 years, he kept a terrible secret in his heart. Many times, he thought he could say it all. In the end he had to keep his mouth shut. Will he be able to say it this time? Lulio took his eyes off the glass of spring water and looked around. Madrid is the ideal place for toad shops. The local population seems to have an incurable disease, thirst. They are thirsty all day. They drink from morning to night, from evening to morning. Drinks are open a lot, the older the streets, the more winding, the less light, the more refreshment shops. Every table is full of people. People sit close together like canned sardines. The sidewalk is half occupied. Opposite is also a toad shop that specializes in selling sangsata, chilled almond milk, and even more crowded and chaotic customers. The roadbed was barely enough for a small taxi to pass through. Unfortunately, two-wheelers like to gather on this road, so even though it is a two-way street, it has turned into a dead end. At the end of a dead end, 20 meters from where Lulio drinks spring water is the Blade Hotel. This sharp name did not come about by accident. In the past, the flea market was still a place to cut meat, then the Blade Dow Hotel was used by the brothers and sisters as a den. Knife payments often took place. Gradually the word, blade, entered history. Calling it hotel seems abusive. The hotel system in Madrid is quantified by stars. The most luxurious with 5 stars like the Ritz, from 2 stars or less is bad. This Blade Inn is way worse than bad. It is only massive because it is the only 4-story building in the alley. The facade is as large as it is tall. From the time he was still alive, perhaps people forgot to whitewash the walls and doors to turn out a different color. Rooms and furniture inside are less dilapidated because the new owner seems to have repaired and replaced a part. But in short, it can only be called sleeping house. The type of sleeping house is often found in big towns. The room rates are cheap, specialized for prostitutes to rent. It has only one rickety entrance door. Behind the door is the desk of the inn staff. They don't need to ask for the guest's name. They just need the customer to pay, and then they give the key with a piece of cardboard with the room number tied around with a wire. A grinning waiter led the guest up to the room. The first and second floors for rent, hourly. The remaining 2 rooms are reserved for permanent tenants. The tenants are all men or women who want to hide the second room. Sometimes they sneak in, and when it's done, everyone goes home. Therefore, it is known that there are tenants, but in fact many of the rooms on the 3rd and 4th floors are empty. Lulio has a room on the 4th floor. There is a room there although he did not set up a second room. He was playing a very dangerous game of rope. Heck, clumsy 1/100th of a tick of the clock is dropped. Actors walking in the circus can fall into the net below. Not in this profession. Below is the abyss. Is the cemetery. Is death. Lulio is about to have an appointment with a high-ranking CIA agent. See you at 8 o'clock. By and by. In the house sleep Blade. Lulio poked money on the table. He prepared to stand up. 30 minutes left until appointment time. Suddenly his whole body went cold. Bottomless abyss. Dark cemetery. Brutal death. After years, months, and days of working with Soviet agents, Lulio felt closer to death for the first time than ever. Death was looking at him with bulging, bloodshot eyes. Note. 1. El Rastro, Rubino de Curtidor Street. 2. Since 1740, the new Rastro flea market was established. Currently, this market may be raised under the framework of the Urban Revitalization Plan. 3. Companero means comrade. 4. Nikolai Kuznetsov, later general, and minister of the Soviet Navy during World War II. 5. Soviet Secret Service NKVD, later changed to MVD, then KGB, the author would like to call it KGB for convenience. 6. I.e. Broken Arrows. The United States alerted Broken Arrow 11 times until 1966. The bombing in the Southwest was the first time the Broken Arrow was overseas. 7. William S. Guest, commander of the U.S. Navy, Southern Europe at that time. 8. The Alvin ship is the property of the American Oceanographic Institute in Woods Hole, Massachusetts. Call Alvin to remind Dr. Alan Vine who came up with it. 9. Ship Illuminat of Reynolds T. International, USA. 10. Borzom, a famous spring water in Russia. 11. Insalis, a Spanish spring water, has the same bubbly character as the French Perrier. Z28 Spain 200 tons of bloody gold, Chapter 6, Fallen leaves return to the roots. Tied up a man in his 30s, wide chest, bulging muscles wanting to tear the seam of a tight t-shirt, sitting at the next table glancing at him. His pupils protruded out of their sockets, round and black like 2 marbles. His eyes are as rough as crockery, full of acne and scars. Seeing Lulio turn around, he quickly bent over the chorizo plate, pretending to slip a slice into his mouth. Chorizo is a pork sausage with minced chili. Sucking on a slice to absorb saliva, the body is hot. Lulio used to love chorizo. Every time he saw it he felt his stomach warm. Then he shivered again. Lulio couldn't be wrong. This bulging snail-eyed man is about to kill you. The scene of the beverage shop is as noisy as a market. Westerners are like the Chinese in that they use pubs as a place for business dates or gossip. Every day, they spend 3-4 hours there as normal. Each social section has its own pub. This coffee shop is not as famous as Leon or Ryan want the international signs everyone knows. However, it also has a distinct nuance: it is the meeting place for flea market criticism. The people of the flea market are not very gentle, as evidenced by many foreign visitors who have been cheated with thousands of dollars. However, they didn't reek of stabbing for hire like the bulging-eyed man who stole a glance at Lulio. He scoured his memory for a familiar key. It seemed that he had touched him many times, not once. Right. A week ago, he went to see the chickens. As soon as he parked the car, he stopped by. He didn't notice him, although 2 days later he caught a glimpse of him in the rearview mirror of his car. Turns out he followed him. Since when? Probably recently. He can hardly be a KGB agent. The Soviet Secret Service controlled him more discreetly than openly, despite the public. Is he a Western counterintelligence agent? Lulio shoved a chair. You need to retry the answer to the math problem. If he kills you, he has to kill him in the middle of the road, then he blends into the crowd, hiding easily. He licked his lips, trying to suppress his fear. Unless the killer used a gun, he didn't get bored. In his youth, active in the Republican Army, he was the elite of the assassination squad. Despite his age, his body is still strong. With a weight of more than 70 kilograms, he can fight hand-to-hand with the bulging-eyed guy while waiting for the intervention of security personnel. The bulging-eyed man stood still, blocking the only remaining passage between the two tables and chairs. This narrow path follows the wall, from the kitchen to the counter, next to the door for waiters. Lulio couldn't back down. He reached out his hand to push the bulging-eyed man aside. He smiled politely at him and bowed his head in salute. So he's an acquaintance. He stuck a cigarette between his thick, dark lips and bent down near Lulio's face to ask for fire. Lulio pulled out his lighter. The bulging eye took a deep breath and said, "Hello, Mr. Lulio. I am you. We help you, not disturb you as you think." He just pretended not to know me and walked out into the street. "Of course I don't know you. First strength, familiar later. Your superiors are waiting for you." "Which superior?" "Don't ask again. Damn, they hear it. I don't understand anything. Who is the superior? Who are they?" "Too bad, Mr. Lulio. It seems that they are hanging around here. They are not lenient. Kill me, I don't need. Besides, it's not easy to kill me. Just afraid that they will kill him. Hey Mr. Lulio, go out, turn right, I'll wait for you on the sidewalk of the Blade Inn. Your superiors are waiting for you upstairs." "In the Blade Inn? Must to. What floor?" "Do not ask again." The guy with bulging eyes puffed out, pretending to rub his eyes to look around the shop. He was chubby, but his reaction was quick. Just then he had slipped into a crevice, making way for Lulio. Lulio seemed more reassured. The bulging-eyed guy's superior must be a CIA officer. "And they here are. The 200-ton gold warehouse is like a sweet-smelling honey dish, and flies from all four directions around the world flock to each other in groups and floods. So many that we no longer know who they are. They are government or private intelligence agencies that crave gold. Maybe they were the Soviet KGB, people who used him without believing him." Fear has decreased and increased. Letting his palpitations beat lightly, Lulio lit a cigarette. The guests were still crowded with thousands of people, one person coming in and another going in. The empty table of the bulging eye was occupied. The bulging-eyed man disappeared behind a pile of tables and chairs on the sidewalk. Lulio hesitated. He was surrounded by people, yet he felt as lonely as in the vast desert. A young girl of 15, 16 is selling watermelons. His hometown produces a unique watermelon variety. The intestines are as soft as silk, and the pink color is as cute as the cheeks of a teenage girl. On hot nights, people often drink watermelon with a glass of manzanilla flavored with chrysanthemum. Manzanilla wine is also a product of his hometown. Suddenly, the cry of the loose-haired girl and the image of watermelons in half lying on their backs on a white zinc-lined table reminded him of his southern homeland. It was not far away, but he had the impression that it was very far away, tens of thousands of kilometers away, so far away that he could not return even if he wanted to return. Rough snail scales grew all over Lulio's back. In his heart, fear had just been replaced by panic. He caught a glimpse of the bulging-eyed man hovering over a cart selling cinnamon cola juice. The sweet scent of cinnamon is the smell of the past, full of life and hope. Lulio wanted to stop and have a drink. He is not thirsty. He drank cola to relive the past. Fortunately, the golden past gave him courage. But his feet kept forcing him to walk. The brazen facade of the Blade Inn appeared. Sweaty, he put his heel on the step. Upstairs were the reception room, the stairs upstairs, and the rooms with solid locks. Once inside, you can rest easy. The bulging-eyed man beckoned to Lulio. He entered first. Lulio shrugs at the old secretary, who has lost most of his hair, and his short-sighted glasses are half as thick as a knuckle. The secretary was crouching behind the counter. The neon lamp behind him dimmed like a kerosene lamp in the days of the Far West. It was only the third time that he re-edited that he recognized Lulio. He bared his teeth in salute and bent over his old yellow checkbook. In the living room of the inn, besides the old secretary, there were two girls dressed almost naked, with makeup plastered all over their faces. This type of play girl rallies all year round, every alley is full. Therefore, the state got bored, the customs officers did not bother to bring the tree cart to collect. They earn food and sell it openly in inns. Because they have the room number and the name of each guest. Depending on the face, depending on the person, they provide the appropriate item. Now, they doze off. 8 p.m. is too early. They only work since midnight. God Bok Mi is so evil. If the two gypsies rush in and attack Lulio, perhaps the Maleta mission with the confrontation of the international organizations will turn in a different direction. The deserted atmosphere of the inn downstairs created ideal conditions for the perpetrator to act. The bulging-eyed guy disappeared after he passed the secretarial counter and was about to reach the cement stairs. A tall man, who had been hiding for a while, popped out, his hand shining with a sharp blade. A glance at the blade, the bulging-eyed man immediately knew it was forged with Tolet steel too. Any swordsman in Europe must have heard the name steel Tolet. It is not clear with what substance the swordsmith trained, only knowing that German or Arabic swords, that is, famous good steel, can only be played with a Tolet sword in one round and they will break. Good Spanish swords are made by women. In the past, the Prince of the West specialized in sword fights when arguing about love. If you are good you will win, if you are not good you will lose. Beauty is measured by the number of swordsmen killed. In order to ensure victory for the swordsman, the swordsmith sought to learn a good steelmaking recipe. The Tolet maker also has a special talent that is not found anywhere else, it is to put gold on steel. The bulging-eyed guy was also a skilled swordsman, so the enemy's knife was missed. The tall man turned a half-turn, thrusting the sharp tip of the water-sharp knife back into the bulging-eyed man's throat. He swerved to the side to avoid but still had an injury to his shoulder blade, a piece of his shirt ripped open, blood gushing out. Lulio was stunned by the off-show knife fight between two strange men. Although empty-handed, the bulging-eyed guy still retains the initiative. The wound was quite deep and did not demoralize him and weaken his fighting technique. He leapt forward, intercepting a clumsy enemy knife line, and in the blink of an eye he staggered the enemy to the floor, the blade of the cleaver splattered near the old secretary's counter. The two gangsters woke up. A lament as loud as a bronze bell. Stop the police, they stab each other. The old secretary ran a few steps when he tripped, his face puffy. The reason why he tripped was because he forgot to put on his glasses. The bulging-eyed man jerked the toe of his shoe, and the tall man who was squirming up was hit by the poisoned foot, and swooped backwards, hitting the wall with a dry cry. The moment of shock passed, Lulio crawled to his feet and ran to the door. The bulging eye called out. Lulio, Lulio, where are you going? Lulio plugged his neck and ran out into the middle of the road. The bulging eyes chased after him. Don't. One shot fired. The victim is a bulge-eyed guy. The bullet flew in from the sidewalk. Turns out the tall guy is still accomplices standing outside. The tall guy used a knife to kill the bulging-eyed guy to limit the panic. He failed. His accomplices reluctantly opened fire. The bulging-eyed guy was hit by a bullet across the gut. He fell to his knees but did not die. In that ticking of the clock, he became stronger. The sharp steel knife lay loosely within his reach. He picked it up, raised it. Lulio is still running. He was 3 meters away from the bulging-eyed guy. This distance means nothing to a knife-thrower apprentice. Thou. The blade glittered in the half-light and half-dark air. It pierced Lulio's flesh as easily as a sharp wand through a ripe banana. Due to an irony of fate, the blade cut from the back to the front of the chest, severing the most important arteries in the body. Lulio is killed. He stopped and fell face first into the ditch by the roadside. The bulging eye was also killed shortly after. Killed with the second bullet, destroying the left eye. The distance in front of the blade inn was crowded with curious public. Police sirens shrill at the top of the street. Further away is the sound of trumpets, the hustle and bustle of patrol cars. The lightning ambush between 2 anonymous spy agencies left 2 dead, Lulio and the bulging-eyed guy. The third victim is a tall guy. Finished shooting down the bulging-eyed guy, the accomplice of the tall guy who rushed from the street to the stairs. This guy is small and white like a college student. He lifted the tall man up. Victim groans in pain. Unfortunately, the neck bone is broken, brother. The so-called second brother, harshly. Hurry up, the police are about to. He couldn't finish his sentence because a bullet had cut his throat. The tall man looked at the smoldering smoky mouth of the shotgun with terrified eyes. Don't. Another bullet hit the spot. 2 bodies lying on top of each other. The paper flower vase on the counter was knocked over by a loud noise, and the roses fell on their backs. The killer had a calm, mature look on his face and appearance of the commander. He's in his 40s. Dress modestly but elegantly. There was a strangely shaped pipe in his mouth, a fragrant smell of medicine. For those who are adept in the art of swallowing smoke, this pipe is the hand-carved work of the world-famous Cheriton III cigar maker. A set always consists of 7 pieces, each for a certain day of the week. The puffing stranger's pipe is the pipe of Sunday. Today is Sunday. One Sunday there were too many dead bodies. Oh. On Sunday night, there were so many dead bodies that Van Bin suddenly became the guest of the captain of the police. Hanging up the phone, he jumped out into the yard and hopped on the scooter. He belongs to the young, funny, aggressive, so he grabbed the steering wheel and chased the driver to the ground. He drove alone to the rat-checkered flea market. No member is allowed to follow. In his haste, he forgot about Van Bin. He could take advantage of the opportunity to slip away. But he did not dare. He is in need of a flea market and the Blade Inn is currently isolated by security forces. He woke up dry, climbed up and sat next to the easygoing captain. After driving for a long distance, he remembered the bullfighting idle guest. As a pure Spaniard, he did not regard his presence as a career obstacle. He sounded his horn, slammed on the gas, and sped on the road that was suddenly wide because all cars were squirming to the side. The fear of the people at the sound of the emergency horn on the car delighted the captain. He puffed out his chest and pumped more gas. He chose the avenues that ran through the city center, although the route was twice as long. This area is crowded with people and cars, he feels more majestic. In a moment, the car pulled up to Gran Via, Falon, the second largest street, second only to Calle de Alcala, which can be compared to Tudu Street in Saigon. Speaking of which, Van Bin enjoyed it as much as the captain. Never before had he been allowed to accelerate at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour amid the panic of hundreds of drivers and frightened pedestrians. The corner of the street, in the basement of a massive jewelry store, is where Van Bin often stops to admire the tiny museum of valuable private antique watches. However, he doesn't like it as much as the museum. The museum is also tiny and private. 5 on the right. It is the only museum in the world about save spirit. All kinds of wine from east to west, from ancient to Kim, contained in its own genuine cicada, with the label intact, all colors, all shapes, all sizes of water. 2. Burst. The captain stomped his foot and won. A tow came out from the crossroads, sped as fast as an arrow, and pulled the emergency trumpet, Bebu. Thick tangerine peel with sharp nails. At night in Madrid, not only the young captain of the police force Van Bin wanted to scream the world with an alarm. Thanks to God, the captain still had a hard steering wheel. The reaction was not enough to be damaged by the ghost, so the accident did not happen. The damage was almost meaningless. One car had a fender, the other had a broken headlight. Both don't stop to take inventory. The rumbling of machines, the clattering of glass covered the slurs of obscenities. The captain turned onto Ambassador Street 6th, starting the area of the flea market. He whistled louder than before, but didn't dare to maintain the speed from before. The road is narrow enough. The public in the flea market suffers from an incurable disease, the disease of ignorance. 50 meters from the Blade Inn, the traffic situation has been significantly improved thanks to the presence of a security ring. Investigators scurried back and forth with all their photographic equipment, measurements, fingerprints, and brief testimony from several witnesses. 3 bodies covered in white cloth were placed in a row on the stretcher, ready to be carried to the Red Cross car. The captain was familiar with most people. He waved, greeting wildly. Wherever he went, Van Bin went there. He did not introduce him. No one cares about him. A man in plainclothes patted him on the shoulder, hurriedly. We should have escaped earlier. The director called the phone and ordered us to wait for you. It's nice to be petted. We're jealous of you. Don't miss it, mate. It's just that the guy in charge of the investigation is sick, lying in the hospital. Only I have a little bit of expertise in martial arts, and graduated from a scene investigation course in the United States, so the director called me. I'm glad. What a pleasure. Tonight, I have an important dinner business, and the director suddenly called me to say that the sticky rice was spoiled. Boy, I feel like my life is about to end. I suspect someone has a bad mouth to tell the boss. Gossip. Yes, I'm sure you're no stranger to me listening to the director's niece. Later, I have an appointment with her dead father. Of course. He made me come here. I will be busy all night. She waits for me all night to cry all my tears. She will suspect that I am a liar and give me, The general manager doesn't like you. Don't like it. But he criticized me for flying. He was afraid that his niece would suffer. I love bullfighting. He was afraid that sooner or later I would be killed by a cow, and my niece would become a widow. Well, man, the more I talk, the more my stomach hurts. The victim is Lulio. Which Lulio? Do you have enough background files on Lulio and the other 2 corpses? The plainclothes man walked over to the safe, where a bright-faced, intelligent male secretary was holding a pen and jerking his jaw. Are you done writing? The secretary bowed. Yes, Captain, it's over. The guy in plain clothes called the captain of the war, with the secretary's head. An ant in the flea market knows I'm the captain of the police, so I don't need your formal introduction. Calling me grandpa or captain is enough. Do you hear? Yes, captain of the call. You just said yes, why did you forget? Give me the report. The report consists of 4 large pages, written in neat, straight lines. The internal affairs are reported from A to Z in a dry administrative tone. Van Bin read over the shoulders of 2 people. He just glanced at it and memorized it. He was half worried and half glad when he heard the 2 captains discuss some details of the report. According to the hotel manager's testimony, only 1 crook escaped. This guy is holding a Croton pipe. Huh. Chariton pips for thousands and a half dollars each. All over Spain, people with money to buy it to smoke can be counted on the fingers. This is a dark revelation. The manager is severely nearsighted. I have the same doubts as you. But soon my question was cleared. Putting on his glasses, he could see as clearly as everyone else. What about the pipe? The manager is a fan of pipes. He has smoked pipe for 40 years, in the house there are nearly 100 different ones. He only dreamed of one thing before he closed his eyes, to buy a Chariton pipe. So he can hardly see wrong. The problem of discovering the culprit has been half solved. We need only focus the investigation on the Chariton smoker. Right now there's a background point I need to ask you. The other two corpses have no identification in them. No. The examination board said that unless they are foreigners, if they are Western citizens, we will have results until morning. Name. Address. Job. Past. Wife and children. About the wife and children, have you been able to contact Lulio's family? When I called the phone, the bell rang but no one picked it up. I sent a staff member to the place. Fall out of the house and shut the door. There's no one in the house. The wife. Not found at home. Daughter. My name is Diane. She is her only child. She did not live with her stepfather Lulio. It's weird, Diane is also missing. The captain accompanying Van Bin pointed to a piece of yellow, typed paper that was blocked with an ashtray on the table to prevent it from being blown away by the fan. What is this, man? His colleague clicked his tongue and inhaled. Oh, I almost forgot. Summary of a murder that happened this afternoon in the town hall. I figured it had something to do with Lulio, so I pulled it out for you to read. Murder again. Missing days, they waited on Sunday to kill each other, forcing me to give up all the fun of dating. My eyes are tired, I can't read, you tell me briefly. The murder took place at 5 p.m. Sanchez had just left the house when he was stabbed to death with a knife. How are Sanchez and Lulio related? Pretty friendly. Friend also hometown. Lulio's wife has a last name with Sanchez. Like Lulio, Sanchez was a wine merchant. And I love chickens. Why was Sanchez killed? Secret. The killer consisted of two guys, about 19 and 20, carrying each other on a diesel motorbike. Behind, Van Bin's face turned pale. Sanchez was a man in a dirty white shirt who was shoved into a black gutter as he stepped out of the Baton restaurant, on his way to the arena. If he had intercepted the two perpetrators, the situation would have changed. Because Sanchez is a CIA agent. Obeying the orders of the general manager C. Jack, he contacted Lulio, cleared the way for Van Bin to go to Madrid. According to the program, he will meet Sanchez after meeting Lulio. This program is completely turned upside down. Both Lulio and Sanchez died. The main roles in the 200 tons of gold case all died. Only one glimmer of hope remained, Diane. By chance he knew her. Before being dragged away, she struggled, asking him to tell her father Luli. Oh my God, Luli is Lulio. He missed opportunities countless times. The occasion to save the life of CIA agent Sanchez, capture two enemies. The occasion to free Diane in the parking lot. The occasion to protect Lulio against the Blade Inn. Those golden opportunities never came back. In the coming urgent hours and minutes, Van Bin has to work alone, no one to guide and help. Like a blind man lost in a crowded street. Like a hungry prospector roaming the vast hot desert. The captain turned around and saw Van Bin. His face contorted like a beggar. He suddenly remembered that he was a stranger. He exploded. Hey, what are you doing here? He replied. Captain invited me. Too bad I have to go. As the captain knows, I have an appointment. Looking at the captain's curious and troubled eyes, Van Bin felt guilty. He just made a fatal mistake. A while ago, in the warden's office with bottles of delicious Oloroso and members dancing around, he'd considered him an idol. He no longer thought of his professional duty as investigating, tracking and protecting security. He only thought of the art of controlling an unruly bison with a square of red Maleta cloth amid the passionate cheers of thousands of spectators. Now, with the glaze fading, the police investigator's sixth sense awakened in his lap, intense and sharp. He grabbed Van Bin's arm. I almost forgot. My team teacher arrested him because he saw that he was driving a car that broke the law. Van Bin panicked. Still, he calmly replied. Yes. The Centurion showed an absurd zeal. His car is crazy, engine 1300 cc. I borrowed it from someone, so I didn't pay attention to the car's label as crazy or not crazy. I was also confused about the size of the motor. Who did you borrow from? I told the team teacher everything. If I'm not mistaken, the owner's name is Diane. Miss Diane. Lulio's daughter. Sanchez's nephew. Which means there is a blood relationship with the two murdered people lying here. I don't understand. Well, you don't understand, but I do. I have not had the pleasure of knowing his name. Danger, Van Bin was cornered. He couldn't continue the conversation because it was turning into an interrogation. Upper book is defection. But how to escape? The whole area is isolated. Police officers are everywhere. In the home. On sidewalks. Outside. In this situation, he ran only 10 steps before he was shot down. The captain repeated the question. He began to doubt him. Evidence that he hangs one hand at his hip in a ready position to draw his gun. Van Bin shrugged. The captain hasn't given me my passport yet. The lieutenant's voice was a little harsh. I asked for his name, not the passport number. Maybe his name, he doesn't remember. Maybe. This is the chief of the police, you are not allowed to joke. The bullfighter cannot obey anyone. On the field, the hero is the king, the god who is applauded and worshipped by the public. I need to remind you, this is not a monumental arena. The captain of the call was ready. Van Bin smiled faintly and did not answer. The moment of truth, Hora de la Verdad in bullfighting language, is about to come. He waited for him to hook his gun to turn the situation around, using him as a hostage to ensure that he escaped safely from the Blade Inn. Fortunately, a transformation he never expected happened. Outside the door of the inn there was a loud cry. Stop, stop. Followed by the shout, a figure burst into the house from the curb. A series of crackling explosions tore through the heavy air. These explosions were emitted from the submachine gun in the stranger's hand, directed at Van Bin and the two police captains. A tenth of a second before that, Van Bin shot down to the ground. Many bangs, bangs, bangs and toccata resounds. Security forces counterattacked simultaneously, fiercely and accurately. The strange man holding a submachine gun was shot dead immediately. A scene of chaos ensued. Van Bin's front and back were covered with blood. He was not hit by a bullet. He did not have time to check whether the captain with him was alive or dead. He just saw him fall. Taking advantage of the confusion, he rushed to the stairs. Jumped 3 steps at a time to the upper floor. In a moment he reached the last floor. The 4th floor has a tiny spiral staircase leading up to the open-air terrace. This place is not very high, but because the front is not blocked by skyscrapers, he can see the bright area of the city center with the super boulevard Castellana filled with elegant boys and girls, 6 rows of vehicles. Parallel between palatial mansions built of marble, high-class shops scented with international flesh near the shade of mimosa virgin trees. Van Bin slipped the gutter down a dark alley. The noises made by the security forces to rescue the bullets and chase the killer had receded behind. From now on, he could consider himself safe. For some reason, he was sad. Perhaps the image of the golden-flowered virgin trees on the most beautiful road in Madrid had just evoked in his mind the image of the most poetic and saddest love affairs. Spain is a country with a lot of bohemian, nomadic tribes with European and Indian hybrids. The girl is quite affectionate, quite beautiful, and quite good at dancing. This tribe lives wandering, here and there. They specialize in fortune-telling or peddling. Their characteristic is deception. They sell gold rings to tourists at exorbitant prices, in fact, they are bronze shinobi. They have another magic trick, pickpocket. Their wallet-wiping technique deserves to be listed as a master. In the past, when Van Bin went to sleep at a dull hotel on Catalana Avenue, he heard a knock on his door. The guest is an extremely luxuriously dressed young woman. She looked like the daughter of the King of Oil. This luxury does not dazzle him. On the contrary, he was more cautious. Westerners are people who like appearance. The billionaire will be refused to rent a room by the hotel manager if his clothes are poor. Children in shorts should not enter the church. Don't think that the guy in the flat suit, shirt and artificial silk tie is a good boy. There's a good chance he just got out of prison for fraud. Therefore, Van Bin kept his face as cold as money before the splendid display of the strange girl. She said nothing, just handed him the drying basket. He lost his soul. This guy's drying rack. It contained nearly $5,000. Not to mention some travel checks. $13,000 in total. An enormous sum of money. However, losing $13,000 wasn't a bad thing for him. Dangerous was a tiny piece of paper the size of a fingertip, hidden in the corner of a purse, with the address of a professional contact in Madrid written in code. Losing this piece of paper, he will have to go back to Saigon. An old spy like him being hung up without knowing how to tell is also embarrassing. He had thrown away his clothes and changed into his pajamas, he should have remembered it. The sumptuous meal, the intoxicating whiskey, and the attractive beauty made him forget everything. Only then did he remember. This girl dressed in ballet fashion, he met about 10 minutes before. Under the shade of a virgin tree. A plant that is as shameless as a human. The girl was walking with an old woman. The old woman only lightly touched him. That's all. Turns out they are bohemian. The queen has no throne about pickpocketing. The girl returned the drying basket with the money and papers intact to Van Bin and then ran to the door. He chased after him. She burst into tears, coaxing her to speak. Her mother and daughter specialize in practicing in major European cities. She liked Madrid because the climate here suited her. Her mother slipped his thick wallet while she turned away. She opposes her mother. Opened it to find too much money, the mother did not want to pay. She used her mother's tears to bear. Her mother understood the reason why she criticized more than tens of thousands of dollars, the amount of money that could help her family buy a house, and put an end to the life of praying for a prostitute. This reason is love. The thunder of love has completely changed. Van Bin was equally moved. He'd put aside all his work, lived with her, mixed with her boisterous activities. There were times when he thought he had become a genuine bohemian, he was no longer a Vietnamese descendant of King Hung. Suddenly, she left him. After a night of love and affection on Castellana Avenue there are many virgin trees. She left him even though she was still in love. She has the blood of the lake in her body, she can't stay here for long. She asked nothing of him. Without a penny, although she was poor, she had to continue to work as a pocket collector. She even resembled him in many ways. Unexpected love. Love storms. Love completely. Totally love as if tomorrow I die, I have no chance to love anymore. Then suddenly parted without betrayal. Breaking up without anyone getting mad at anyone. Since then, he has not seen her again. Although every time he visited Madrid, he frequented the places where her family and the other female prostitutes practiced. Hook. Bright lights and noisy traffic pulled Van Bin out of his past dream. Just then he went to Puerta del Sol, Nhot Mon, the town's largest construction site, 9 roads from Nhot Mon. Most public transit routes run through it. He was completely out of the flea market and the police encirclement. He can leisurely smile with native girls in colorful costumes bending on the sidewalk. And first, he needed a pack of Salem. A few yards from him was a kiosk selling newspapers, sweets, and trinkets. The seller has a young face, a flirtatious smile and watery eyes. Not pretty but cute. Although she was as ugly as a mammoth, he still had to drop in to buy mint cigarettes. In any case, she belongs to the clean water type. The number of Etancote 7 along the street reached hundreds, but only 10 paintings can capture a salty beauty. She smiled at Van Bin. Intimate smile as if knowing him from late. Newly released newspapers dangled from either side of the kiosk. I don't understand why Madrid has readers. Tiger or not, Van Bin only saw a bunch of people bowing their heads, keeping their eyes on piles of newspapers reading hot news. He spent money to buy Salem, the pretty girl sitting in the middle of the kiosk, not thinking about picking up the bill to change the change. She also did not open the lid of the glass cabinet to give the customer a packet of medicine. She kept looking at him admiringly. Glancing then she compared it with the pile of black and white pictures placed in front of her. Van Bin glanced at the pictures, his skin suddenly turned pale like a patient lacking red blood cells. It was a disaster for him. A black and white tile the size of 2 hands is a picture of him. Yes, his picture was printed as a supplementary copy by a major newspaper. Above are bold words, Anonymous Matado Angel. The photo was taken at the arena. The photographer used a telescope and took a full-body shot at a fast speed, then enlarged it and printed it in a case. Still, it's pretty similar. The reason why the girl was staring at him, forgetting all about it, was because the customer bought cigarettes like the anonymous Matado Angel, like the same mold. Z28's secret mission in Spain has been completely revealed. In the evening, the captain of the police had identified him. Now it's the turn of a street sales girl. The people here worship the bullfighter more than a dozen times the young people in the new life worship the four monsters of steak. Before he could take a step, he was surrounded and pulled by them. Citizen. Good people still know his face. Could it be that the KGB, GRU, and International Intelligence Service agents are so smart and ignorant? 3 hexadecimal successors dug the upper. In this ironic situation, he had to withdraw his parachute quickly. He dropped the bill, refused to take the pack of cigarettes, turned to the street, and prepared to rush across the vast construction site full of traffic. It's slow. There's someone on the left. There's someone in front of you. What an irony in life, people love me and accidentally kill me. The sales girl jumped up, grabbed Van Bint's shirt, and shouted. Anonymous bullfighter in the afternoon, brothers and sisters. At that moment, a convoy of police cars from the flea market, where a series of tragic murders had just happened, passed by the Nyatman construction site. Van Bint is dead. Note. 1. Leon Café on Alcala Street, home of journalists and doctors. Artists and actors gather at Gijón, pronounced Ryern, in Paseo de Castellana. 2. Told, Toledo, a town near Madrid. 3. This 7-piece set of pipes is called Crown Achievement, selling the whole set for over $10,000 from Cheriton in London. Cheriton pipes are made from the roots of a very rare wood called Erica arborea, which grows along the Mediterranean coast in Greece. This company can only make 3 or 4 sets per year. Do as far as you can, sell them all there. 4. The owner of this museum is Mr. Grasset, a Frenchman, a watch technician. 5. The owner is Perico Chicote. Guests can only watch, not taste. If the guest is too hungry, the owner offers a glass of Zeers. 6. Embajador Street. 7. Newspaper kiosks on the sidewalk. Z28 Spain 200 tons of bloody gold, Chapter 7, Z28 End of time. Nyatman Square is the boundary between the two ancient and modern areas of the city of Madrid. On the right, widening Alcala Avenue, endlessly long, with a forest of colorful neon lights, all the most magnificent things, big shops, corporate headquarters, banks, mansions, synagogues and women hovering up and down like lanterns pull troops. To the left, Arenal Street is smaller, and here is Town Hall, the beginning of the reluctant affair of Agent Maleta. Wanting to escape the grip of the public and the police arrest, Van Bint had to run towards Tilong Street. Like it or not, he is proud. From the past to the present, all historical events have originated from the Japanese sect, uprisings as well as upheavals. They're to think about the Team Stone patching the sky. Tonight, Z28 also did something unprecedented. Alone, broke the siege. He waved his arm. A bunch of people piled on top of each other. The wooden T-shirt was knocked over, books and newspapers were strewn about. The crowd consisted of nearly 24 people. Some rushed to hug him without understanding why. They assumed he was guilty of assaulting women and girls. He whipped them all into the roadway. 2 police cars were parked. Law enforcement officers poured down like a swarm of bees breaking a hive. In the blink of an eye, they approached Van Bint. Forced him to use his ascension foot to sweep in a circle, everyone in turn collapsed like a pile of straw. Van Bint chooses the closest path, squeezing his legs over his neck and leaping like flying. Traffic was suddenly congested. Private cars, motorbikes, buses, especially large buses, were swarming around the construction site. The sound of the engine and the sound of the battery trumpet masking the screams of the chase helped Van Bint become invisible. The small streets with no names or with easy-to-forget names behind the Japanese construction site form a confusing and mysterious trigram. Therefore, Van Bint only runs 200 meters to be safe. He was sweating profusely, he was exhausted and had to stop, leaning against the wall to breathe. He was at the end of an alley that was half dark and half light. The sweet aroma of wine caressed his taste buds. At the end of the alley is an open-air pub, with people swarming around zinc-lined tables full of jambon serrano, a local dish called mountain mound because it is dried in the sun on the top of a snow-covered mountain. Dark red, it is cut into thin slices and then fried with cerveza. All the sorrows of this world will disappear like magic. Although salivating, Van Bin had to turn away. It is because the newspapers printed with his image, the image of anonymous angel, is being sold by children and many customers buy and read and comment. Not only this area, every corner of the city has become forbidden territory for him. And not only tonight, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, he should not show his face on the street. Without an appointment, Van Bin's legs took him back to the worn stone steps from the market square leading down to the blacksmith Dow Street. He met Diane there that afternoon. She is the stepchild of Lulio's wife. She is Van Bin's last hope. Although she was kidnapped, he was still hopeful. This hope can be found in the El Baden restaurant. The sound of a guitar mixed with beats and rhythms from a roadside nightclub echoed, urging, bustling, making Van Bin recover. In the nightclub, people are infatuated with the flamenco. Flamenco is a national dance. Any visitor must listen to the song and dance once. This tiny and murky Knifesmith Street is home to famous flamenco artists. Van Bin's heart fluttered. In the past, a bohemian pickpocket once invited him to come here many times to perform for him to enjoy. When she played the guitar, when she danced and sang. Oh my God, the song always opens with a long moan that goes up and down similar to many lamentations of broken-hearted men and women, condensed and then pierced through the skin into the viscera and the secret depths of the cells. Nerve. It is no longer a song. But thousands of sobs. Thousands of sighs. Multi-layered skirts of colorful fabrics flutter like butterflies. Smooth calves. The bodies grow round and round. Oh my God. Van Bin felt his limbs fall apart. He couldn't walk anymore. He wanted to stop by the roadside nightclub to blend in with the bohemian and flamenco past. Suddenly he shivered. A motorcycle came from inside the winding, bumpy Blacksmith Road, coming, slowly, slowly, with two men on it. Slowly, slowly as if waiting for something. Van Bin shivered because the motorbike was 10 meters away from him, the embodiment of death. The two men in the car were not strangers to him. They had pointed guns at him, forcing him to remain motionless in the parking lot near the arena. They once kidnapped Diane right under his nose. At that time, they consisted of 3 names. Now there are 2 left. Recognizing them is not difficult. They belong to the unique composition of the face as well as the style of clothing. Stuck them in the middle of a swarming crowd and they still can't escape successfully. Their characteristics are scars and acne. At least each of them has 2 scars on his face. Every wound is long and deep. Adding to these ghastly vestiges were clumps of black, lumpy warts. The clothes of the masses follow the fashion of the year, the maternity tops, the wide leg pants, the big leather belts, but the face looks sassy, aggressive and obnoxious. Just looking at the look and the way he dressed, the gentle people got mad too, slapping each one of them. Therefore, it is natural for Van Bin to be angry. In the dark, they dared to stroke the beard of the lobster. Unfortunately they met him again. He decided not to hold back. The motorcycle was parked close to the roadside, opposite the Baden restaurant. The 2 men stooped down, looking around in all directions. One guy parked the car, hooked up a cigarette and smoked it. He kept watch on the outside. His friend pulled back his shirt to cover the gun huddled under his arm, then pushed open the door and entered the restaurant. If it's Saigon, it's a bit late, but it's still too early here. The Knife Blacksmith's Road is filled with native colors, the restaurant is delicious, cheap, and flamenco is performed passionately and seductively every night, so the guests are very crowded. Couples of boys and girls put on their shoulders, or lonely boys, crossed the place where the enemy's motorbike was parked, chatting loudly or erratically, bowing their heads. Everyone takes care of their own business, regardless of the 2 guys with scarred faces, noses and blue eyes. Except Van Bin. One of the 2 hidden behind the door of the Baden restaurant. Although he did not follow him closely, he still guessed what was going to happen. The 2 scar-faced men and the murderers at the Blade Inn are just one. They are all members of an international spy agency. Currently, Van Bin has not revealed their origin. Still, he was almost certain they weren't Soviet KGB agents. Disgusting. He was convinced that there was only one enemy, the Soviet KGB. Tear out these two. Confronting two enemies in anonymity was difficult. Now that he was completely exposed, the difficulty increased tenfold. The restaurant's door opened slightly, and Van Bin saw the bald-headed manager strutting down the sidewalk. Although he is less than 50 years old, that means he is far from being old enough. Van Bin's prediction has come. Expeditious. Absorbent. Like a joke. On this side of the street, the scar-faced guy standing guard next to the motorcycle raised his right hand. In his hand glittered the blue steel barrel of the Starfruit pistol. Gun Hour 922-2. One of the popular pistols in the action spy village because of its compact size, small size without slipping, its mortar holds 9 rounds. It's very light, the industry calls it a fur gun, so the way it shoots is maximum accuracy. The tip of the feathered gun is fitted with a plastic silencer. The soft thump is not inferior to the gentle sound of a properly opened champagne bottle. The killer is not a novice. The gun is raised and the victim staggers and then falls to the ground, back against the wall. The bald old man was quietly killed. Van Bin did not dare to despise the enemy because from a distance of 5 meters, he could hit the heart without aiming. After shooting, the killer leisurely pedaled the motorcycle to explode. His friend also leisurely came out from the sidewalk. If it weren't for the sudden disruption of a drunk guy, the killing would have ended as smooth as a soapy board. Yes, a drunk guy from a nearby dark alley rushed like the wind, slamming into the handlebars of a motorcycle. It fell on its side. 2 scar-faced men standing on the same side were crushed by the wheel. Thanks to them being good at martial arts, otherwise the shins are hard to avoid in a cast. Drunk guy rolling on the pavement. From his motorbike, gasoline spilled out. The 2 men with scarred faces swore and then pulled each other up and put the car up neatly. What they don't mind is that the drunk guy can clearly hear the curse. Without giving a verbal response, he rummaged through his pocket for a lighter. XO. Light burns. The drunk guy threw the lighter into the puddle of gasoline. In an instant, the innocent motorcycle was engulfed in red flames. The drunk guy clapped his hands and cheered. The 2 scar-faced men did not dare to pray to fight the fire as well as punish the tyrannical drunkard. They dropped the car, pulled each other to the market square. Van Bin has never been as fortunate as then. The drunk guy is his miraculous savior. If it wasn't for him, Van Bin would have given up, helplessly watching the 2 scar-faced men rode out of the range, fading into the darkness of the old quarter. Van Bin did not encounter any obstacles on the chase route. Taxis here are more than 4,000 units, the public transportation system is quite extensive and advanced, so the drivers are very accommodating. Van Bin threw a $100 bill to the driver even though the minimum payment per ride was only 5 peseta. The driver asked where he was going, and he nodded at 2 scar-faced guys who were waving a passing seat taxi. The driver understood immediately, smiled, turned off the core lights and crouched and waited. When the taxi carrying 2 scarred faces pulled off the curb, the driver said, "Buenas noches 3, you can rest assured, I'll stick close enough that they can't see." The enemy seat was relatively smaller and more compact than Van Bin's taxi, so it wove easily through the two-way traffic. Van Bin's chauffeur was excellent, otherwise he would have been abandoned on Alcala's Super Boulevard. Arriving at the Cibeles site, the driver laughed arrogantly. "Ah, it controls." Yes, the 2 scar-faced guys scoured the taxis around the construction site to check the back. Van Bin's driver wisely gave up 2 small cars to make the opposite. In the middle of the construction site is a fountain with a statue of a woman with cool skin, goddess Z28, the daughter of heaven according to Greek mythology, assigned by God to govern creation. Every time I come here, Van Bin takes a breath. Fear. The goddess sat on the carriage, her massive body seemed to shake the ground. The car passed the central post office, straight to Prado Avenue to the south, where the museum bearing the same name is considered the world's largest with unique paintings. By chance, Van Bin saw the Great Ritz Hotel hidden on the left. All those who claim to be noble and rich meet at this 5-star inn. He also took a room there. Take the room but only for luggage. From the moment he landed at the Barajat airport until now, he went straight, never had a spare minute to lay down on the soft mattress of the Ritz Inn. At night, the museum is closed, an invisible security force watches over the pink building of more than 100 rooms with more than 7,000 antique art masterpieces. I don't understand why Van Bin feels like it's still open. His spirit fluttered like when he was in his 20s, when he tasted real love for the first time. This uneasiness rose in his heart when he visited Prado. He planned to drop by for a day because he had a bunch of unfinished business. One session is extended to a week. The day he left, he still hadn't stopped feeling upset. For many nights, he saw in his dreams nude paintings by Rubens, Titian and Goya, the masters of world painting. Naked women are no longer a strange thing for young people in their 30s, let alone Van Bin who is too experienced in his 30s. Yet he was infatuated. Partly because of the artist's wonderful writing style, partly because he resembles them. Like them, he suffered from pompous disease, always craved the forbidden fruit, almost lost his head. 5. Like them, he was harshly criticized by some. Without Mr. Hoang's sympathy, Z28 would have been lost in some deep green forest. Just like the wonderful nude paintings of the Prado Museum have been shattered to ashes. 6. Without the fierce protection of liberal souls. As Van Bin predicted, the taxi of the two scarred men turned left. After the busy roads, in the center of the city are two gardens close together, the Botanical Garden and Dat Veen. 7. The enemy had to run through this deserted area for easy control behind. Van Bin can rest assured because the driver drives close to the curb, leaning on large trees that are safely covered by darkness. Compared to this botanical garden, the Saigon Zoo is just a meaningless shadow. The scenery here is more poetic. More exotic flowers fragrant. But comparing the botanical garden with the neighboring Dat Veen is like comparing the Saigon Zoo with it. On an area of 350 acres of vast land, Dat Veen used to contain the Golden Palace, the Jade Palace and the flower garden of thousands of odd knights of ancient kings. Now, the old splendor is no longer there, but tourists still see cool luscious plants, beautiful sculptures, beautiful lakes, a brilliant rose garden, and a rather large artificial lake. There are surf canoes, and an open-air theater and two attractive nightclubs. The most enjoyable night is when hugging a lover's back, walking on the aisles scented with flowers, leisurely watching hundreds of fireflies flicker, lit with dim lamps placed on the refreshment table. Sniffing Van Bin's discomfort, the driver lamented. The weather is beautiful. It's a waste, isn't it? Van Bin showed no attitude. The doctor continued. You must have just arrived. I can lead you to fairyland 10 times over. Too bad he's busy. Yes, tomorrow or Fad. No problem, sir. To his left, next to the ashtray, I had a stack of business cards. Please take one. Including my address. Both phone numbers. 41058. When I was away, someone answered for me. He has whatever he needs. Premium good. Affordable rates. It turns out that this honest-faced driver is a member of the pimp union in the city. Madrid had a large prostitute organization, serving only the elite and foreigners. Although they practice pimps, they are very decent, never fooling customers. Strange flowers from all over the world were brought here. Their single night emperor game is even more sensational and luxurious than similar scenes in Hong Kong or Singapore. Van Bin hummed, took a piece of white cardboard with braille, and stuffed it into his pocket. At the end of Dat Veen, the taxi rolled to the northeast. It's clear that the two scar-faced guys are buying sugar on purpose. The northeast of the capital Madrid is a renovated area, the street is divided into many regular squares, the road runs straight. This place is full of light. Van Bin's driver has to apply the left-padded trick. At the end of Mola Street, instead of going straight to the airfield, the enemy taxi turned into a construction site many acres wide. Madrid can be compared to a child growing up like a baby. Within the past 10 years, the area of the city has doubled, the population has tripled and the number of vehicles has increased 100 times. New homes are everywhere. The iron ribs of the skyscrapers rammed next to the convoy of giant trucks and cranes. This construction site is half completed, On the left are cheap apartments, for middle-class tenants, based on simple architecture to the point of sketchy. The middle class often went to bed early, so many apartments were dark, and those that were still awake closed their doors, even though by Spanish standards it was not late at night. On the right, the concrete work has just begun. Piles of green stone, wooden bricks, round iron are piled up like mountains. Enemy taxis hovered for a while amid the maze of piles of construction materials and drum-shaped concrete mixers and then huddled behind an uninhabited 15-story building. Van Bin did not give the order. The driver wisely turned the steering wheel into a small alley at an angle to the building, from where he could easily observe the two scarred men. Enemy taxis drove to the main road. The two scar-faced men disappeared one after another behind an open door on the ground floor. Van Bin picked up his pocket to get more money for the driver. He did not hand over the bill as planned. The driver spread his hand and smiled, revealing 2 teeth. Van Bin flipped his elbow. His fist hit the doctor's chin. The victim fell onto the mattress. He carefully added an atemi with the tip of his finger. The driver will be in a coma for at least half an hour. He knocked unconscious not because he wasted money but because he had just caught a glimpse of the victim's eyes. At first glance, it seems time. Van Bin tore off the strings of the marquee and trumpet strings, stuffed the key of the switch in his wallet, and then approached the massive 15-story building. He didn't break into the front door. He guessed that this was the enemy's temporary den, so the enemy had to set up guards.
He found the way upstairs without much difficulty by spiraling the firefighting screw on the side of the pin. He knew 2 scar-faced men who were stumbling up to the 10th floor. Because there was a glimmer of light from an apartment on the 10th floor. This place is not connected to electricity. Probably candlelight. The food in the afternoon was completely digested. The stomach was empty. Van Bin was exhausted.
Tired but dare not rest well. When he got there, he did not dare to breathe. He took a deep breath of oxygen and jumped out the window. The lighted room was in the middle of the 10th floor, nearly 20 blocks from where he was hiding. He couldn't use the front corridor. He had to cling to the railings of the balcony behind the pins, and toss himself from room to room like an amateur in a circus. There were no moons and stars, no lights, but Van Bin never lost his hand thanks to the newly painted bars that were still iridescent colors to help him see clearly in the impenetrable darkness. In a moment, he approached the room with the suspicious light. He was overjoyed. There was a voice inside. Voice of members reporting to superiors. As planned, I called him out into the street. He left immediately, without a doubt. My brother and I just slacked. Die now. Yes. No one saw. Of course not. There was only one small problem after the work was carried out smoothly. The motorcycle caught fire and had to be abandoned. Great danger. Police arrest. No. The fuel tank was melted, met with sparks, and we couldn't save it in time. Besides, this is our car, wrong, so we are not afraid of being traced by the police. It doesn't matter what you think. We'll work hard to stay here. Take care of small children. Yes, something to guard. She's tied up and her mouth is covered with duct tape, hard as a thorn in the side room, you don't have to worry. One sleeping, one awake. Split until tomorrow morning. Why don't you take the baby? Still waiting for orders. Besides, the security forces have put stoppers on the roads to the city. Take it easy, there's no need to rush. From there to here, have you opened your eyes wide? As wide as the Atlantic Ocean. An ant chases us, we also know. I really hate talking nonsense. Sir, I do not brag. Please bring the guaranteed output. 100% secret. Good, I will give you a big reward. Come back man. Loud mañana. Hada mañana means, to tomorrow. The 2 scar-faced guys will stay in this spacious and deserted 15-story building until tomorrow. Little one, means Diane. Van Bin can free her as easily as turning his hand. The sound of greetings and then the sound of shoes clattering towards the stairs. The superiors of the 2 scar-faced men began to converse. You sleep on the other side. I'll call again later. Each child gets 2 hours off. Hey, 2 hours sleep already. In your opinion, you have to sleep all night. What's the pitiful thing to do? Here it is, I suggest, both of you wake up. If you like to stay awake alone. Don't tempt me. Let me finish talking. I want to sleep, see the grave. The reason I talk about waking up is because on the table there are bottles of wine and a mountain of food. The child's, not yours. Touched, brother broke his teeth. Then I reported that the child ate it. Z28 is delicious, you can die, you can criticize it. A string of obscene curses erupted. Next is the sound of pulling chairs, the sound of bottles and cups, the sound of buttons being opened, and the sound of wine pouring into glasses. Van Bin was tired of saliva. His empty stomach is ready to accept any food, let alone the pekseeb that was once considered the #1 attraction by the locals. Pekseeb is a unique type of clam found only along the coast of Spain, round shape, as big as a little finger, soft shell, people pick it up in rock jams, boil it in salted water and then chill it, drink alcohol. Its meat is fragrant, almost like crab meat. On this 10th floor, aside from the 2 scarred ones, there were no other enemies. They were swooning at the table again. Van Bin can safely break into Diane's cell. The faint, yellow glow he had seen earlier belonged to a single candle. Van Bin crept closer. He put the soles of his shoes as soft as fallen leaves. Even if he unintentionally made noises, the 2 scar-faced guys didn't care. In the blink of an eye, they drained the first bottle of wine. They sat with their backs to the door. Through the wooden gap, Van Bin saw a rickety wooden table and a few rag plastic chairs. A bottle of wine was lined up along the base of the wall. Cold food consists of many large packages of oil paper that are opened wide right on the flowered tile floor. With that amount of food, even a squad of burly men could not finish eating. This shows that the enemy used this uninhabited room as a temporary headquarters for many days. The next room, where Diane was locked up, was engulfed in darkness. Door closed. Not with a lock, but with an iron chain. If the lock is locked, Van Bin can fix it quickly. His art of keyless unlocking has made many masters in the village passing by internationally praised. This is another big iron chain, with an equally large lock. It takes a long time to open it. He circled the balcony behind him. As if by magic, he clung to the gutter and passed it to the window of the next room. Modern tinted windows usually consist of a layer of clear glass, with a fringe inside, without a wooden louvre door. Therefore, Van Bin removed the millet within a few seconds. The chatter and chatter of the 2 scar-faced men rang in his ears clearly, as if they were sitting side by side. Van Bin jumped into the room. He hid in the corner, daring to observe. This room is empty. In the middle of the room, there is a thick mattress, with someone lying on it.
Van Bin knelt down and recognized Diane. He saw her eyes widen. On her body, the most worth the money is the neck. Just by looking at her bare neck, people knew she was beautiful. Indeed, burying her in the shoulder-deep soil and asking if her body is beautiful or ugly, any experienced man will answer without thinking, beautiful, very beautiful. She saw him. She stirred, wanting to call out his name, but she couldn't make it out. Van Bin slowly removed the tape covering her mouth, and at the same time put his index finger on her lips with the intention of telling her to be quiet. She immediately understood his tacit command, and answered by nodding her head several times. Van Bin helped her up. By chance she pressed her chest against his shoulder. And she kissed him. This is not a random kiss. She kissed him very close, long and passionately. He felt a salty taste at the tip of his tongue. She cried. Cry for joy. He leaned in her ear and whispered. I don't ask anything. You came to save me. Just follow him. She whispered back. I am ready to follow you to the ends of the earth. If necessary, follow him to the other side of the world. Saying. I'm not kidding. I'm telling the truth. I love you very much. Loving you can die. Met you in the Baton restaurant, I fell in love with you. Only then did I love him on an average. When I know that you are the ultimate matador, my love for you increases 100-fold. At this moment, it increases 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 1,000 times. Why? Because I know you are Van Bin. I told you that my name is Van Bin. I didn't notice it then. After being kidnapped by them, I learned that Van Bin was Colonel Z28. Oh my God. I called the heavens a little low lest they hear. My father mentioned your name affectionately and respectfully. He always longed to meet a brilliant and talented person like you to discuss. Later, I'll take you to introduce to my father. Lullius? Yes, my father is Lulio. He sighed and said nothing more. With great intelligence, she read the depths of his sigh. She held his hand, her voice trembling. Accident? He replied briefly. Must too. My father is dead. KGB Soviet assassination? Not clear. Strange. What about my mother? Maybe at peace. You seem to know quite a bit about your father's deeds. The Director General of the CIA sent me here to interact with your father, when his father died suddenly. Now I can only rely on you. Yes, I know quite a lot. My father thought in advance that they wouldn't leave him alone, so most of the secrets were told to me. I wholeheartedly help you. Shish. There was the sound of shoes in the hallway. The sound of a person's shoes. One of the two drunkards, with a guilty conscience after drinking a few bottles of wine, staggered and kicked Diane's leg to the room where Diane was locked up for control. Hearing the sound of his shoes was enough to measure the level of intoxication. Not yet drunk enough to fall to the ground and sleep like a pile of straw, but not awake anymore. Maybe he's even more sober than his friends. Proof that he was both frustrated and slurred. Bastard. Ha! You're a bad guy, just picked up a bottle and died. Open your eyes, look at me. I eat 2 bottles and are still healthy. He laughed and called out Diane's name. Baby, where are you? The rustle of iron chains. He was so drunk that he couldn't open the letter lock. He cursed for a second and then muttered. Hell, this lock is mine. I set the numbers myself, I locked it myself. I was born at 5 o'clock, December 14th. I put the number 51412. Why can't I open it? Too bad. My fingers are numb, my eyes are blurred and I can't see anything. It's okay if I get drunk. How can I be so drunk? Ha! The drunk fell to the floor of the hallway. A few more vulgar curses and then he snored loudly. Van Bins smiled and looked at Diane. If the scar-faced man wasn't drunk, he couldn't open the letter lock because the candlelight from the next room wasn't bright enough for him to see the rather small numbers. This door is an iron cotton door, a common door type of bin nail. It's just waiting to be glazed and hung. The iron chain was as big as a toe, which ordinary thief pliers could not break. In addition, the almost absolute solidity of the German-made letter lock. 51412. Once he knew the number, it was childish to open it. Van Bin handed his lighter to Diane. The wind blew too hard, she cupped her hands clumsily, so she turned off the light when it was on fire. 5 times on fire, turned off like that. She blurted out. I'm stupid, so stupid, brother. He comforted her. No problem, you'll be able to open it. He really opened it. Each fire, extinguished in about 1/100th of a second, although this is very short, but added together is enough for him to guess the position of the numbers, and help him open in the dark after the lighter runs out of gas. Fuel, no longer red. He turned the lock 5 times and then pulled it gently. He pulled the door open and poked his head out to see the movement. The drunk man continued to snore like a bull. He kicked him away, the snoring still did not decrease in intensity. In the next room, his friend was face down on the table amid the Pexib and empty bottles. Van Bin held out his hand for Diane to hold because he noticed that her steps were erratic, the result of many hours of shackling and bleeding on her limbs. He lovingly asked, "Can I still walk?" She lamented. "Tired and in pain. Let me hold you in my arms. I really want to flirt but I am afraid. His hands are busy, it will be difficult for him to respond in the event of an ambush by the enemy. I hold your shoulder, walk for a short distance and recover." The enemy tortured me? No, they are treated quite kindly. After kidnapping, they drove me straight back here. I was blindfolded so I don't know where this is. At first the commander invited me to sit in a proper chair. He explained that the reason he kept me was to put pressure on my father. Although I am not a biological child, I am very pampered. According to him, his staff is going to invite your father to meet you. Moments later, the commander suddenly changed his attitude. He seemed unusually worried and confused. He went out for a long time, apparently to contact the center by radio. I saw him holding a small walkie-talkie in his hand, thinking that his superiors are not far away. The range of this phone is 3 kilometers. Does he speak Russian? They all speak Spanish. Their voices, however, were a little slurred, indicating that they were not born in the land. The two scar-faced members had European stature, complexion and appearance, and as for the commander, he had many Asian features. Upon returning, the commander pulled up a chair across from her and began questioning her about 200 tons of gold hidden during the Civil War. He just munched on the same single sentence over and over again. Ask her to tell me the location of the gold vault. I shook my head and said, I don't know. He coaxed and threatened and coax. Finally, he proposed dividing the 4 continents. I got 40%, which is about 80 tons of gold. I continued to shake my head. I don't understand why he just raised his hand but didn't dare to do evil. I had the feeling that his superiors had given me clear instructions about me. The interrogation was going on in the tickle scene when in the walkie-talkie there was a cry. The commander took the walkie-talkie out like before. A few minutes later, he and 2 scar-faced guys tied me up like a sausage and threw me into this room. The 3 of them dragged each other to unknown places. The commander sat down. 2 scar-faced men went downstairs. They went up for a moment when he appeared. She stopped talking. Van Bin's eyes were heavy. He suddenly had a hunch that something strange did not fit the scene. Something lacks smoothness. Something stuck. Something is out of order. It had gills, silver, and had no distinct shape, so he could only smell it from afar, but not see it. Anyway, he still hesitated. He said, "Stay close to me, in case the enemy attacks you. Don't panic and run away. Just stay where you are and let me deal with it. I have to go down 10 floors in all. Pretty hard for me. I'm going to go." Suddenly remembering something, Van Bin signaled to Diane to stop and wait for him. He returned to the room with the flickering candle. The scar-faced guy put his head down on the table, still maintaining the same position. Without hesitation, Van Bin slashed Atemi with his hand across the hollow of the victim's nape. His fierce blow broke the victim's neckbone. He fell back on the ground dead instantly, eyes wide open. The second guy lying in the hallway was also brutally killed by him. After all, he didn't want to kill. The 2 scar-faced men were mere squirrels, blindly obeying their superiors' orders. Reluctantly, he had to give up. He acted quickly, but he did not let Diane see it, fearing that she would feel compassion and he would have to let go. She asked him, "What did you do in that room?" He lied. "To retrieve a forgotten item." Dark stares. Van Bin miscalculated Diane's endurance. She didn't stop to catch her breath. She walked straight down. Seeing her tenacious, he was half happy and half worried. Glad that he met a partner of equal weight. But worried because the kind of tireless woman like her often negatively affects work. From the 10th floor to the ground floor, Van Bin did not touch anyone. The road that runs past the apartment building is dark and lonely at night. He caught a glimpse of a black taxi parked in a nearby dead end. His driver was lying unconscious on the mattress. He believes so, even though he has a high level of martial arts capital. He pulled her hand. "I wait for you here." She pointed to the taxi. "Your car?" He replied. "Yes, he just heard a small noise. It's safer for you to hide behind these rocks. It's not scary that he was attacked by himself alone." The taxi protruded the trunk towards Van Bin. It is a French style of row number 4, square like a box. Its cake is very high. It is made in Spain by Fossa, square and heartless. Therefore, Van Bin had to approach the car to see the person lying inside. He stooped, his spirit extremely urgent. His sixth sense could hardly be derailed. He grabbed the trunk of the car and slowly stood up. Suddenly, someone on his side grabbed him by the back of his shirt. Then a shining blade was near his neck, accompanied by a sharp voice. "To stir is to cut off the head, to be silent is to live." As if he had smelled it before, he was ambushed by the enemy. Note 1. Flamenco, flamenco. 2. The HR.922 IE Harrington Brother Richardson 922, bantamweight made in the United States, priced at about $30. 3. Buenas noches, good evening, like French bonsoir. 4. Goddess Zibin, Sibelius, Spanish, Cybele, French. 5. The painter Francisco de Goya, 1748–1828, has 2 special paintings in Prado depicting the Duchess of Alba, one dressed, the other naked. At first Goya painted nude. The Duke heard the news, got angry and demanded to see the paintings. Goya had to quickly paint more pictures with clothes and thus escaped death, very similar to our Z28. 6. The Prado Museum has extraordinary nude paintings by Rubens, 1577–1640, and Titian, 1490–1576. At the end of the 18th century, many people found it offensive and planned to destroy it, but fortunately, some people secretly hid it elsewhere for 30 years. 7. El Retiro, the author roughly translates as Dat Veen, the Garden of the Recluse. 8. Cuatro is number 4, uno, or una, is number 1, cero is number 0, cinco is number 5. Madrid phone has 6 numbers, Saigon has 5 numbers. 9. Pexibi realizes. Z28 Spain 200 tons of bloody gold, Chapter 8. Sleep is too expensive. Van Bin recognized the familiar voice of the taxi driver. He was knocked unconscious by him, now he waits for him to put a knife to his neck. It was just an all too common form of tit for tat. Sowing the wind, of course, he must reap the storm. He pretended to be surprised. "I'm here, driver," the chauffeur said as if. "Yes, I know you. Unlucky you see me tonight, special agent. Don't mess around, listen to me. No one dares to oppose a special agent unless they want to turn into a pile of Fambrit." 1. Special Scene is a newly formed security force, consisting of a select number of police officers who are well trained in close combat, with the task of disguised as taxi drivers, night guests to eliminate robbery, blocking money or rape. Social evils increased sharply after the tourism movement attracted millions of tourists into the country. The participation of the special police team contributed to the healthy situation of the town of Madrid. Thieves and international thugs are more afraid of special circumstances than children are afraid of boggarts. The driver cum special duty officer has every reason to firmly believe in his ability. Because your blade is a press blade, controlled by a button. With a click, the sharp blade can penetrate from the nape of the neck to the pharynx, severing the arteries and nerves of the neck, causing death in the blink of an eye. Van Bin is no stranger to the presence of the special scene team. When he was in Saigon, he had heard a lot about them. However, he was not bored. What is the difference between the skill of the knife and the knife skill of the masters of the Chinese mainland? More than once, he had turned death into life, although the tips of the willow masters were right at his neck. Van Bin was just a little annoyed. There's no shortage of taxis in the city, so why did he get into a special police taxi? Crazy consequences await him for forcing him to kill the driver. The driver ordered Van Bin. "Now you know who I am, so you should obediently open the car door and get in." Van Bin was as happy as opening a festival in his heart. The driver ordered him to get in the car, which meant that Diane had not been exposed. His joy was immediately extinguished because Diane, representing the eternally multifaceted woman, spoke. "Po favor, too." The special driver paused. He did not expect him to go with a maidservant. She kept hiding in the dark. Let him handle it, everything would end smoothly and victoriously. She thought showing up with an apology to Po favor would turn the tide. She made him more stuck, yes. The driver banged on the car door. Van Bin was locked inside. Diane thought that the special scene driver had not heard the voice, so he repeated it clearly and loudly. The doctor raised his jaw. "What do you want to say again?" The driver of the special scene wisely stood a little far from the car door. Van Bin could not put his head out to grab the blade in his hand. He had to abandon his plan to suppress the driver because Diane had foolishly shown herself in the middle of the road. In addition to the blade, the driver also wore a gun under his arm. He saw him opening his shirt pocket. He was careful in case he lost his knife. His gun is more dangerous than the blade. Eternal woman for thousands of years, woman has always been synonymous with trouble, sorrow and trouble. "Hi, I want to negotiate." Sitting in the car, Van Bin almost laughed. Mediation, tea leaves are evil capital as old as the earth. Not only his slow-growing Asia, the brilliantly civilized Western countries also like bribes. The doctor sneered. "This person is. What's hers?" "Husband." "Yes, my husband. What have you and your wife done in this newly built building?" "Whatever, leave us alone. You and I are Spaniards, you must know that Westerners are not curious and meddle in other people's affairs." I'm a special agent. So I just negotiated. What does your husband do? Your silly question does not deserve to be posed to the Spaniards. Westerners just like leisurely roaming, laughing and chatting. Only the poor have jobs. Noble people stay at home. Or looking for pastimes. My husband is an earl. Earl, eat do. Don't mess. My husband accidentally hit him, I am ready to compensate for the damage. How much? How much money are you asking for? State officials are not allowed to take money from the people. But this is not a crime of corruption because this is not a bribe but a compensation. He was almost injured unjustly. He needed money for medicine and nourishment. The dream of the Madrid people is to eat and drink at the Hawk restaurant, once a year is very majestic. I would like to give you enough money to eat at Hawk 2 meals a day, for a consecutive month. Thank you. How much does a month mean? Each meal 500 peseta, a day 1,000, you spend a month 30,000. Miss, you are a woman, do you like or hate gallant men? Got it, he wants to invite more girlfriends. Quite a lot, sir. My husband was impatient, in a second I had to pay 30,000 peseta. He demanded more, I was afraid of not knowing where to dig. It's up to you. If she cheats, her husband will go to jail. Assaulting a special agent is not uncommon. 5 years in prison is a lenient sentence. Not to mention the years of exile. Ha, the faucet is as sloppy as you say, you don't dare to be corrupt. 40, bear it? 60, not less than a centimeter. $60,000 in exchange for new dollars is more than 850 dong. 45,000, final price. Just don't bear it. As a sign of goodwill, I have reduced to 5,000 pesetas. 55,000 is the final price. Can't help it, Van Bin burst into laughter. Both sides offer the final price. Underwear that is bargained as close as buying and selling in the market. With a serious look, the special police officer shrugs him off. Diane also said, "You let me bargain. Making noise, other people hear the sound, it costs a lot of money." Uncle followed. When others hear the voice, the number of voices will be doubled or tripled. Now what do you think? Final price. No more coins. What do you do with spells, miss? Spaniards like you and I both have a tradition of bargaining in our blood. In good faith, I added 5,000 less. Final price. This time, Van Bin had to cover his mouth with his hands to keep from laughing. Neither Diane nor the special agent cared as much about his paradoxical attitude as before. The atmosphere lost all tension, they became happy, close like old friends. Diane poured all the money in her purse down the hood of Foss's car. Counting over and over again is still not enough. 50,000. The special driver grimaced. This can't be. Diane begged. I will bring the missing part to your house tomorrow morning. The driver sighed, his face sullen. You come to my house to let my wife's children eat my salad. Nothing to hide, I have 2 rooms, unusually generous. I divide the second room. He hesitated for a long time, refusing to put the silver in his pocket. Perhaps he was reminiscing the jealous scenes of Ha Dong lions. That laziness leads to unexpected disastrous consequences. A beam of motorcycle headlights appeared at the junction 10 meters away from where the taxi was parked. In the blink of an eye, a patrol policeman wearing a white painted helmet and uniform, piled a bag next to the side of the car. The driver did not have time to hide the pile of peseta lying on the hood of Foss's car. The patrolling policeman's owl eyes had seen it. He sat still on the motorcycle, his voice bossy. What are you doing here, gentlemen? The doctor replied. I'm a special agent. Seeing these 2 men walking in the dark, I thought they were wrong, so I stopped to review the papers. They are completely honest people. I was about to return the papers when he came. Is this taxi yours? Of the special scene department. You have no right to question a special agent. There are few inquiries. I also asked him to show his identity card. For special police, patrol police are subordinates. I have the right to look at your paper, you don't have the right to look at my paper. Right, but the special situation of being caught taking bribes no longer has any rights. The pile of silver on the hood was about 50,000 pesetas. The other 2 grandparents, why bribe? Van Bin and Diane were silent. If the special scene driver was not too greedy for money, the unfortunate mess would not have happened. Whether he wanted it or not, Van Bin was dragged into a situation where he couldn't help it. He killed the driver earlier. Now he had to kill both of them. The driver shrugged, picked up the money, divided it into 2 equal parts, and gave 1 part to the patrolman. The policeman frowned. "What's up?" You can't play that game with me. Nearly 50 in all. Give him 3, I only take 2. That was absolute sympathy. Maybe 30,000 peseta, he still criticized a little. Take it off. Don't make me angry. Wow, you are so difficult. Those 30,000 that shook their heads. Well, I have to sacrifice the maximum. He took 40, I asked for 1 in return, and took the fragrant herbs. It's as hard to find a cop who is determined to criticize money as it is to get a sip of water in the hot desert. Yet, this patrol policeman is a miracle drinker. He quickly pulled out a gun from his belt and pointed it in the middle of the special police officer's face. "Raise your hand. Turn your back." The doctor panicked. "Are you going to treat me badly? After all, we are also colleagues. I don't want to work with a corrupt guy. Hey, raise your hand, turn your back. The gun is loaded properly, don't be silly and die in vain." Ask him to think again. I just made money for the first time. From now on, I'm sorry. A stubborn face like you, just eating money for the first time? Don't try to trick me. Hurry up, I already know your tricks. He pretended to beg, buying time to wait for me to take advantage of the gun. Ale and this woman opened the car door and climbed in. The man sitting in the car kept his position. Ale, hurry up. The chaplain lamented. And me, can I get in the car with them? The patrolling policeman replied briefly. Okay. His motorcycle was parked nearly 2 meters from the car door. At this distance, the patrolman could hit the people inside out of the aiming stick. Diane was seated in the front row. The special scene driver was putting his hand on the doorknob, preparing to open it. Invisibly, he turned into a shield between Van Bin and the armed policeman. Diane seemed to have guessed his intention to counterattack, as evidenced by the fact that she didn't say anything, although she still kept an eye on him. He held his breath, his muscles tensing in anticipation. The cab door opened. The special scene driver stooped and was about to step up. Van Bin rushed out. His forehead hit the driver's chest. The victim fell on his back, hitting the patrol officer, causing him to stumble. However, he was also able to shoot bang, bang, 2 times in a row before being always shoved by Van Bin and fell into the car with the engine running. The motorbike weighing nearly 200 kilograms was erected neatly on a solid iron fork that was tilted. The policeman's left hand was broken from being inserted through the revolving wheel. He let out a cry of pain and the gun fell from his hand. Van Bin stood up straight, his whole body weight was on his left foot, and he threw his right leg. His kick was hooked across the victim's armpit, where many key points were located. He deliberately beat to death, so all his power was used. At the same time, his 2 arms spread out into the most rectangular shape. The special scene driver just crawled up and hit his palms. Like the policeman, the driver died instantly. The way to launch a single kick with 2 palms is called the death kick in the Luke Union rites of the Shaolin Temple. It has the effect of hitting many people at the same time in a fight. Any Shaolin martial artist must learn the basics of kicking death, but it takes a master fighter with a lot of practice to master the secret to being able to destroy 2 or 3 opponents in the blink of an eye with his hand in hand. Legs spread out together like a bird flapping its wings. Diane was shocked with her hand to her face. You killed them? Van Bin picked up a stone from the side of the road and smashed it into a Motorola radiophone mounted on a police van. The hum of the machine was muted. He pointed to the machine and explained. There's no other way. The patrolman called the station to report. Van Bin turned around the front of the car, opened the taxi door on the driver's side, and got in. Still wondering, she asked him. Same with the 2 scar-faced guys upstairs? As he asked the question, he replied. Also. The police will arrest you. This case only happens if someone sees it and reports it. Did anyone see? Have. It's dead. It's okay. He sees clearly without denouncing, never denouncing. Diane looked down at the counter, didn't answer while Van Bin drove the fossa mat out of the construction site. She raised her head, her voice full of confusion. Do you like to kill people, like to shed blood so much as a spy? He clicked his tongue. If you don't like to kill, you must like to kill. Besides, if I don't kill them, they kill me too. Like they killed my father. Like they killed Sanchez. Oh my God, my uncle Sanchez was killed. Sanchez is the uncle on the maternal side. I got it. They excluded everyone involved in the gold hoard. Mean. Which means they're trying to kill you. I haven't, at least for now. Why? Because I'm the last person in the gold vault case alive. Kill me, that's all. Therefore, I must live. Live to lead them to the hiding place. As for me, I don't know the location either. I only know where my dad keeps his drawings and important papers. That's more than enough. I'm no stranger to your work. This time is relatively not late, I still refuse or accept. Sometimes you refuse, I won't force you, I'll drive you where you want. And then? We broke up. He tells the truth? Maybe a dark story he joked about. You abandoned the gold business? Probably. You work for people, not for yourself. I'll tell them I'm powerless. Even if he did it on his own, he would always abandon it. There are many things in life that are more expensive and more precious than a 200-ton gold store. Your attitude is difficult to understand. It is easy to understand. I agree to help you mean accept the dangers to come. That means holding death in your hands. I'd rather you go away, I'd rather you refuse, my conscience is less tormented. I love you? This question is hard to answer. Yes is not right, no is not right. The car arrived in the crowded northern part of the city. Without an appointment, Van Bin drove to Gat Street, 4. The person named for this street is a writer with a deep pen who digs deep into the deepest secrets of the mind to study and understand all the worries between boys and girls. Gads's work has been analyzed and studied by Van Bin because it contains the basic principles of semiotics. 5. The science of understanding the meaning of human gestures. Not only him, all the great spies from east to west had to study Gadza. All spy agencies around the world include Gadza in their training programs. Gadza wrote extensively about the voice of the eyes. According to him, there are many different viewpoints, but there are many different ways to look at, but there is a glimpse, a longing view, a glance like a ski roller blade, a look like a sharp hook, a cockroach look. Next, direct view. Each view implies a clear implication. He met her gaze then. Catching her gaze, he understood Gadza's warning. Watch out for the bullets. It's all about the eyes. Van Bin was shocked. His eyes in car headlights, eyes that pierced concrete hearts, were overcome by Diane's gentle yet fierce glare. She hugged him tightly, the steering wheel swerved to the side, almost crashing a bulky cargo truck going in the opposite direction. Mr. Z28, no matter what, I still follow you. If you need me to follow you to the other side of the world. One hand drove the car, the other hand Van Bin covered her mouth. You shouldn't lie. She laughs. Ha ha, you are superstitious like us Spaniards. The taxi crossed Serrano Avenue. Traffic began to be sparse. However, the street lights and shops were still as bright as stars. Diane points to the road ahead. Go straight, when you turn, you signal. He asked. Where to go? On the way to the university. The area was completely destroyed during the Civil War and reconstructed, grand and magnificent. To get to Princess Street, the route that leads to the university campus, you have to go all the way across the city. Is my house there? No. My father rented a small villa, in case they had to live in hiding. Then I'll have a lot to talk to you about. Do you know this address? Maybe no. Even for her mother, her father did not say that he was afraid of the enemy's torture and torture of her. I was stubborn, so my father revealed the secret. Apart from my father and me, no one else knows. So I should be more vigilant. The enemy quietly chased his car and was tired. I looked in the rearview mirror many times. Absolutely do not see any suspicious vehicles. The road is wide but empty. If the enemy is following behind you, you can't help but see it. Like you, I don't see anyone. Nor car or motorcycle. But he still had a premonition that the enemy was lurking around. Towering in the windscreen is the city's tallest skyscraper of 32 floors, signaling visitors to the Spanish construction site. 6. Princess Street was on the right, but Van Bin didn't turn, he continued to push the gas station towards the river. Across the river Manzanares runs a vast park, once owned by kings and now open to the public. Every year, tournaments are held here, with roads for horse racing, car racing, plus a large artificial lake for boating. Bison are raised there before going to the arena. Elegant men and women meet more often there than elsewhere. Perhaps there they learned the fierce fighting spirit of the bison. Van Bin wandered around for a while in the crowded streets, then drove back to Princess Street. Still running straight? Sir, yes. At the third intersection, he turned left. Lulio is a wise man. He died because of his condition. He could not cope successfully with a powerful spy agency, the Soviet KGB. His wisdom is reflected in the choice of a dreary alley consisting of a separate ground-floor villa. Each house is separated from the other by brick walls above which are attached with a solid iron grid. It seems that this alley was built by one owner because the houses are all the same style. What's the house number? At the end of the alley. Even number. Even numbers are on the right hand. A luxuriant big tree covered the gate, and on the background of dense black leaves stood out white flowers as big as a rice bowl. Most of the houses in the alley had their lights off. If the house is still awake, it is difficult for people on the street to know because all the windows are closed with curtains. Diane jumped down, unlocked the door and pushed open the wooden gate, just enough for the fossa to get in. Van Bin drove through the vines, turned off the engine, rummaged through the trunk of the car to get a fairly large canvas, tied into a curtain to hide the taxi. He knelt down, scrutinizing the floor of the car. Diane expressed concern. "What are you looking for?" "Signal generator. Small electronic devices like beeper lighters or tutu people stick to cars to track location in the city." "Must too. Strange. He didn't see anything." "It means you worry too much." Van Bin frowned, looking thoughtful. Entering the house, the light came on, and he immediately smiled back. The villa consists of many rooms. The decoration seems modest although expensive. Furniture is branded by a large company. He almost cried out in shock as she opened the bedroom door. The walls are painted white and hung full of shells, of all colors, of all shapes and sizes, large and small, round, oblong, long and short. Bright red electric light. Under the red light, human facial expressions become mysterious and ghostly. In the middle of the room is a circular bed. The couch is in a slightly curved corner. Curved like the famous lips from the past half-century of superstar Ma Oet, 7. And yet, the phone placed on the night table looks like an unblown daffodil made of crimson lobster shells. Diane puffed her chest up at him. "What do you think? I decorate it myself. Is it like my drawing teacher?" There were times when being questioned about general knowledge by beautiful people, Van Bin understood the hardships of spying. Learn martial arts, learn tricks, learn to stab knives, shoot guns, learn to use bombs and chemicals of war, learn to fly planes, learn to eat, learn to drink, learn. Flirting and learning to make love are still lacking. A spy is a know-it-all. Someone who knows what the world doesn't know. Therefore, Van Bin had to learn about areas that everyone thought were unfamiliar to the action spy profession. For example, literature, music, painting. Thanks to his knowledge of art, he was not so speechless at Diane's sudden question. White wall, seashell, red light, Ma Oet lip-shaped couch, lobster shell phone. Are unique features in the cool house of Dali, 8, one of 2 famous Spanish painters around the world. Extraordinary talent turned him into the #1 eccentric, his mustache twisted like buffalo horns, exactly 7 centimeters long. He always had a daffodil in his ear. His life was full of quirky creations and terribly expensive. There are pieces of jewelry that sell for up to $250,000. People make fake nails for women out of plastic, and he is made of tiny mirrors overlapping each other. Dummies in tailor shops are often turned out of wood, or cast in slices. So he came up with a transparent crystal mannequin containing water with hundreds of gold fish, silver fish, red fish swimming around. Van Bin asked her back. "Did Dolly teach you to draw?" She replied. "Yes. 15 years ago, when I was still a tiny child, I was playing on the beach when I met Dolly with an easel, waiting for the tide to rise. When the water level reaches half of the knee, draw. The tide rises across the belly, then lowers. The water receded and he completed the painting. He painted alone in the middle of a wide sandy beach, surrounded by no one. I'm back, criticizing his bad paintings. Dolly was once considered a crazy artist, the first arrogant, daring to call himself the only genius on earth, a descendant of God, everyone praised, worshipped, he was the first to criticize. He laughed. Ha, ha, crazy child, you criticize me. Ha, ha, I'm just as crazy as you. He chatted with her intimately, asking her whose children and where she lives. The next day, he came to my house to teach me how to draw. At that time, my mother was a billionaire count. Later, her mother divorced, and her father's count passed away. Her mother hooked up with Lulio. The reason why she is close to her stepfather and treated like a biological father is partly the similarities in art. I like painting, my stepfather Lulio also likes painting. Both father and son had warm sympathy for Dolly. Are you still studying in Dolly? He's crazy, sometimes like this, sometimes like that. In the cold season, he went to America, rented an extremely magnificent building to sleep. Yes, he only eats and sleeps. He liked New York because, in the cold, the city was dyed a dirty white with brown copper stains like a giant roquefort. 9. Cheesecake. He likes to eat roquefort, so he likes New York. Crazy yet. With 6 months of summer left, he returned to his hometown, working like everyone else. I met him once in a summer. Next summer, he forgets me forever. In fact, he still remembers. But he hates me. He said, there are more than 2,000 million people on the earth, all of them worship him, but I am brazenly criticizing. I'm sorry, my mother is sorry, he doesn't forgive. In the past 10 years, I have imitated Dolly and made many things. I brought it all here. Mr. Van Bin, are you crazy? Many people also say you are crazy. You and I are both crazy. I'm crazy, I sit down with you. He hugged her and kissed her and forced her to lean over for him to see. He lifted her feet and placed them on the bed, taking off her shoes one by one. She thought he was preparing for an affectionate confession, so she blushed in embarrassment. However, she sat still, making no gesture of protest. Her attitude is the attitude of readiness, the attitude of unconditional acceptance. She is quite beautiful, beautiful in face, beautiful in body, and the scene of the room is perfectly suitable for dating. But Van Bin just spread it wide and put it back on her leg. He did nothing more. The professional sense of Agent Z28 proved stronger than the desire for the flesh. Signal generator again? Yes. I don't see anything in my shoes. He removed the stained plastic daffodil from her ear. Didn't see anything either. Weird. The impression of being tracked by enemy radio had not left his senses. He couldn't see it, but he believed it was. Where did the enemy hide this electronic tool? He shook his head in greeting. Diane is a little disgruntled. I always think about work. Can't you spend 5-10 minutes thinking about yourself for a bit? Van Bin opened the bathroom door. I really want to think of you. Not only thinking 5-10 minutes but thinking 5-10 hours, thinking 5-10 days, only 5-10 months. Unfortunately, I can only think of myself if I live. If the enemy knows that you and I are here, they won't forgive you. If I sleep here tonight, sleep will be very expensive. Expensive beyond imagination because it was bought with our lives. Everything around you is dark. The bathroom is arranged quite funny. White wall, porcelain, swimming pool, blood red. Faucet, indigo blue face towel. This mixed white, red, and indigo blue decoration reeks of Dolly's eccentricity. Again, there is a chair in the swimming pool. Yes, a chair. Opposite the chair is an easel. Van Bin turned to Diane. Why? She digs. Yes. Childhood memories of Dolly. When he was 10 years old, his family was poor, his father worked as a custodian and did not earn enough to eat. Young Dolly had no place to draw, so he left an easel in the swimming pool. Called easel is actually a piece of wood that the boy's mother used to wash clothes. The boy turned on the water, soaked it in water, and smeared it on the box containing his aunt's hat that he stole. 10. How do you arrange to celebrate Dolly? Not me. Lulio's stepfather. My father also has a habit of drawing in water. Van Bin turned on the faucet. The sound of water is soothing to the ears. Diane caressed his shoulder. You take a bath. By and by. I'm chained here. It turned out that he borrowed the sound of water to cover up his conversation with her. He turned the water on because he was afraid that the enemy would hear his voice. Where does your father keep the map? In this house. I already told you. In this house, but where? The construction area is nearly 300 square meters, plus the garden is about double. With 600 square meters he searched. Searching for a whole year could not come up. I don't know the location. Oh my God. Half an hour ago, she herself confirmed that she knew where my father keeps his important drawings and papers. Yes. The truth is a bit confusing, let me tell you. My father has been living with my mother for a long time. It was not until recent months that she confided in her about the existence of 200 tons of gold smuggled by her father's uncle, deputy head of the inspection team of the National Bank of Kibera. The three brothers and their uncle Kibera were present in the transfer of 725 tons of gold from the mainland to the Soviet ship in 1936. The other 200 tons of gold did not know how Kibera managed without anyone knowing. Kibera's goal was to support a middle force in the Civil War, fighting against General Franco's pro-communist and right-wing factions. Lulio, you three are such a passionate radical that Kibera has drawn to the middle. Kibera died. Those involved in the 200-ton gold warehouse died in battle, disease, old age, and only 3 children were still alive. During decades of exile in France and then repatriation, the 3 children still harbored the ambition to continue Kibera's work. Therefore, I understood why your father did not cooperate with the KGB even though on paper he was one of their own and he did not cooperate with the Franco government. I respect my father in many ways, especially not being greedy for money. If he sold it to the government, he would be rewarded at least 10%, i.e. 20 tons, to eat and drink the emperor from generation to generation. His essence is that of an artist. He fell in love with Dali because he was as crazy as Dali, and his writing style was as eccentric as Dali's. There was another secret reason. He was in love with Dali because Dali was the complete opposite of his concept of money. Dali craves money more than a baby craves breast milk. And he really hates money. 11. A month ago, my father took me to see the bullfight. We came to this building for the first time. He said that tons of cat and mouse with the KGB couldn't last much longer. They were suspicious of him, they were about to do evil. He is strong enough to endure any torture, but if they use chemicals, he can hardly keep a secret forever. He plans to flee the country if things don't go well. Then suddenly Antonin approached me. Antonin? An old man with a bald forehead is the manager of a Baton restaurant named Antonin. He knows my background and my family well. He has a secret connection with Western counterintelligence. At the direction of counterintelligence, Antonin asked him to mediate with his father about the gold case. My father replied emphatically that it was a false rumor. Negotiations continued. Counterintelligence presented some evidence, the 3 children could not deny. The 3 children firmly refused all offers of cooperation. My father was inherently principled. Once he was prejudiced, no force, not even death, could change him. In the end, counterintelligence offered a compromise. The gold recovered would fund the Inks Hamlet Recovery Program, 12. This program benefits farmers, not political, so counterintelligence hopes that the 3 children who hate Franco's government can still accept it. My father agreed on the condition that the local counterintelligence consisted of many people he did not like to go somewhere else to play. Faced with the stony attitude of his father, counterintelligence had to give in. They then transferred it to the US CIA within the framework of security protection of the North Atlantic Treaty of which Spain is a key member. And the CIA sent Sanchez to meet you, clearing the way for a full-fledged special agent to take over. I don't mind that this envoy is you. My brother Van Bin Z28. What you just said, I already know. I want to go back to the gold warehouse map problem. Wow, your personality is hot like fire. Friday afternoon, that is, 2 days ago, my father revealed to me that the map was hidden here, in this house. Diane, I am not as hot as fire, but I am afraid that the enemy will appear and kill both you and me. Hide here, of course, in this house. I repeat the question. Where did your father hide the map? Indoor or out in the garden? Hidden in what object? How to get it? According to my father, only the most intelligent people can grasp the secret of the gold vault. In the case where your father meets the CIA special agent, that is, you and your father hand over a piece of paper. In the case of my father's accident, I gave this piece of paper to the US Embassy. A piece of paper illustrated by 3 children with a row of numbers. My father printed it in 2 copies, my father kept 1 copy, and I kept the other copy. Here's a headache, man. Try to guess. Diane opened the nightstand drawer and pulled out a flat box with tape underneath. This flat box holds a piece of paper the size of 2 fingers. On the piece of paper was drawn a dog painted yellow lying prostrate beside a beautiful woman carrying a grilled cutlet on each shoulder. Below are just a few words. Expel you from school to New York. Van Bin put down the piece of paper on the bed. letting out a sigh full of bitter and sour taste. There was no shortage of crazy people in his life, but he had never had to work with a rebellious madman like Lulio. Golden dog, young woman with 2 delicious ribs. Expulsion from school, go to New York. God, he's an action spy, not a fortune teller. Even as a fortune teller, he couldn't guess the meaning of those difficult, awkward shapes and words. If Lulio were by his side, he wouldn't hesitate to lift one. Unfortunately, Lulio is dead. He held up the piece of paper in front of her eyes. What else did your father tell you? She replied, calmly as if the events had nothing to do with her. No. Knowing how to count 3, I didn't bother to ask more. 200 tons of gold she considers 200 tons of earth. Suddenly she let out a long voice and said. Have. Ba emphasizes this. Must search with knowledge and wisdom, and don't open the wrong word. The graphic box will catch on fire, all burning coal of heaven and earth. Van Bin woke up. Open wrong letter. I see, the graphics are in the box. The box is hidden somewhere with a padlock. Alright, you need to lie back for a while to gather your chi and calm your mind before uncovering the secret. I'll turn off that painful red light for you. Leave me to sleep, don't wake me. Van Bin rolled onto the bed, facing the wall. Diane crept next to her. In the dark, she waited, trembling. Waited and waited, he didn't do anything. He forgot she was a beautiful woman. He was fast asleep. This is one of the very expensive sleepers of Agent Z28. Very expensive because he will probably pay with his life. Because while he was sleeping, outside, 50 meters from the alley, there was a cramped car lurking. With a full range of electronic hearing aids and armed staff to the teeth. Note. 1. Fiambre, fiambres, cold meat. 2. Por favor, por favor, sorry, dare not, similar to French s'il vous plaît. 3. Hawk, jockey shop, pronounced hawk. Number 6 Amador de Rios Street, specializes in French food. The best grilled mackerel dish, is considered the most luxurious restaurant in Spain. 4. Gatex José Ortega y Gasset, 1883–1955. 5. I.e. kinesics or body language. 6. Spanish construction site, Plaza de España. Princess Street. Calle de la Princesa. 7. Ma Owit, Mae West, American actress, currently alive, about 80 years old. Mae West's body has grown so much that people use her name to name the life jacket. 8. Salvador Dalí, born in 1908, still alive. Another famous Spanish painter was Pablo Picasso, 1881–1973. 9. Roquefort, i.e. Roquefort, a French cheese, made with the milk of a female sheep mixed with a special moldy substance. Famous Roquefort cheese. 10. This is the truth. The first painting of Dalí, a historical beauty, was painted in a tub full of water up to her stomach and the artist naked. 11. Salvador Dalí craved money so much that the great poet Aragon called it Evita dollars. The word Salvador Dalí scrambled to become Evita dollars. 12. The INC is the Instituto Nacional de Colonización, National Institute of Emergencies. The institute's Badajoz plan reclaimed southwestern Spain with encouraging results. Z28 Spain 200 tons of bloody gold, Chapter 9, Gold Warehouse Graphics. 5 minutes after Van Bin drove a Fossa taxi into the ground floor yard, the bus appeared. It did not follow Van Bin into the alley. Where it landed seemed to be pre-arranged. Based on a city map spread across his thighs, the driver stopped the car, turned off the engine right where the cross was marked with a grease pencil. On the front bench there was only the driver. The back is covered like a box. 2 people are standing inside. One old, one young, wearing modest clothes, the tough, stubborn face of someone who has been rolling in the hot oil scene. The 2 sat on the floor of the car, watching intently the red and blue lights and the hands of the clock in a medium-sized suitcase-sized hearing aid strung along the side of the car. The sledgehammer car merges with the leaves into a black mass, which no one can see from a distance of 10 yards. Even if you see it, don't doubt it. It's common for cars to be parked on the street at night. Besides, this is a deserted road, noisy vehicles like trams never pass. At first, they both seemed happy. The young man put a hat on his head while the old man filled his pipe with cigarettes, solemnly lighting it. Ever since Van Bin turned on the water in the bathroom, the boy's pleasure had disappeared like a soap bubble. He frowned and said to the old man, "Boss, listen to the sound of forging." The old man shrugged. "The sound of running water. They must be bathing. Ha, it's nice to have a bath together." Wait for a while, they finished bathing and finished training. 15 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. The rattling sound is still the same. It only decreased in intensity, not stopped as the old man predicted. Glimpse of human voices, obscured by the sound of water. Grumpy child name. What took so long to shower? Are you going to sleep in the tub? The old man pulled the pipe out of his mouth. Ha, boys and girls dating, can't you let people clean up a bit? You eat dirty, so you can't stand it. When I was as young as you, I took twice as long to prepare. Beauty waits outside, put on, I scrub for exactly half an hour. Big brother, it's been more than 60 minutes so far, which means more than an hour. Really? Be patient for another 15 minutes. If the tape is still solid, it's suspicious. Revealed, boss? Failure is not yet, it must have increased caution. Under his circumstances, I was as cautious as he was. Suggest, boss, I climb the wall to catch up. It's not hard to catch it. But that is not our aim. I just need to overhear what it says to each other. Done, just working. Ha, ha, boss. I just heard it again. There's no more that evil screech. Freaky, freaky. Why are you shouting like this all the time? The man turned to sleep, then laid his back on it and snored like thunder. I don't believe it. And the girl sighed heavily. Perhaps he fell asleep, he left the beauty in a corner. She sadly lamented her fate of being alone. Give me your hat. Do you think I'm deaf? Here, please enjoy the chorus ooh of the amorous guy Z28. The old man was startled as if he had been splashed by a pan of boiling water. His juniors reported it right. Van Bin Z28 did not rush, rummage, race against the clock like he and his superiors planned. Z28 is still sober. The old man cursed and mumbled like a man possessed. Sleep, sleep, hell, now sleep. This Z28 guy is crazy. Hey, you. Boss wrong me? Yes. You stay, continue the hearing test. I come back for more instructions. How long is the boss absent? About an hour and a half. By the time I come back, it's not morning yet. The way it sleeps like this, it will wake up early tomorrow. I still have a lot of time. You work well, listen. The boss believes in me. You can only get the quick one. If you ask for paper, you'll be damned. When the taxi runs out, what does the big brother take back to the office? At the beginning of the road, I borrowed a car temporarily. What else do Z28 and the girl say? Still a deafening ooh and a heart-wrenching sigh. Come on, I run away. The old man opened the car door and got down on the wet grass mattress. The four sides are empty and dark. When the old man left the closed car, Van Bin opened his eyes in the ground-floor villa, observing the dark room. He just pretended to be asleep. So he continued to snore. Lying beside her, Diane was awake. Her irregular breathing showed that her mind was filled with depression. Suddenly she turned to him, sobbing. Women are different, her sixth sense is extremely sensitive. She pressed. Are you awake? He stirred himself. She shook him. Wake up with me. I can't close my eyes. Van Bin could not wait any longer. Although he loves her, he still has to make her fall in love. Taking advantage of the fact that her breasts were rubbing his shoulder, he poked Atemi with the tip of his index finger under his armpit. She lost consciousness immediately. He got off the bed, controlling the door sills. All are sealed. He casually turned on the light. The red light made him tired. However, there were no yellow or white lights in the room. He mutters in his mouth, expel New York from school. Golden dog. Beautiful woman carrying 2 sloppy cutlets on her shoulders. Lulio is a painting disciple of the eccentric, crazy master Dali. The way the house was decorated showed Van Bin's deep influence of Dali. Jali. Sorry. Van Bin bit his lip, squeezed his forehead, and dug in his memory. He almost said, oh, exactly. The woman wearing grilled cutlets is not a stranger. There is only one woman in the world with a grilled cutlet on her shoulder drawn into a picture. The picture is known all over the world. It is a painting of Dali. The young woman in the picture is the wife of Dali. In 1934, he landed at the New York pier amid a half-surprised, half-curious reception of journalists. One reporter asked, "You just drew your wife with 2 grilled cutlets on her shoulders, didn't you?" "Must too." "Why?" "Because I love cutlets. At the same time I love my wife. I see no reason to stop me from drawing together on a canvas the 2 subjects I love most in life. My wife and grilled cutlets." His wife is Gala. 1. When they got married, the 2 were poor. He brainstormed hundreds of ideas that no one dared to buy. Here's a model seamstress with a rose head, long nails like a rat's paw, an expensive mink fur bathtub with daffodils floating inside, a marble-covered telephone for a beautiful woman. He loved Gala, so most of his later paintings were signed Gala Dolly. Van Bin's eyes automatically turned to the wall. There are only 3 paintings on the 4 walls with seashells. And they are all portraits. He looked at the bottom corner, no Gala Dolly signature as usual. Disappointed. Not completely disappointed, Van Bin tried to rummage through the outlines of 3 portraits painted in charcoal, unsigned, and eccentric with Dolly's surrealist style, but he was not old enough, if he didn't want to say immature. He guessed this was Lulio's work. If it was Diane, there must be inherent feminine softness. Yes, it's a butterfly, but it's a man's butterfly. Lulio must be drawing in his spare time. The detail that caught Van Bin's attention was that the models in the 3 portraits were all ugly. 2 barren old women. A thin middle-aged man, his face was chattering, his mouth was smiling like a shrine. Each picture has the model's name on it. Van Bin recited the name. A middle-aged man named Luis Buñuel. Luis. Van Bin tried to reimagine his understanding of the painter Dolly. He reviewed his life ups and downs. The talking flowers he had met. Relatives, friends, and those who play a decisive role on the way to making a career. Luis Buñuel. Oh my God. Lulio is wacky. Fortunately, he has a super memory. If it were other people, these faint names would have been drowned in the evil fog of the past. In 1929, when Dolly was 23 years old, he was expelled from the School of Fine Arts in Madrid for being undisciplined, for treating teachers as equal to 0. He wandered through the light capital of ballet, where fate arranged for him to collaborate with fellow artist Luis Buñuel to produce 2 bomb-like films. The titles of those 2 trendy movies are Dog and Golden Age, 2. 2 films made by Dolly and Luis Buñuel, Golden Age and The Dog. Van Bin approached the painting called Buñuel, stood on tiptoe. This painting is not hung in the usual way. It is attached to the wall. Protecting against dust and the ravages of time, people covered the outside with a thin layer of mirror. Thinking for a moment, Van Bin climbed onto the chair and used the blade of tweezers to pry the glass out of the picture frame. It turned out that the portrait of Luis Buñuel was embossed with crushed coal. Looking closely, he discovered in the word Buñuel was hidden a tiny button, the same color as the painted charcoal. He put his finger on the button and pressed it down slowly. A click sound was heard. The man's forehead popped out to reveal a square doorway. Behind the door is a letter padlock. The lock that Lulio mentioned. The lock has 5 rings. The first round is full of letters. The rest of the rounds are full of numbers. Diane's words echoed in Van Bin's ears, must search with knowledge and wisdom and don't move. Open the wrong word and the box containing the graphics catches on fire, all burning coal. The God-man is now long before the lock. It was cast in steel, a special type of East German barbed steel. It's as big as 3 toes, and at first glance everyone thinks it's not safe, but it's actually a letter padlock with 100% security level. It built in its guts a tiny, incredibly sophisticated machine, almost like an electronic brain. If you want to open the cabinet door without causing an accident, a chemical burns in the blink of an eye. You have to sequentially open the lock from right to left. Please remember from right to left like reading grapes. Each ring has a button, press the button to spin. After turning 1 full circle, there is a click sound. This sound signal, start to number and open. The opener slowly turns the wheel to the set number, then stops and presses the button. If the number is wrong, you can do it again. And you are only allowed to flip the number once. Flip the second time, the fire will ignite. There are 5 rounds of numbers and letters. This means that in 5 spins an accident can happen. Lulio, the father of the strange password of the lock, has gone to the other side of the world. In the event that Van Bin lost his number, the papers stored in the safe were burned. Deep Vu Maleta would fail completely. Sweating profusely, Van Bin dried it more and more like a bath. He threw out the meaning of the golden dog. But what about the woman who carried a grilled rib on her shoulder, Gala? But what about the mysterious line, expulsion from school, going to New York? Expulsion from? Ah, well, this marks the undisciplined student Dolly's ballet trip. It was 1929. 5 years later, in 1934, Dolly was on his way to New York. Expelled from school, went to New York, meaning the two timelines 1929 and 1934. Meaning 2, 9, 3, 4. The first letter of Gala is G in short. The password to unlock could be G.2934. Maybe, because Van Bin relies on intuition to guess and find. Whether you like it or not, this is a silver country. Gambling, he always wins. He believes he will win again this time. He closed his eyes and leaned back against the wall in a resting position. Then he shipped. His heart stopped pounding, and cold sweat didn't fill his face like before. He regained his composure. G.2934. Starting at number 4, he presses the button, turns the wheel. Cup. He turned the number 4 horizontally. Press the button. This click indicates that 4 is the correct number. 3, 9, 2 and G respectively. 4 spins, 4 times. Van Bin was rewarded with a magical click. The impregnable padlock vibrated slightly. Van Bin shakes from bottom to top. It opens gently and at the same time, the rectangular steel door like a dictionary is automatically opened backward. In the safe was a thin cardboard box. Van Bin brought it out of the safe, took out all the papers in it, and spread it neatly on the night table. He was overjoyed. In the stack of papers was a colored chart showing the route to the gold vault. The stack of papers was quite thick, typed, without important details. It's almost like Lulio's diary. He recounted the origin of the gold and the reasons he protected it. Van Bin skimmed through. Wherever he went, he remembered. He lit a fire and threw the crushed ashes into the bathroom drain. As for the gold warehouse graphic, it took him nearly 5 minutes to capture it in his mind. He mentally drew with his fingers wet with water on the table. Until he had completely mastered the detailed routes, he rounded up the diagram, threw it in his mouth, chewed it, and then took a sip of water. Diane was still fast asleep. Van Bin leaned over. This time he hugged her tightly. And he really slept. There is nothing more satisfying than getting a good night's sleep, and being safe. Under enemy guard. If the window overlooking the garden had not been opened wide enough to let the morning sun shine in, perhaps Van Bin would still be asleep until noon. He got up. Diane was looking at him, lovingly. Dead, you fell asleep. What time is it? 10 o'clock. What time do you get up? 7. I go to the street to buy food because there is nothing in this house. Good luck. People find me dangerous. He was only afraid of illusions. I don't see anyone stalking. Besides, I buy everything right up the street. The smell of coffee mixed with rum is fragrant. The breakfast she took care of was as lavish and sumptuous as a banquet. She handed him the newspaper. The coffee mugs suddenly got stuck in his throat as if it were a big bone. At the bottom of the front page of the morning paper there was an article concerning the night's flea market payment. This piece of news revealed the content of the authorities' investigation into the escaped murderer smoking a Cheriton pipe. Van Bin frowned at the following words. Due to the sober and accurate cooperation of a witness present at the crime scene, police authorities knew the identity of the perpetrator. The perpetrator had a Cheriton pipe in his mouth. In Madrid, there are 3 people using this expensive pipe of tens of thousands of dollars. The appearance, clothing, and voice of one of these 3 people matched the descriptions of the witnesses. This person, what no one expected, is a senior official of the U.S. Embassy here. The police department did not release any other details. However, according to the newspaper's own source, the person holding the pipe above was Mr. Dosep, the second serving of the U.S. Embassy. On the outside, he is a diplomatic agent. Inside, he is the head of the CIA facilities throughout Spain. It seems that the police authorities have officially asked the U.S. Embassy for an explanation. Until the press time, the U.S. Embassy remained silent. In any case, the CIA's involvement in the barbaric payment in our capital is a dangerous act that cannot be justified. We think that special jurisdictional immunity cannot be applied in this case even though Spain is a member of the North Atlantic Treaty, and a close ally of the United States. The murderer of Joseph must still be tried before the court in accordance with the current law, and from now on, the CIA spy agency must pack up from this country." Van Bin dropped the newspaper on the ground. Diane poured him more coffee. "Trouble too. After reading it, I want to go crazy. This is how he stopped working. The government will fire Mr. Sosep. Unfortunately, he was also implicated." Van Bin smoked a cigarette and didn't say a word. While Diane was tidying up, he chose a mellow record to put on the phonograph. He sat quietly and listened. His solemn face frightened her. Listening to boring music, he turned on the dial. He glanced at his watch, 12 noon. He turned on the radio not by accident. 12 o'clock is the time the radio stations announce the important news of the day. Europe consists of dozens of countries, side by side alternating with each other. The electric wave is almost the same. Van Bin only moved the knob by 1 millimeter and the announcer's voice changed. He did not listen to the nearby Portuguese or Italian radio stations. He skimmed through the ballet radio station before stopping at BBC London. He guessed right. The events of the day in Madrid had resonated all over the world. According to a BBC announcer, the US State Department was confused. Bo ne cho biet con fi doi su quan my o madorit gui fuck trin vei nen chua the tra loi nung cao hoi kua bao kai. Fong vien kua di tai wa tin don tiet lo ong dodip. De ni tham vu su quan mai. Kiam trong ko sa cia te ben nha. Da tu jia nim so. Tren duong vei nuk. Dai BBC kung trich dan nung loi sao buok ne lua kua fi don lin sa tai lin heap quoc. Phi kong san du lin so cam do voi su fu wa kua wa luk doi ghi vau gi trin koa hop hin han kua di hoi dong lhq van de cia trang tron zam pham chu kien nuk te ben nha. Van theo fong vien di BBC, vu ne wa hen se no lon trong nung nge toi. Tru fi chin fu my trung duok nung bang chung vei su vo can. Bang kong du luan ton the joy se kich liet len and ho. Diane tat mei tu ton, nung niu voi chong. An ko vei lo lang. Chong nun vi. Con hun lo lang mo bak. An kan ra von zem exit li chiak tak shi. Chung min ra di? U. Lat nua. Di do? Noi ko ko vang. An da com fa ra y gi kua mao zay bimat. Roy. Chong lung thung ra kua. Diane kong chu roy chong mo buok. Chong ra hu cho nong dung hoi. Don mo kai vong ko bang hat tri mao trang deo tong tang tren ko nong. Lo I hat tri ne fat shuat tu quan dao malatka, 3, o y koi. Nola hat tri nyan dao, gam hai mao den va trang. No dep kong thua hat tri nyat. Jia ban kong dat song rat kai. Fu nu thuong deo hat tri malatka tet tonhai, bavong. Chong tu tun dat kai vong hat tri vua koi tren nem juong. Chong teep tuk ra hu cho nong gam mang. Ra koi han lang, chong mim kuoi ri ram. Em ken hoi du gi, hoi di? Hoi tai sao an kong cho em deo zao chuoi hat tri. No la ki vat kuami em. Do you think it's bad? Well, I thought you were smart, who thought you were horribly stupid. I got it. In your pearl necklace, is there a stealthy enemy tape recorder? Ma'am, yes. Don't make fun of me, poor me. I assume they hide it in the watch, in the sole of the shoe, where? Besides, this string of beads was bought by me. How do they keep the power tools in it? I fainted for a while. They just need a few minutes to drill a bead, insert the electric tool and then put it back on. Today's espionage technology has produced tape recorders the size of half a grain of corn. It's not really a tape recorder, actually. It only relays sound from the room to the street. Does that mean the enemy is lurking outside? Of course. The type of transport device inserted in the muscle is very weak. Force the enemy to park the car from 50 to 100 meters from this villa. When you went to the street to buy food in the morning, did you see any cramped car at the end of the alley? Have. Its shape? I don't see anything else. Outwardly, it looks like a regular cargo vehicle of the company Melia 4. Are there long radio poles? Maybe no. On its hood? On the roof, behind. Ah, I remember well. It has a round box containing the vent fan. Van Bin's eyes were bright. He threw away the Salem cigarette he had just lit, had not smoked, and went out into the garden, his hand circling in the air, muttering under his breath. Melly Company. Vent fan. Well, thank you, Agent Maleta is 2/3 done, thanks to you. Diane was bewildered. What did you say? Thank you for what? The story of the gold store. Is the Melia Shipping Company and the vent fan involved in the 200 tons gold case? He explained it to me. I'm afraid I won't make it in time. What time? Time to meet the director of the Spanish counterintelligence department. You're crazy, you're crazy. Hiding and hiding, not daring to show his head. Now he asked to see the director of counterintelligence. Want to know if I'm crazy or awake? Follow me. And don't ask anything. Gradually, you will understand. Van Bin walked to the gate. Diane held him back. If you don't tell me, I'll stay here. He goes alone. I hunt you. Well, I surrender unconditionally. To summarize, the story goes like this. The director of Western counterintelligence asked the CIA to act because, firstly, Mr. Lulio, his 3 children, requested it, secondly, and that was the main reason, enemy spies were able to set eyes and ears in the country. The highest level of the department. A double job, the director took the opportunity to find 200 tons of gold to urge the enemy's henchmen to show up. 12 months ago, the United States aided Western counterintelligence with 2 state-of-the-art cars. It did not carry long radio poles. It looked like a Melia Company's delivery truck, with a vent fan on the roof, in a round box. The sealed car parked on the street belongs to the counterintelligence department, grabbing the employees in the car as the clue. Then we went to see the director. Do you still have questions? Diane replied with a temple kiss. Smoking a cigarette, Van Bin opened the door to the alley. Lunchtime is a sacred time for the locals. Mealtime, sleep time, love now. Everyone is sitting at home. Very little on the street. Therefore, Van Bin did not touch anyone. The inspection car was painted black under the green tamarind trees, glistening with yellow sunlight. Traffic is quite sparse. Even pedestrians are rare. Van Bin feels like noon on the 30th of Tet in Saigon. He leaned against the fence so the driver in the front seat couldn't see him. He approached the car, he was still dozing off. He waited for him to hear the sound and turned around before he poked a Temi into his throat. He fell back on the mattress of the car, unable to scream for half an hour. He rummaged through the victim's pocket and took out the keys. The rear door is locked from the inside, you need a key to open it from the outside. The car door just opened, Van Bin jumped up. 2 auditors were sitting on the floor next to a pile of bread and wine bottles. They are full of stomachs, know that there is a change but cannot react. The young man was about to put his finger on the alarm button mounted on the side of the car when Van Bin's elbow hit his chin. He fell on the hearing aid rig. The old man stared blankly at Van Bin, not daring to confront it by force, nor daring to open his mouth to call for help. The young man had just been knocked unconscious, although Van Bin used only a light punching stance. His sublime art made the old man shiver. He said out of breath, "Sir, he forgive me." Diane closed the back door of the car and went to the front, taking the driver's seat. Van Bin pulled the small latch, opened the door to communicate from the back with the driver's cabin. He told her, "If there is anything suspicious, let me know immediately." Then he nodded to the old man. "My age is approximately 50, the age of having children and grandchildren full of flocks, the age to enjoy, the age to prepare to retire, rest. The age is very hungry for life, and very afraid of death. Do you understand what I mean?" The old man gulped. "Yes, understand. Who ordered you to follow me with a surveillance vehicle?" Yes, senior." "Which superior?" "Yes, I'm inspector of the counterintelligence department." "No. You don't have to run around. I just asked which superior gave the order. Mr. Head of Home Affairs or Mr. Head of Auditing Department?" "Yes, Mr. Interior." "Good. He took me to the department." "Died. You do that, we die. Our superiors told us to be absolutely careful and discreet, not to let anyone discover. Revealed, we will be fired, and definitely sit at home." "Well, Sitting in a stone house is better than staying in a hospital. Sir, sir. Van Bin did not allow the old man to finish his sentence. He slaps Atemi across the ribs. He fell on top of his friend's long chunk of flesh. He put his mouth close to the doorway connecting to the front band, calling out to Diane. Go to the director's residence. She asked. Near Atosa train station? This station is located in the south of the city, not far from the botanical garden. Disturbing an important person of the state in the middle of a hot afternoon is a blasphemy that has almost never happened in the famous country of Spain that craves naps. Diane seemed confused at Van Bin's urging. She said. He's snoring right now. It's okay. Raise him up. It's hard, man. Guards won't let cars in. Do not be shy. He called the phone in advance. At noon, they hung up the phone. He waits for you. Wait for me? Oh my God. This means that this job is arranged in advance. Of course. Arrange every inch. The director of counterintelligence suspects that one of his two close associates plays a double game, both earning a Spanish salary and being loyal to an enemy spying organization. Stalking forever, he has not caught any evidence. He set a trap. Horrible. I thought you were acting spontaneously. Not to mention every detail is meticulously arranged. It's unfortunate that I met you in the white sordid Botan restaurant. Van Bin laughed and did not answer. She pouted. The director suspects Antonin? He is still smiling. Must too. Suspected him to be an enemy henchman. Incorrect. The director looks after the chickens. If Antonin was really the enemy's henchman, wouldn't the enemy kill him? In this profession, it is common to squeeze lemons and remove the peel. The enemy killed Antonin to protect the secret. After witnessing the murder of Antonin on the restaurant's steps, he immediately guessed the enemy's plot. Antonin happily walked out. This event shows that he was familiar with the killer. Did the enemy know you went to the Botan restaurant? Since you were kidnapped, I couldn't help but go there to find out news about you. I did not declare, the enemy created conditions for me to escape and go with you. The enemy only needed to track their moves and tape recordings to grasp the winning result. The enemy killed my father, I have to take revenge. They don't advocate killing. They aim to kidnap Lulio, just like you. Their plan went awry in front of the Blade Inn. They were ambushed by another rival organization. And Lulio died in a force majeure case. Who are your kidnappers and your father? The director of counterintelligence can answer this question easily. Now he is completely blind. What about the confrontation organization? Completely ignorant. But surely one of the two organizations involved is the GRU or the Soviet KGB. Coming to the public phone station. I pulled over to the curb. The two secret agents were still lying on their cards. Van Bin jumped down and smiled at the flower girl next to the cell phone. Newspaper, again with huge pictures of Z28. He didn't have time to disguise. His true identity is about to be exposed once again. Don't understand how things will turn out. Either way, he has no way back. He put on a charming smile to mask the memory and observational powers of the newspaper girl. He bought a phone holder with a 10 peseta bill, then slipped into the cabin after giving him a second inviting smile. At the end of the line, the receiver was picked up. Van Bin said OIGA, OIGA 2 hours in a row. Oiga is like aloe of American English. The interlocutor sighed and replied, his voice tired and bored. Diga, Diga means, I'm listening. Van Bin said quickly and concisely. 381246, right? It was the password that Colonel Pitt repeated 2 or 3 times to his mind. Although the interlocutor is 101% male, he still had to call her. Passwords are often silly, wacky like that. The interlocutor paused a bit after hearing Van Bin's firm words. He prayed for half a minute and then asked loudly. She called 375316? Ha, that's right. I'm here. Did you find it? Already? I? Interior. Where are you? 5 minutes from his house by car. Please come immediately. The guard will open the door for you. Hello and thank you. Van Bin smiled for the 3rd time at the newspaper girl. Luckily for him, she was captivated by his art of laughter. She no longer remembered the stereotypical resemblance between the man in the newspaper and the burly, handsome young man standing in front of the newsstand. Van Bin climbed into the car when Diane opened the door and jumped down. Her face was red, her eyes burning with fire. He asked her, "Where are you going?" She stammered, "Where me anywhere." She came to the front of the newsstand, her hands on her hips, in a pitiful manner. Unfortunately, something he didn't expect exploded. She was jealous. She nodded at the newspaper girl. "How much is a ficha?" "5." The girl replied. "Almost 2 pesetas." "Ha, 2 peseta, you hold 10. I gave it back, but he gave it away." "Give it to me, give it away," Diane said as she pushed herself up, grabbing the newsgirl's long hair. The girl cried for help. A crowd of curious people flocked, mostly men. However, the public only plays an indifferent role, no one interferes. Diane twisted the victim's hair and fell to the street. At that time, her health was not inferior to the Olympic athlete. Tortured, the innocent girl was not angry, she also threw the stack of newspapers to scatter. Van Bin had to go to the water to beg her to let go. The crowd clapped and cheered as if what had just happened was a humorous performance. Enraged, Diane grabbed the arm of the man standing nearby, used a quick judo strike, and made him fall miserably. Embarrassed by the sight of the man jumped to his feet and gave her a blow to the hip, causing her to stumble and fall to the side of the car. Not enough, he also kicked her with his heel, causing her to fall. Reluctantly, Van Bin had to go to war. He landed on the pillow, his fierce blow made him spit blood out of his mouth. He thought he was hurt, he didn't dare to squirm anymore, he did not expect him to pull out a knife. Punishment for him must be ended with cruel atemi. With him were 2 friends. They rushed in, trying to crush people with meat. Unfortunately, their strength and talent are too weak. Van Bin waved his arm, and the 2 flew away. One guy put his head under the truck full of goods parked on the side of the road. The other guy hit the diesel motorbike like it was flying from the intersection. Unable to hesitate, Van Bin pulled Diane onto the bench and opened the door. Amidst the screams of the victims and the curious public, Van Bin drove away. Through the Atosa train station, near the residence of the director of counterintelligence, Diane regained consciousness. She looked at him, embarrassed. He sighed. At noon, the police were still sleeping. "If they get there, I don't know what I'll be like at this moment." "But you know the director of counterintelligence?" Police and counterintelligence do not love each other. Not only Spain, in any country there is a rivalry between 2 police agencies and counterintelligence. "I'm too stupid, too shallow. I sincerely apologize to you." "Too smart. You are not foolish. I'm sorry enough?" Diane thumped him on the back. "Men are greedy." She sat down next to him, preparing to stick to him. Another sweet scent. But Van Bin was not as happy as usual. His sharp line was glued to the rearview mirror. His face suddenly hardened. He kicked the gas pedal hard, and at the same time pushed Diane to his feet. Turns out he was murdered. 2 Japanese-style motorbikes came rushing from behind, with a tight side of the car. Each motorcycle carries 1 more person. The enemy has 4 names. They did not mind Van Bin waiting for them to get close to suddenly increase his speed. The driver of the motorcycle on the right was caught by him using the steering wheel trick. He had to fly over the sidewalk to avoid the accident. From the motorcycle on the left, an orange flame emanated. The enemy fired with silenced submachine guns. The short submachine gun is quite effective for Soviet paratroopers. Along with a volley of muffled bullets, a grenade was thrown. Thanks to Van Bin's sudden speed of change, the enemy's calculations were misguided. The grenade slid off the hood of the car and landed on the grassy mattress on the side of the road. Its deafening explosion only splattered rocks and damaged a wooden gate. Submachine bullets sputtered the windshield. But both Diane and Van Bin are safe. Van Bin turned the steering wheel, the car ran into a large villa with guards. 2 motorcycles and 4 enemy soldiers disappeared at the junction. If the grenade hadn't exploded, no one would have noticed what had just happened. Van Bin was awaited by the director of counterintelligence, so the group of guards drifted aside to make way for cars. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. It was hot and sunny, but Van Bin broke out in a cold sweat. He just escaped death. Who is the enemy to know that he came to see the general director of counterintelligence? Cold sweat continued to drench me. He had a hunch that in a little while, tonight, the hours would come. He still had to urgently confront the enemy's plan of destruction and killing. Note 1. Gala is the ex-wife of the great poet Paul Alouard. 2. The Dog and the Golden Age. These two films are now considered valuable products of pre-war 7th art. 3. Malatka Pearls, Majorca, Majorque. 4. Company Melia. Viajes Melia, a private transport company in Madrid. 5. Ficha in Spanish, is a stick put into a payphone. Z28 Spain 200 tons of bloody gold, Chapter 10, On the Road to the Sea. Almost as usual, the world's spies reside in vast buildings that have been turned into impregnable fortresses. Mr. Moreno's private residence occupies a tremendous area, from 5 to 6,000 square meters. Just looking at the green lawns, the beds of precious and colorful flowers, the ponds with gold and silver fish, and the pure white gravel paths make guests blush. The splendor of 1001 Nights of Oil billionaires is also like this. The façade of the villa is covered with Italian marble. The floor is covered with Persian hand-woven carpets. The lighting system is made by West German. All the walls and interior doors are fitted with silencers. The heat outside can make the water boil, but when Van Bin entered the waiting room, his skin was cool. The superintendent of counterintelligence Moreno has equipped his magnificent castle with an automatic climate control. When it's hot, it's cold. When it's cold, it's hot. Back in Saigon, Van Bin was once told by Mr. Hoang about Mr. Moreno's magical lifestyle. This villa is just one of a dozen or so paradises he built. Spain has many beautiful beaches. At every romantic beach, he has a romantic castle. He was a close associate of General Franco. The general ruled continuously for a third of a century. And for a third of a century, Mr. Moreno served as director of counterintelligence. This year, he is approximately 6 weeks. Yet on his face, no one can find a commandment. Perhaps because he lived in luxury. Partly because he was less anxious. Political life in Spain is too ordinary. The left was defeated, unable to raise its head. The Soviet Union and its communist vassals were not strong enough in espionage to overwhelm the North Atlantic Bloc's security net with the United States holding it. The situation has only changed since Beijing established a base in Europe, opening the door to an intense and fierce competition between the KGB and the International Intelligence Service. Mr. Moreno no longer enjoys the peace of the past. And the salt and pepper hair gradually appeared on his head. The case of 200 tons of gold pushed him into a tragic trap. He did not dare to move because some of his defenses were paid by the enemy. He had to borrow Z28's hand to clean up the interior. He has never faced Z.28, nor has Z28 faced him. However, the two have known each other for a long time on profiles and photos. Mr. Moreno knew well the indomitable vices of the pompous Vietnamese spy. Van Bin also knows that Mr. Moreno is still very cheap, very tough. In terms of things, he was weak, but in terms of pleasure, he rarely succumbed to anyone. Mr. Hoang told him as follows. Mr. Moreno is not a very good operator. Anyway, living a long life as an old man, 30 or 40 years in the profession has brought him a lot of experience. Don't look down on him with a smug look. Moreno is smart too. Mr. Simmet and the CIA asked us with Moreno's approval. If his organization had not been corrupted by enemy infiltration, he would never have been summoned. He just had his hands and feet tied. But watch out. The day you help Moreno clear the ranks is the day he doesn't need you anymore. In this Maleta mission, he is like a martial arts teacher who imparts all his skills to his students, except for an extremely powerful secret, in case the student is rebellious, cynical and tries to harm the teacher. The CEO's words rang in his ears, so when he was invited to sit on the sofa, waiting for the bodyguard to report, Van Bin had a serious expression on his face. Diane glared at him. "Are you tired?" He shook his head. "No. You seem to have something on your mind?" "I'm craving a plate of gazpacho." Van Bin licked his lips. Gazpacho is a unique cold soup from Spain. It consists of crushed tomato, garlic, onion, cucumber, chili pepper, mixed with sour vinegar and fragrant cooking oil, served with the inside of the cake. On sunny days, the potatoes are skewered, the plants are steaming hot, and having a sip of gazpacho is difficult to even be happy. Legend has it that gazpacho is a dish created by the High Fairy. Once upon a time, 2 fairies were sent by God to the earth to work. They had pity on the Spaniards burned by the summer sun, so they created this soup and taught them how to cook it. The living room is as large as the airport's waiting room. Many massive chairs upholstered in nylon are propped up along the legs. In the middle of the room is a large flower bed. Van Bin had just blurted out his love for cold soup when two girls came out from the side door, dressed in skimpy clothes. Both of them are very young. About 17, 18 is the same. Regarding the curve, the girls specializing in the belly dance of Egypt taste all eaten. Both of them tilted their heads and bowed to Van Bin. "Ladies and gentlemen, there are gazepas available here. If you allow us, we will bring it out immediately." Van Bin did not dare to nod. The prank earlier in the phone booth had taught him caution. Western women are notorious for being jealous. He did not believe, now he saw the truth. Diane will not hesitate to knock down the tray of gazepas, and give the two rival mistresses a vengeful blow. Diane waved her hand. "Thank you. We need to see the director." The two girls retreated from Diane's angry glare. A bodyguard with a gun at his waist, with a stubborn face, appeared to invite Van Bin. "Please follow me. The boss is waiting." The squire led the two of them around through many ornate and expensively furnished rooms to a large door covered with red felt. The door is automatically opened by electricity. The general manager of counterintelligence stood up behind the desk, a desk the size of a large hotel conference table. His plump body developed both in height and width, in complete contrast to Mr. Hoang. One side embodies fullness. On the other side is poverty, maximum moderation. Over 60 years old, but the skin is still tight, the corners of the eyes are still tight, the smile is still fluttering, the director Moreno is really young. Looking at him, Van Bin suddenly missed Mr. Hoang. Love Mr. Hoang. Mr. Hoang was thin. Mr. Hoang always eats little, sleeps little. Mr. Hoang is sick all year round. Mr. Moreno held out his hand. Dragon came to the shrimp house, honored to meet Mr. Z28. He greeted Diane without asking who she was. He didn't seem to mind her presence in the room. He invited him to smoke Salem and whispered, "Don't be mad at me. I used to be too clumsy. Lucky you. If they are weak, they have succeeded. The responsibility is on me. Once again, I ask for your rich forgiveness." Van Bin breathed a round of mint-flavored green smoke. "The director wants to mention the case of the enemy trying to kill us with grenades and submachine guns in the street? To be honest with you, it was because they missed the shot and threw the grenade out, not because of my talent. But it doesn't matter. This is what my profession is all about. If I'm not mistaken, the director caught the mastermind?" "You are not mistaken. Yes, I found the culprit. Earlier, he called to say that one of my associates was in the room. My female stenographer. Now he made an appointment only for her and I to know. I believe she should be defenseless. It turned out that she was an accomplice to the interior assistant." Moreno's smile was filled with sincerity. However, Van Bin caught a glimpse of awkwardness, a bit of cunning pretense. The cunning of General Director Hoang once confided to him. He wanted to scold loudly. "Hey, old man playing the drums of Moreno, what do you do with this virtuous postnatal man? You're not as clumsy as you say. He's smart as hell." He doubted the stenographer as much as he doubted the Home Affairs assistant. He deliberately let her listen to the conversation to try and retry the answer to the penetration problem. If the stenographer is indeed an accomplice of the interior assistant, if they all take the enemy's salary, then they all have to find a way to silence Z28. Silence with a surprise ambush. And they did. It's fine if they succeed. Mr. Moreno doesn't have to spend money. It's okay if they fail, Mr. Moreno just apologize. Van Bin shrugged, changed the subject. "Were they arrested?" Mr. Moreno replied, cheerfully. "Already. The stenographer is being held here. I ordered the head of the Home Affairs aide in the office. The office is a block away from my own home, not far from it. If you want, we can go there. My heart hurts, sir. I have been using it, teaching it, guiding it in the wild for 10 years. I assumed it was completely loyal, unconditionally loyal to me. Who would have thought I was beekeeping sleeve? What organization do they work with? GRU Soviet. A bit strange. If the GRU is there, there's no need to kidnap Lulio for the trouble. Because Lulio is already a GRU employee. Despite being a GRU employee, Lulio never told the truth. This shitty cat and mouse game can't last much longer because the CIA sent you here. The enemy must find a way to prevent Lulio from contacting and cooperating with him. At the same time, the GRU employee took a Cheriton pipe to distract our investigation and smear the CIA in order to exclude it from the gold case. I congratulate you. From now on the Soviet spy snake has its head beaten, you can eat well and sleep well. Not happy yet, Mr. Z28. The snake you just talked about was just beaten with its tail. Its head and body are still intact. The Home Affairs aide and the girl stenographer and a few other accomplices were GRU henchmen, not the KGB. After the Soviet Secret Service lieutenant colonel, chosen freely in the United States, the GRU surveillance system in my country was exposed. Some escaped in time or could not go abroad. Sooner or later they will be grabbed. So they play a game of dice. Sweepstakes or not. He raised his hand to press more, they lost heavily. But Mr. Z28, their failure was foreseen by the Kremlin. The danger of my department in the coming stressful hours and minutes is to have to deal with a more powerful, more brutal organization. KGB? Yes. We know absolutely nothing about the KGB system in Spain. Only know that Kremlin Palace sent an elite officer number 1, Colonel Navarro. Have you heard of Navarro? Already. He is present in Madrid. I know. Have you met him? Not yet, but also coming. I wish you success. Thank you, General Manager. I have to thank you properly. Thanks to you, we will be able to convene a press conference shortly, presenting concrete evidence of the CIA's non-involvement in Lulio's assassination. Thanks to him, the Soviet propaganda smear campaign had to shut up. Would you mind reporting to my superiors on the progress of the work, Mr.? Oh wow. I sent the phone right away. Hello sir, I beg to go. To the place where the gold is hidden? Yes. Do you need my discreet support? No. As far as I understand, you were able to get rid of the GRU doubles. The eyes and ears of the KGB are still there. Mr. Moreno's voice was like a shrine. Mr. Hoang is very lucky. Not daring to make unreasonable demands, I only need a collaborator half as talented as you to be healthy and effective for the organization. Van Bin said goodbye. Mr. Moreno saw the two of them into the living room. Stepping down the garden, Van Bin suddenly grimaced. He had to lean against the wall to keep from falling. Diane panicked and ran to help him. Mr. Moreno shouted at the medical staff. Van Bin waved his hand. Don't bother them. I'm just a little tired. Mr. Moreno wondered. You have a heart attack? No. My heart is as strong as a tank. I'm a bit tired because I haven't been able to sleep for a week. So please stay here. My house is spacious, 2 or 3 dozen empty rooms for guests. You must know that I am single, without a wife and children, only friends. I told them to make the most comfortable room for him. The counterintelligence director's staff are all beautiful young women in revealing clothes. Diane does not allow anyone to touch Van Bin. She led him through a corridor hung with orchids. His room overlooks the cool direction. Right below the window is the swimming pool. God! The splendid swimming pool made of transparent glass is not inferior to the most splendid swimming pools of Hollywood movie star. Van Bin leaned back in the comfortable armchair. DN leans into his ear, spitefully. You just committed a lie. He opened his eyes. Lie? Must too. At night, he slept for a long time. His eyes weren't the ones that craved sleep. Eyes that want to sleep are red, blinking rapidly. His eyes were clear and bright. During this week, he was able to sleep at the door, sleep soundly. Mr. Van Bin, why do you pretend to be exhausted to stay here? Turns out you can't get past me. Long time. Tell the truth, I know. I don't want to spoil the round and fragrant servants of the old man 35. If the Maleta mission fails, I don't need it. Whoever touches you, I break. I can't promise tomorrow, but right now, I can assure you. He stayed here for work. Women are the most important work of Z28. People gossip about you. I need to sleep to wake up tonight. And gather strength to deal with Navarro. For now, I believe you. The second reason why he delayed the departure time. It was sunny, the distance was far, and Navarro was easy to follow. Forced him to wait for the night. Well, are you still fiercely jealous? End. So I'll pay you back. That is the third reason. The third reason? And the main reason. My little Diane, you're so stupid. Mr. Moreno's villa is more luxurious than the Hilton, adding a cool and clear swimming pool. Paint as crazy to not stay enjoy. Let alone enjoy with a great beauty. Demon Satan. Van Bin hugged her tightly. "Oh, I'm Satan, why don't you object?" Diane giggled in the firm arms of Agent Z28. The Costa Brava, colloquially known as the Wild Coast, is considered the most spectacular and alluring of Spain's coastlines along the Mediterranean. The Wild Coast begins at 65 miles northeast of Bath, the second largest town in the country, and then runs all the way up to the French border with the mighty Pyrenees. It stretches over 150 kilometers, not straight and square. When it spreads out into vast sandy beaches, when it is captured in dangerous and secret bays and caves. Every step on the deserted shore contains a poetic suddenness. It's like a teenage girl. Being tiny, no one knows the name, suddenly expanded, growing up as fast as blowing. The short, thin, ungainly body suddenly became a statue of the goddess Venus, dazzling with fiery lines. Indeed, after the Second World War, international beachgoers had never heard of the deserted coast. Until 1950 it remained anonymous. All of a sudden, inns and restaurants sprang up. Dozens at first, then hundreds. Today more than 2 million tourists flock to the deserted coast each year. It is worth mentioning that the footprints of millions of people combined with modern amenities do not reduce the strange natural beauty of the deserted coast. At noon, the blue seawater is a gentle contrast with the terracotta red of the mountain. Everywhere you see casuarina and pine. Green pine forests on white sand. At night, the sea surface is dim with the lights of fishing boats off the coast. The scenery is so magical that visitors forget to sleep, wandering all night is common. That night, Van Bin also forgot to sleep. Although he was not a tourist hypnotized by the wild coast. He forgot to sleep to drive his car on a strange road on the deserted coast. At dusk, he left the magnificent building of the Director of Counterintelligence Moreno. He did not disguise himself as Diane intended. He only asked Mr. Moreno one favor: lend him a racecar. On the streets of Madrid, he demonstrated his driving skills in racing cars. He ran through the capital, always crashing into alleys. Finally he dropped the car near a deserted museum, took a shortcut to the park and hailed a taxi. He changed taxis many times on the way to the airport. Diane and he took the last flight of the day to Boston. 1. The girls here are famously beautiful. If they are not endowed with beauty, they also have a unique gait that is always as flexible as dancing. Men are full of love, well-groomed clothes. The most visible are the shoes. Always have to shine. Forgetting to use poker, hundreds of limpiabota, too, are waiting by the roadside with the art of lightning shoe shine. An army of shoe polishes attacked Van Bin when he stopped at a restaurant near the tramway that hung along the coast. The shoe shine boys in Saigon are famous for their toughness and hardiness, but compared to the little darling Batslan, they are far behind. Van Bin shook his head and waved his hand at the counter to stir them up. He offered money, they politely refused. They practice beautifying the city, they are not beggars. His shoes were of a dirty, twisted kind, out of proportion to the aristocratic beauty and local riches. Before he could sit down, his shoes slipped off his feet. In the blink of an eye, the skin of the shoes became iridescent, thinking that he could look in the mirror. What surprised him was that he paid no one would accept it. Thinking they criticized less, he doubled. The oldest continued to refuse. He picked up his pocket to get more money. The shoe-shining children still refused. The old man chirped a series of dialects. He speaks Spanish with a slight southern accent. Van Bin can only understand the concavity. He then questioned Diane. Sitting next to her, she burst out laughing. "They ask for your clothes." He rolled his eyes. "Ask for clothes? So what do you wear? Did they make you naked in the crowd?" It was midnight, but the streets were still crowded. Midnight is bedtime in many towns from east to west, but in Boston it is dinner time. This eatery is located on a lovely Rambola. Rambella is a type of street only in Boston. Formerly it was a river and creek. People built houses and planted green trees. All kinds of shops sprang up. From early morning until midnight, elegant boys and girls parade through like ticking lights. Van Bin's concern is right. He can't strip in front of a crowd of luxurious clothes. She convinces him. "They offered to buy other clothes for you." Angry guy. "Well, they act like you're an American electric star. More majestic than a movie star. Big change. They know you are. Bullfighter in Madrid? Not yet. If they knew, they would have clung to him, tore his clothes into pieces as souvenirs." They read the newspaper and saw that he looked like that great man, so. I beg you. I'm going to hurry up. They discover the truth and you die. Diana thou never ceased to negotiate with the shoe-shining children. At first, they refused. They eventually agreed to exchange for his shirt and shoes. He didn't have to wait long. The restaurant driver has a luxury tailor shop. He was escorted by the children. They gave him the best shirt. He thought of escaping. Who would have thought that when this group went, another group came? In the end, he had to take off his period. He left the tailor shop, completely renovated from head to toe. He was about to return to the restaurant when Diane took his hand and pulled him into a taxi. She gave the address in the city center, ordered the driver to speed up, despite his objections. Through Reno Restaurant, #1 in the city in every way, in terms of the modern decor, the fabulous menu, and the exorbitant prices, she would not allow the taxi to park despite his entreaties. She led him to the side street near the Santa Cruz Hospital, that is, at the far end of town. The restaurant there is nothing to talk about. Its floor level is average, diners are sparse, so it's easy for two people to find an empty table. Van Bin grimaced. "This is bad cooking, baby." She replied. "Since I left Madrid, I haven't said a word to you about finding gold. Getting off the plane, I dragged you to the beach, choosing the place with the most prying eyes to eat. I got the impression that you purposely showed your face for everyone to see. This feeling has been lingering in my head since Madrid." He drove a race car, pretending to run around, actually following a certain route. "Are you deliberately baiting the enemy?" Van Bin admitted. "Must too. You lured Navarro. You're crazy. 200 tons of gold, a huge amount, not a small amount." He chased after him, discovered the gold mine, and then eliminated him. "Why don't you disguise yourself, get on the plane stealthily and operate inconspicuously?" "I'm probably right. It seems you have something to hide from me. Did you see the Navarro staff following us?" "No. It's weird. So what does that mean?" "Which means that Navarro knows we're going to Boston. He knew, then I just dared to eat, drink, travel, what to avoid." "Where is the gold warehouse located?" "The map only shows the route from Madrid to Boston and from Bath to back along the deserted coast to the north, bordering France. Lulio did not specify where. However, can you find out?" "Yes. Along with the route from Madrid to Batslon, there is also a route for gold storage. Lulio meticulously drew the entrances and exits, and the topography around the vault, but did not quote. All I know is that the gold warehouse is located on the deserted coast. I'll drive along the coast, carefully observing and comparing with Lulio's map. I show you the map, I grew up in the area, maybe I can help you." In a panic, he accidentally burned it to coal. What a pity. Now the only way to draw again. Too bad, his memory suddenly became dull. Strange, ever since then, he is famous for having a super memory. Van Bin looked between her eyes. "Who told you?" She was bewildered to see. "It's funny, suddenly you caught my forgetfulness disease. You wait for me a moment, I try to dig through my brain." He laughs. "We both forgot. Comorbidities." Van Bin turned to another matter. He ate and drank and then called the taxi company. Money can also buy money. 3 minutes after he dialed 250-9000, a pretty taxi parked in front of the restaurant. From Bathslon to the deserted coast, tourists often use boats to enjoy the scenery because the scenery is only brilliantly beautiful if looking at the shore from the sea. Those who have a lot of money can rent a canoe for themselves. Driving a car is also fun, but with the condition that you have a really nice and smooth car, and especially with strong butts. The road is zigzag, up and down abnormally, accidentally having an accident like playing. The last cinemas opened, the audience filled the streets, and Van Bin and Diane left the last streets of Boston. Van Bin loves women here. He loves food, loves plants and flowers, but he is not very sympathetic to the architecture of the city. The streets do not seem poetic, the town is divided into squares. Looking down from the plane, people have the impression of a giant chessboard. The night wind was cool. Van Bin leaned against the corner of the car, calmly sleeping a good night. Diane thought he closed his eyes so he wouldn't get tired because the restaurant lights were so bright. She paid no attention to him. When she heard his regular snoring, she was startled and shook him. "Wake up," he asked in a hoarse voice. "Are you there?" "Not yet." "Then let him sleep. You don't watch the two sides of the road? Yes, starting from the shore. 3. Bolin, 65 kilometers northeast of Boston, is a town that paved the way for a deserted coast. Indigenous people often go there to relax. Foreign tourists go further north. Bolin Beach is hidden behind a rocky cliff, so the waves are not big, the water is very clear, the wind blows gently, suitable for discreet dating of men and women. People date each other at dawn. The sun comes out on the eastern horizon. The blue sea stands out with hundreds of brilliant color spots of boats. At night, boys and girls walk on the white sand covered with pine forests, fascinated with the sky and water until morning. Diane smoked a cigarette by herself. She is not addicted to drugs. She hates Van Bin's drug Salem. Sometimes when she was excited, she wanted to take a breath of mint smoke, but he was ready with the lighter. Now this minimal courtesy to the weaker sex had been forgotten by him. Damn, what a sleep. She had the idea that he was deliberately showing his coolness. Why? Angry, she pushed him. Wake up, I said. He snorted boredly. Are you angry with me? Better than angry. The reason? No reason at all. Smiling, Van Bin told the driver to slow down. In the windshield, a tall, pointed hill appeared, with an ancient castle towering over the top. Bolin. Fierce civil war has destroyed hundreds of synagogues. This sacred castle alone is still standing, the guns only pass. Visitors to Bolin all visit the majestic castle built thousands of years ago. Looking up from afar, people who carry heavy worries can feel the spirit of lightness and relief. Diane snapped his arm painfully. You have to explain your cold, unpleasant attitude. I noticed that you have changed completely since visiting the house of the director of counterintelligence. For Maine. Maine. In Manalito. He's jealous. I think what I think. Are you jealous of the dead? Not now, but last week. Last week? I stick to Maine like a shadow with a picture. There isn't a night in Madrid that I don't dance with him. All morning. Dancing in a row for a week. Ha! I'm jealous just dancing, let alone. Anyway, how? I understand myself. Can boys and girls in a closed room watch each other from 3 p.m. to 10 a.m.? Diane hugged Van Bin tightly. She kissed him and apologized profusely. I'm jealous. God, I'm jealous. Jealousy means love me. To be honest with you, I'm just dancing. Then back. Do nothing. Real? 100% true. I swear. Poison oath. If I lie, God please. Van Bin covered her mouth. Well, you know my heart. From this moment, we make up with each other. The car drove through the town jubilantly at Wavine Inn, 4, the most magnificent inn, dazzling with light. The town's 3 crowded discos pulsated with sensational flamenco music. More sensational than this sensational music is each pair wearing tiny 2-piece swimsuits like a blind blowing their noses and dancing. Van Bin's heart is also bustling because among the female guests there are many top actors. Turns out this frenzy of topless bras has made its way to the deserted coast. The evil Maleta agent. 200 tons of evil gold. If he hadn't been tied down by work, he'd have jumped down to the shore. Don't look. She spread her hand over his eyes. He laughed heartily. Then you look at me. The driver, a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair, his face as cold as money, stood up, sat down, and gestured impatiently and nervously. The intimate drama in the back made him nervous, many times almost lost the steering wheel. A short 3 kilometers north of the bowl is a well-known wasteland, Lore, 5. To the right, toward the sea, loomed a modest path climbing up a hillside filled with pines and vines. This hidden hill is full of pines and vines. This hill hides secluded bathing areas. Those who love freedom and hate curiosity all go there. Many years ago, he stopped for a long time wandering in Lore. Also in the summer the sun is burning hot. Fishermen attend the festival of lanterns on the sea. Hundreds of boats of all sizes and styles, with splendid flower lights, racing. Men and women have a great party. The whole area resounded with singing. They poured wine for each other, hugged each other and danced all night under the pine trees. Their dance is unusually soft and attractive. Those who do not know how to move, but look at these young, flourishing, belly-dancing girls in the Egyptian way, are also moved. Although Lore is a new mushroom town, the number of inns is up to 100. According to rumors, the reason there are many sleeping houses is because everyone who goes there wants to sleep. Van Bin had a terrible desire to sleep when he arrived at Lore. However, at that time he wanted to sleep, but he was still dizzy all morning. He wanted to sleep because with him was a beautiful blonde as soft as the foam mattress of the local hotels. 10 minutes later, taxi to Tatsa, 6. There are 3,000 people here, but the number of hotels is over 100 and it is always full. Diane looked impatient. Haven't seen anything yet? Van Bin replied. Not yet. The map includes zigzag and dangerous roads. Hope is from San Feliu, 7, onwards. 20 kilometers from Lore to Feliu. It is the largest town of the Wild Coast. Van Bin contemplatively watched the bumpy road and the pine forest full of moon, sparkling silver of the sea. Feliu's feature is many open-air nightclubs. It also has a bison court. Tourists eat and stay here, but go elsewhere to bathe. The coast of Feliu's is unusually concave like a sawtooth. Very delicious lobster specializes in hiding in rock holes. Van Bin could not forget a sea hunt. A female guide dived with him to catch lobsters. Here, the use of personal oxygen tanks to breathe is prohibited for fear of hunters catching too many lobsters and causing the seafood source to run out quickly. Due to this ban, locals are as good at diving as otters. The tour guide girl is a qualified swimmer. Seeing that Van Bin is handsome and charming, she pretends to be exhausted to have a chance to be close to him. Being automatically reclined in the lap of the beauty, he was foolishly chased away. Annoying every girl is a married girl, like a collar, and this guy is a husband who broke the national record for jealousy. The guy, music, with the amorous girl on a smooth rock under the magical moonlight. The husband appeared, the sharp steel spear in the hand. He was almost dismembered. He jumped into the sea to escape. Her husband, who was used to fishing, chased him all night. Thanks to the sudden rain, the sky and sea were black as ink. He escaped. He told himself never to return to Feliu again. No wonder he was in Feliu again tonight. Then Agaro, considered the jewel of the Wild Coast, hosts annual international dance and boat races. The shoreline is no longer concave in the shape of a sawtooth. It bends like a bow with neat pine forests stretching to the horizon, seemingly never ending. Suddenly Diane panicked. Palamos, 8. The road is full of twists and turns. Try to remember it. During the Civil War, Palamos was heavily bombarded. I suspect the gold vault is buried here. Must go north. Above the Palamos are Fatka and Kalina, 9. Lulio couldn't choose those two places. On the way more than 24 kilometers are all private villas. Houses are close to each other, not a suitable scene for hiding 200 tons of gold. So I keep going up. Or at the tip of Shibachi, 10. There is a cave carved into the mountain 270 meters deep. But this cave everyone knows. Your father must find a secret place. Mr. Van Bin, do you remember? A few more details to help you figure out the location. Your brain becomes denser each time. I keep going. His sixth sense tacitly informed him that he was nearing the vault of gold. Another town filled with neon lights. Men and women embrace and dance in an open-air disco beside the road. The disco does not have walls or fences. Get off the bus and enter the place. Many couples engrossed in the music pulled each other out in the middle of the road. The driver flashed his headlights and blew his horn. They still didn't pay attention. Next to the dance hall is a restaurant. The smell of rice mixed with turmeric, pepper and chili mixed with fried shrimp and fish wafts into Van Bin's nose. He inhaled. Wonderful. His stomach is screaming on strike. It's Pela. I just had a full meal in Bath, brother. I don't understand you either. All I know is that I'm hungry right now. The driver pouted again. The climate on the coast is easy to starve, sir. Many nights carrying passengers on this road, I ate 3 meals and was still hungry even though my stomach was full. Every time I came here I was still hungry as usual. Listening to you, I thought you worked as a tourist advertiser. At Diane's comment, the driver mumbled. Don't need my praise, ma'am, the paella here is famous throughout Europe. The taxi driver didn't talk nonsense. This is La Farine, 11. Tourists flock here because of the white sand sea, blue water and pine trees are few, but because of the delicious food, paella is a lot. Along with gazapaso, paella is the soul of the Spanish family. Paella is rice cooked with turmeric and all kinds of seafood. Do not pour rice into water, but boil cooking oil, fry until golden brown. Then put clams, shrimp, fish, chicken, rabbit meat cut into pieces, accompanied by garlic, chili, cool tomato. That is, the dish is pai lu. Although Diane did not give permission and seemed displeased, the driver still switched off the engine. Diane had to follow Van Bin into the restaurant. While she lingered by the bottle of spring water, he drank a bottle of red wine in the blink of an eye. The wine is pressed and distilled in the region. He called out a panadet, 12, the heaviest thing. Drink and eat paella. Van Bin has the leisurely style of a rich man going to the sea with a young maid. She intervened. I drank the second bottle. Panadet wine is very drunk. Drinkers also have to mix spring water. Since then, he's been drinking all the time. His eyes glazed over, he started to get drunk. You should listen to me, stop drinking. She called the waiter to clean up. Van Bin downed another glass of mortar. Normally strong wine, he also consumed the whole bottle, let alone the wine. Then he staggered again. Whether he was drunk or not, only God knows. All I know is that he climbed into the taxi with difficulty and lay flat in the corner. Diane complained to the driver. General rules at Uncle. Now know how? The driver said. The boss said to rent a car to run along the deserted coast at night to enjoy the scenery. Any important business, ma'am? The boss drank a lot, was a bit dizzy. The car drove for a while with a strong wind to wake up. Diane says. Cannot. He sprayed cold water on his master to wake him up. The driver denied. I do not dare. She grumbled. He advised, instigated, begged him to get drunk and then he left me. The driver was shocked. What's so scary, ma'am? Drunk and then awake, no one is drunk forever, drunk forever. It's common for men to get drunk. The days I lay horse at home, I was all drunk. Drunk from morning to night. Drunk straight from night to morning. He's different, he's different. Last night or tomorrow night he was drunk, fine, not tonight. He worked hard to help the boss up. Taxi to a place where the seawater is really clear. During the day, when the weather is good, you can see corals and seashells on the bottom. Two mountain peaks protrude from the mainland to the sea, bending together to form a bow, preventing strong winds from afar, making the water surface smooth and gentle all year round like an artificial swimming pool. Fawcett on the top of the hill is the Capsaicon Inn, 13, with 300 rooms, one of the top hotels in Europe. Diane thought Van Bin was just drunk, just pulling his sideburns and giving him spring water to drink. Catalan spring water has the property of making alcohol. She did not expect him to take a sip, then coughed. Both she and the driver were panicking because Van Bin vomited exactly like a drunk person. In fact, he stuck his finger in his throat. In the dark car, no one could see. Just like the problem of real or fake drunkenness, the problem of pretending to vomit is known only to God and he knows the reason. Diane howled. I'm dead, I'm dead. With a serious face, the driver suddenly laughed. What did you call death? She cannot die. Nor can he die. Drinking alcohol and eating a lot often makes the stomach heavy. Oops is a good thing. You listen to me, in a few moments he's talking like firecrackers again. Really, uncle? Why not? I vomit like him every week. It's been 30 years, lady. When Van Bin recovered, the taxi passed most of the last leg of the deserted coast. More than 10 kilometers from the town of Bagua, 14, the landscape changes completely. No more dangerous mountains. There are no more concave coastlines and many underground caves, meaning that there is no longer a suitable terrain for hiding 200 tons of gold. Suddenly, the road that was circling like a snake became straight. The majestic pine and oak forests suddenly disappeared from either side. At this time, there are hundreds and thousands of field corn plants arranged neatly, strictly in line, with proper care as if they were planted with their own hands. Surrounded by upland fields, lush green gardens, rich. People here are also drunks. Drink with a mortal eel. This eel is a meter long. You can find it anywhere. Its flesh is very juicy and sweet. Van Bin was dozing with the delicious taste of Bagua eel when Diane's voice, neither fleshy nor sweet, kept in his ear. Are you fully recovered? He replied. No sickness at all. Still as strong as the Pyrenees. Mount Pyrene is a natural barrier between France and Spain. Well, almost to the Pyrenees. Unfortunately, we fail. Don't worry. Through this flat field to the mountains. Rosa? Yes, the town of Rasta at the foot of the Pyrenees. 15. He began to see some similarities with the map. She sat snugly on his hip. The moonlight shines on the car. The driver crouched on the steering wheel, not seeing the two passengers hugging and kissing behind the scenes. The eyes he saw but ignored. His bright and sharp eyes showed that he could hardly be a long-distance driver with only a few feet of flour. His look, his raise of his hand, his smile contained something indecent. Something deceitful. Something suspicious. The Rosat region attracts some adventurous travelers thanks to its quirky beaches. Each beach is full of sand and trees are nestled between the surrounding cliffs. Bathing naked in the middle of the day is also not afraid of being peeped by strangers. The water is quite deep, easy to drown. Unfortunately, in an accident, the body can lie on the bottom for a whole year and not be picked up. Diane pointed to a beach to the right, looming behind almond and olive groves. Here? Van Bin shook his head. She said. This location is the most dangerous. It has an abandoned castle from many centuries. Deep inside are many caves that no one outside the archaeological world has set foot on. Have you done a thorough comparison? Van Bin did not answer. He told the driver. Straight to Kazakhstan. 16. Kadade is a sleepy town, crouching behind a craggy mountain with a 500-meter high pass road, whitewashed houses of the same color, with a sandy beach that is not sand but a kind of blue shady clay, mixed red. This land is great for plastering. It's sunny, barefoot on the clay sand is a torture. Just burning. Just burned. No tourist wants to go to Kazakhstan. Except for the couple of the famous painter Dali. He is the magnet stone. His presence attracts people from the 10 directions. Where are you going? Diane asked him a question. She repeated it a third time before he heard the voice. Go to Dali's cool house. I just passed the Lagat Hotel opposite Dali's house. Don't you see? That means the car has passed through Kazakhstan? Of course. Through Kazakh to Lagat, and the house of Dali is located in the suburbs. Turns out he wasn't awake yet. Hey, you're not crazy. Not sedated but not fully awake. I didn't expect him to be so scandalous. If I had forbade you to drink alcohol, things would have changed. The French border is near. Maybe your father hid it in the port of Bu. Who knows? Not according to me. Never. From here start the uphill. If you want to find antiques, find natural rocks shaped like people thousands of years ago, find secret caves filled with ghosts or thin ascetic monks like fish, then you will go uphill. Think about it, my father can't carry dozens or hundreds of boxes uphill. 200 tons of gold, each ton is 1,000 kilograms. A total of 200,000 kilograms, not a light taxi with the people sitting on it. Some distance away from Lagat, while the taxi was climbing the pass, Van Bin hit the driver's shoulder and ordered to stop. Diane was taken aback by his sudden gesture. Her voice was hoarse with emotion. Here? He pulled her out of the car. The chauffeur ran after the two. Van Bin smiled and waved at him. He waited for him by the thicket. He panted. You called me? Van Bin is still smiling. His steel hand shot out. An atemium blow. Note. 1. Basel, Barcelona, 2 million people. 2. Limpiabota are street shoe polishers. 3. Bolin, Blaines. 4. Park Hotel. 5. Uret de Mar. 6. Tosa. 7. San Feliu de Gixels. 8. Palamos. 9. Fatka, Vacalina, La Fosca, Calea. 10. Shababy, San Sebastian. 11. La Foran, La Franche. 12. Panadit, Panadas. 13. Capsasan, Cap Sausan. 14. Bagua Bigor. 15. Pyrene Pyrenees Roses. 16. Kadada Kadax. Z28 Spain 200 tons of bloody gold. Chapter 11, Devilish Gold Warehouse. Van Bin is as accurate as a skilled surgeon. His area of attack was a spot the size of a dime-sized hole between the 11th and 12th ribs on the driver's body. According to medicine, this position is the end of the 5th abdominal nerve. If it is paralyzed, part of the lower leg is paralyzed. It is located in the deep, using a sharp needle to pierce the skin to penetrate. Zen masters of Shaolin use their own strength to change needles. Van Bin knocked out the driver with a wonderful Shaolin attack. The victim fell into a coma immediately, and half an hour later he woke up. He would not be able to stand. Bewildered, Diane didn't raise her voice as usual. She watched silently as Van Bin laid the driver on his back on the side of the road and rummaged through the bags. He pulled out a square-shaped card that shone in the moonlight. She asked him, "Enemy staff?" He returned the card to the victim's drying basket. "No, Mr. Moreno's. Director of Counterintelligence Spain? Must too." The old man regretted it, so he asked his youngest brother to stick to his feet. "It's dangerous. I haven't thought about it yet. What is the suspicious driver that you know is a Moreno employee? Why isn't he an employee of Navarro?" "Ah, I understand. Slice card. The ticker card only writes the name. Everyone have. Not a secret identity card." He guessed by chance. By chance again. "I don't believe. He is the #1 multi-talented man in the world today." He told the truth, not adding or subtracting. When he was still in Boston, he called the taxi company. Her switchboard number was 250-9000. He dialed the wrong number 5 to 4. That means the taxi company could not talk to him. So that there are still taxis to pick up. Right. There are still taxis to pick you up. The restaurant's phone is connected to counterintelligence headquarters. They waited for him to pick up the phone to answer. Let an employee disguised as a taxi driver follow, both discreet and convenient. They don't think you're smart. Calling him a demon is correct. I myself cursed you as Satan. All right, I dare not curse. I swear I love you. Let me pay. Van Bin did not let her kiss like always. He gently stroked her hand and took her hand. Morning is here. Actually, the clock is only 4 o'clock. The moon is too bright here, so it's easy to give the impression that winter is coming. To the right, looming in the mist, is the village of Senva, the stop before climbing the Pyrenees to the other side of the border. The scenery here is majestic and peaceful. The cool and pretty houses shyly hide behind the rocky mountains covered with trees. Van Bin pointed to a white-painted 3-story villa 50 meters from where the taxi was parked. Diane put her finger to her mouth to bite. In there? Van Bin replied. Gold vault? No, I have to go back to my old ways. You need to borrow the landlord's car temporarily. The taxi is full of gas. It has secret recorder and broadcaster. I parked the car and tricked them. I know. Villa without a car is dangerous. What, but a car, I guarantee you will not lack. It takes billions of people to buy a house in this area. For the rich, cars are as cheap as bicycles. Hey, can you see it? The two were walking on the paved path leading from the beach to the villa. Standing outside observing the mansion is not very large. The closer you get, the more you can see its grandeur, its expensive sophistication. It eats underground in the mountain, only a small part is exposed. In front of the villa runs a long garden. Called a garden, it is actually a flat stone yard, created by a mine blasting a corner of the mountain. Only the cost of hiring engineers and laborers to tear down the rock and smooth it is enough to build a 10-story hotel with a swimming pool and a climate control system. Van Bin is right. The owner of this villa is a billionaire who treats money as garbage. The garage is built outside. It only consists of a slightly inclined concrete roof, shaded from the sun and rain. Garage without walls. No door, of course. No lock. Cars are parked in 2 rows. All 10 pieces. All types. Enough styles. Every car is brand new. Diane blocked Van Bin. There's a guard. He laughs. Definitely yes, but I assure you the guard was just watching me climb into the car. Why? The watchman thinks he is a guest of the master. Billionaires often have many guests. Come or go at any time, take a bath at night, dance at night, eat at night, for example. Listening to you, I have the impression that you have come here many times. Many are not true. About 3 or 4 times. The owner of this villa is the Queen of Sandwiches. The title of the Queen of Sandwiches is a bit strange. Nothing. She is the only daughter of the King of American Sandwiches. He owns most of the sandwich shops in America. Every year, the daughter goes to the deserted beach to spend money. No need to get acquainted. Anyone who visits her also invites and treats her. She is very hospitable, especially to men. Is she young? I know she's not young anymore. And of course not pretty. Spring is green, she's about 6 weeks old. Unmarried. Nice to be called by her. Handsome, healthy like you, no wonder the 60-year-old beauty is pampered. Blabbing. I choose this Malatka, too. This low-key two-seater convertible, with a speed of 170 km per hour, is made in Spain for young people who love the sun and the wind. It looks simple, slim, but surprisingly expensive. Van Bin calmly climbed up, started the engine rumbling like a private car, his own villa. A burly man in a white uniform approached from nowhere. He raised his chin in greeting. He respectfully wrapped his arms. He asked, "Not sleep yet?" The guard replied, "Bam yet. Long time no see you." Van Bin poked his outstretched hand a roll of silver paper. All in US dollars. 4 $5 bills. The price is 20 dong. Tipping is quite generous. As for tying flowers, Spain is a weird country. In principle, accepting a tip is a national humiliation. Give a cigar, give a glass of wine more precious than tie a tip. But in fact, anywhere guests have to withdraw their wallets. Take a taxi, go to the toilet, shine your shoes, and so on and so forth. Time to pay the face distortion. Even more contorted face when meeting beggars. Beggars here are beggars. According to custom, beggars are children of God. I give money because I have a duty. Just like that. They don't thank me. Oh my God. The Malatka sped out onto the main road, turning back to the village of Kadadek. Diane visited Van Bin's ear. The guard knows you too well. He laughs. Where are you familiar? I've heard him repeat this push and pull phrase many times, to many people. You gave him a lot of money. Everyone has to tip so much. Besides, money, temple, but you. Lack of money, the queen of sandwiches is ready to provide. How much is there? Does anyone take the car with them? Each summer takes about 50 pieces. According to the queen, thanks to the loss of the car, the guests had the opportunity to use the new car. I asked you a little question. Lack of confidentiality. What did? How many times with the queen of sandwiches? Thanks to a racing car in the opposite direction, speeding like crazy, almost crashing, Van Bin did not have to answer her conundrum. He turned the steering wheel to escape skillfully. She almost said, "Whatever you are good at." He's a good driver who doesn't lose to bullfighting. Why? She kept quiet. Glancing at her with the corner of his eye, he noticed that she was a little confused. He didn't want to cause more trouble for her, so he ignored it. The most important story. The location of the gold warehouse. The bus back to Kazakhstan, Kadakais. The unique house of the eccentric painter Dali stands along the coast, white and sassy, opposite an inn with a state-of-the-art swimming pool. Until now, people still do not understand the reason that attracts nearly 1,000 familiar tourists to come and rest there every year. Because there is nothing beautiful there. Fresh water is always scarce. The lighting system is damaged almost often. Villagers only sell ticks, which means that candles are not only for tourists but also earn a lot of money. Farming, fishing, it's all boring. Vineyards and fruit-heavy olives all over the deserted coast, here alone are meager. There are no fish or shrimp in the sea, resulting in the population of Kazakhstan consisting of just over 1,000. However, the hotel is full of amenities, delicious restaurants, countless nightclubs. Is it because of the reputation of Dali? Diane seemed nervous when Van Bin left the main road and entered a winding gravel path. The white gravel color contrasts the dark green of the pine forest. At the end of the forest are mountains. A huge mountain crosses the sea. She asked him, "In Kazakhstan?" He nodded. She pointed to the mountain. "Behind?" He nodded again. "Maybe no?" He replied succinctly. "Sure." On the top of the mountain there is an abandoned shrine. The car road broke in the middle of the slope. To get to the shrine, you have to walk. Van Bin in the car. The wind blew hard as if to drag things into the sea. Diane clenched her fists so she wouldn't lose her balance. However, many times she was dragged away. It took him down to hold her in front of the strong pulling force of the hurricane. He wasn't as steep as she thought. He followed the rock and approached the sharp peaks that jutted out into the sea. Underfoot the water rumbled. Diane hugged Van Bin tightly. Go back, brother." He caressed her cheek. "Are you cold?" "No. I am afraid. I'm so scared." "What am I afraid of? Tell me, I'll help you." "No, nothing at all. I'm so scared." He goes home. We should go home. I love you, you know? Van Bin slipped and almost fell into a deep hole between two rough stones. She squeezed his finger painfully. Honey, do you love me? Love. Don't ask silly questions. Tell me, I'll help you. No, nothing at all. Then I'll be quiet. Hold your breath for him to drag you down into the cave. Two people pressed their stomachs close to the ground and crawled like snakes through a mountain jam. Behind is a small lake 2 meters in diameter, dry on all sides, surrounded by cliffs. There is only one path that can fit one person through. Diane wondered. I remember every single word, I don't forget. But he said his brain was thick, he pretended to run straight to the border. You don't believe me, do you? Well, let me go back. Without saying a word, Van Bin pressed Diane into a crowded aisle. Here, the stone walls on both sides are still wet. He looked at the unicorn clock. More than 5 hours. I only have an hour left. Will the sea level rise? Must too. My father and comrades at that time were familiar with the topography of Kazakhstan, so they chose a great safe location. 200 tons of gold are stored in a cave, a vast mountain cave. Hang Drak, 3, is not necessarily as wide. All year round, the path to the cave is covered by tidal water. Particularly in the summer, every night the water recedes from 4 to 6 a.m. Seawater to the place where the gold barrel is loaded? According to my father's writing, no. The two groped around for a while until they came to a dark cave door. Moonlight does not shine. In the dim night, the stalactites shine. Hundreds of flickering fireflies give the scene a mysterious appeal. As Van Bin said, this mountain cave is really wide. The arrangement of the creator is similar to that of the Drak cave, which means that there is an underground lake in the middle of the cave with clear water. At Drak cave, people swarm around the lake, many chairs, enough seats for 1,000 tourists, then the lights and torches go out, a boat lazily glides on the smooth water, the oars are covered with rubber silencers. A string band consisting of all women sitting on the boat. NHA music plays, waltz, holy, melodious. The leather wall resounded with a strange jingle. Walking beside him, Diane trembled. He told her to wait on a stone platform as neat as a chair. Gold storage in the next cave. He had to dive into the lake. She gasped as if she had just run on a long distance without stopping. I'm so scared. Let me go with you. He comforted her. He was only absent for about 5 minutes. I'm not used to diving, easy to suffocate. Do not be afraid. You understand. She said as if crying. Understand? He did not understand anything. Van Bin jumped into the water. Whether he heard her meaningful words or not, he did not say. He seemed to hear well. Because there was a confident smile on his lips. Van Bin emerged from the bottom of the lake earlier than expected. With one hand stroking the running water on his face, the other hand clinging to the edge of the lake, he cheered to her. Found it, baby. Diane sat sullenly without answering. From a valley to the left came a man's voice, firmly. Thank you, Mr. Z28. Van Bin paused. The right side also has noise. The back also has noise. Strange faction consists of at least 3 names. He stood up, keeping his face impassive. From the darkness of the cave, came out a young man in his 30s, tall, sturdy, handsome, white skin, blue-violet eyes. Also appearing with him were 2 other young men, more muscular but less agile. All 3 dressed in doublets, dark brown, in the style of local fishermen. At first glance, Van Bin knew they were genuine Russians. The brightest and brightest of the bunch was Navarro, Colonel Navarro, the jewel of the KGB's Soviet Action Secret Service. Navarro half-smiled. Thank you, Mr. Z28, for leading us here. Van Bin turned to Diane. So I'm an employee of Navarro. Diane lowered her head and said nothing. Navarro shook the left handgun with a rubber tube to block the noise on the long finger of the pen tower, the finger of the pianist. Not an employee of Navarro. She is my colleague, the female KGB Major Overseas Division. Her name is Kikirantseva, friends often referred to as Kiki. You mean in Diane's guise? The little Diane you met in the restaurant near the market square is the real thing. Did you kill her? Killing me is not right. We just want her to provide some information. Occupational risk. My juniors are a bit heavy-handed. So I had to replace her with Major Kiki. Although Diane was still alive, the disguise was still necessary as usual. I thought he was smart, but he didn't expect his mind to be dark. He closed his eyes and jumped into the trap. Mr. Z.28, your vertical life is about to end here. Do you need any favors? Don't worry, I won't make you die for long. The cave has a lot of humming sounds, so I can hear it clearly outside, so I carefully use the silencer. The premium type of AIC-4, the common type of CIA, only squeaks softly. The last grace is to know one's own shortcomings so as to close one's eyes from regret. Why did you guys kill Lulio? Occupational risk is for Diane. My heart only prevented Lulio from contacting him. As you already know, Director of Counterintelligence Moreno unleashed a part of us. I had to distract by messing around. Sincerely commend you for your victory in Madrid. However, the exposed division consisted of only a handful of mid-level employees. It's the submersible division that I personally command that matters. Mr. Z.28, I'm happy to die like you. Major Kiki was once awarded the Steel Spy medal. This noble medal of the KGB is only awarded to a female spy with a heart and mind of steel, unfazed by a handsome opponent. Fearing that the inexperienced spy would be easily lured by him, I had to summon the Kiki Steel medal. Ha, ha, the Steel Major had lost to him, so my plans had to change at the last minute. Kiki's soft bloom, I had to rush into the rock cave earlier than planned. Now, close your eyes, Mr. Z.28. Diane, the Steel Major Kikirantseva of the Soviet KGB, opened her eyes. Mr. Navarro, I beg you, you should respect my love. Navarro puffed up his chest, proudly. Is it not enough for a soft comrade? Comrades even want to ask forgiveness for the enemy. Until this minute, I am willing to forgive comrades. Anyway, we did many trips together. But I can't continue to ignore. Such as betrayal. Mr. Navarro, me and Mr. Z28 have no enmity with each other, I beg you. Have you forgotten the orders of your superiors? Meet Z28 anywhere and kill. Kill, kill. Killing Z28 is rewarded. I know. But hey, life has many twists and turns. This work was successful, largely because of me. I surrender everything to you. In exchange for the enemy's life. Well, you're the Steel Major Kiki. If it were someone else, I wouldn't hesitate to point the gun at her chest and fire one shot. Helpless, female Major Kiki covered her face and cried. Navarro pouted, scornfully. Steel Major cried. Ha ha. Van Bin spoke, tenderly but bitterly. Mr. Navarro, you call me stupid, it turns out that you are much more stupid than me. Navarro scowled. Shut up, you're not allowed to insult me. You're the dumbest guy in the world of espionage. You kill me, who will lead you to the gold vault? Don't look for a way to buy time. Just jump into the lake, dive through an underground door to come. Then jump, dive. Van Bin's words startled Navarro. He ordered one of the members. You saw him waiting in the lake earlier. You try to find out which side of the underground door. Van Bin raised a thumb in the air. You don't ask me for help? Navarro pouted. Preoccupied noses, 5. My employees have bright eyes, not blind. That's it. Again, don't blame me for being selfish. Navarro looked at Van Bin with a pitiful gesture. His member quickly plunged into the lake, and in an instant disappeared like a fish in water. The air of the cave is suffocating and difficult to breathe, although the sea breeze brings here the familiar comfortable salty taste. The surface of the lake stirred violently, the member parted the water, got up, and hurriedly lay down on the shore. Navarro asked loudly. Are you injured? The member pointed down to his feet. The victim's feet were bruised and puffy. The victim's breathing is weak. Navarro was shocked. Mr. Z.28, my youngest brother was bitten by something like this? Van Bin shrugged. A kind of shell. It lies in the bottom layer. This shell contains poison. Can it be cured? Bear. To stomp is to die. Unless training is allowed to transport poison. You're a murderer. I solemnly warned you, you didn't listen. He insisted that his staff had bright eyes, not blind. If he's less jealous, if he's calmer, his youngest brother isn't dead. Who told you I'm jealous? Eyeballs. A look. The young child also knew he loved Major Kiki. Too much love to be jealous. He fascinates her. I decided to kill him. Slow down, Mr. Navarro. After all, jealousy is just a side thing. My life is also a side story. Mainly 200 tons of gold. Honestly, you can't kill me. Bastard. How to go to the gold cave? You are so rude. How can Major Kiki love you? I am ready to guide you. With one condition. To die? Not forgive death. This is a trade-off. Navarro waved at the other member. The seashell cuts the leg and is poisonous because it takes off the shoe. You took my shoes. Battle boots, sharp iron spikes do not pierce. The shy member. Sir, you dive? Yes. As soon as you see the door, go up immediately, let me know. Van Bin's face is serious. Bao didn't listen. If you go to the lake, you will die. The member reluctantly refused to tie his shoelaces. Navarro shouted. Hard rubber soles, what are you afraid of? Hurry up, where's your fighting spirit? Before the member had time to show his attitude, he was shoved by Navarro. Van Bin crossed his arms and looked at the rolling circles on the lake. People don't have to wait long. 2 minutes later, the victim emerged. He could no longer hold on to the edge of the lake. His hand was bleeding. He fell on his back, floated for a moment, and then sank. Soviet Secret Service Colonel Navarro muttered indignantly. Weird. It's okay if it's been submerged for a long time. I just came down, I stepped on a poisonous shell and died. Van Bin sneered. It's nothing out of the ordinary, man. The bottom of the lake is divided into 2 parts. Half have killer shells. The other half is sand, completely harmless. You mean you pretend to dive? Right. I jumped down, held my breath, crouched in the corner. You know I'm chasing? I know. Kiki has long hair, and hides in his ear a very small walkie-talkie stethoscope. He communicated with her using this tiny radio system. Bastard. He hugged her and kissed her. More intimate than that. But what's the point of jealousy, Navarro? You've been tricked by me, Navarro. The situation turned upside down. He was surrounded on all sides, dropped his gun, surrendered, he was still alive. Navarro, the invincible brocade tiger of the KGB, made a fundamental mistake while the upper hand was still in his hands. Hearing Van Bin say that he was surrounded, he remained silent, glancing at both sides. He believes that Van Bin's faction is lurking behind his back. What he was not afraid of was that in the vast cave, besides Van Bin, Kiki and him, there was no one left. Van Bin just applied a trick as old as the earth. Very simple trick but effective. He caused the enemy a carelessness. And he also thoroughly exploited this negligence of the enemy. He stood about 3 meters from Navarro. Navarro's gunnery technique was almost perfect, so even if he stood close, Van Bin could hardly hope to win the gun. Fuang Kai is 3 meters away. Out in the water, risk your life. He bent his legs and launched a fierce and fast mountain island. This one-legged round kick is very beneficial. But it is very difficult to hit the target. It is very easy to be neutralized by the opponent. Navarro's gun hand was as if controlled by an electronic robot. Van Bin just lifted his body from the ground. The blue steel throat was pointed directly at his chest. In the television at that moment, Van Bin wanted to collect the charge and couldn't make it in time. He could only rely on luck. Rough. The bullet flew out of the barrel, the smoke burning. Although Navarro aimed at the center of Van Bin's heart, the bullet flew out. For many years, Colonel Navarro had never missed a shot. This time the shot was missed due to the intervention of the woman he loved dearly but never loved in return. The steel Major Kikirantseva leaned forward and lightly touched Navarro's elbow. The muzzle of the gun was thrown high, and Navarro was staggered when the second kick with Van Bin's left foot snatched the left handgun with the silencer and fell into the lake. Navarro jumped back, his voice numb. Kiki, you have gone too far. Comrades blatantly support the enemy. Kiki sighed. You want to condemn as you like, I don't like to let people call you coward, do you understand? Ha, I'm a coward. Cowardly. I was awarded the medal, Hero of Spying, in the Soviet Union. About the spy, you are the hero. But blind love turned him into a coward. Your martial arts have never lost to anyone. Why don't you compete with Van Bin but rely on guns? I don't love you, it's obvious, and no matter what happens, I won't change. But don't make the mistake of thinking that I love Van Bin. Agree that there is vibration. And there's the sensuality of the body, but I'm a KGB major. Kikirantseva could love Van Bin, the steel major could not love Z28 of the hostile spy agency. You fight each other, you kill each other, I don't get involved, as long as there's fairness. Colonel Navarro bent his arms, his eyes sparking. "Move on, you bastard." Van Bin casually walked over. He did not get bored with him, although he knew that he was one of the few outstanding masters of the KGB. Knowing how to use many mysterious martial arts is not enough. The issue of foot preservation is equally important. In high-level competitions, it is often the deciding factor of victory or defeat. Van Bin was not bored with the powerful rival Navarro because the blood of jealousy made his face change color many times, from white to red and then from red to blue-violet. Navarro's true chi was dispersed, so his punches reduced the sharpness. Navarro grabbed Van Bin's wet collar and twisted it with one hand in a strange martial stance. Strange to many people. For Van Bin, it is Sambo martial arts, a traditional Russian martial art. Sambo favors short strokes, specializes in clogging the air and blood vessels and squeezing joints. In many ways, it resembles Japanese judo. It differs from judo in that it does not throw. It is also not as sophisticated as judo. On the contrary, it has some secrets that have made many elite judo martial artists go crazy. The Soviet KGB Action Department spent a huge amount of money over the years on a program to restore and modernize Sambo by training it with extreme blows from Japanese judo, karate, and Shaolin. Van Bin almost had his esophagus crushed because of his smug disdain. He thought Navarro's tendons had been loosened by anger, but it was not surprising that it was still as hard as steel. When he discovered the truth, the enemy's hand was tightly closed around his throat. He had to use internal control, and deal with it very hard to get rid of Navarro's evil grip. Right after that, he was caught in a Sambo armpit position. The Sambo attack style is quite unique. Navarro's hand spread wide, grabbed Van Bin's shoulder, and used the five-clawed attack in Shaolin Qian. He felt as if 5 red roasting sticks were stabbing all the way through his shoulder, from his chest to his back. He had to increase his strength to endure pain and parry. Navarro's Sambo charm was no longer effective when Van Bin switched to the long-range method, aggressively attacking with a double-kissed kick. He flew with 2 legs, kicked at the same time. The immortal wave of Arhat Qian helped him neutralize the secret of Sambo. Navarro was hit with 2 consecutive stones in the stomach and chest. He staggered to the wall to keep from falling. Van Bin soars along, preparing to finish with the standard kick, a straight heel kick. It turned out that Navarro had a weapon hidden in him. Taking advantage of the opportunity to lean on the wall, he reached into his shirt and pulled out his kama. He wore a fisherman's suit with a clear intention. Firstly, it's a safe disguise. Along the coast everyone wears the same clothes. Second, he can carry some iron tools, which appear to be farm or seafaring tools, but are actually terrible weapons. Kama in pulse is a sickle. Karate martial arts originated from the island of Chongtang. This island also spawned some special weapons such as a sickle with a long handle. A kama sickle tied with a long string used as a rocket or for long range is called kusari gama. The crescent attack is not a new thing for the spy Z28. He used to come to the place to study and learn. In the past, Chongthong Island was occupied by the Japanese. The expansion of local karate was banned. All weapons of war were confiscated. Therefore, the martial arts world of Chongthong must come up with new weapons and new techniques. Fighting kama is not the same as hitting a short stick or a short sword. It is almost a combination of Japanese kendo and Chinese spearmanship. Under poor control, it is not very dangerous. Placed in the hands of a master boxer, it becomes an invincible weapon. Kama is often played in singles, because pairing, as well as doubles, requires a lot of practice. Knowing himself, knowing people, Van Bin was afraid to sweat when he saw Colonel Navarro dancing round and sharp sickles towards him. If he has an iron, he can deal with the enemy's kama pair. Too bad he only has 2 hands. He used to learn to play kama, learn to block kama with an equivalent weapon. He had never learned to deal with his bare hands. Therefore, the upper hand in this situation is backward. Step back to think of a way to resist. More than anyone else, Kiki clearly saw the weakness of Van Bin. She stood up and shouted, "Navarro, you should immediately drop the kama." Kiki's persuasion was like a trumpet in the vast desert. Drunk in blood, Navarro could no longer hear or see anything. He staggered up. Van Bin continued to retreat. The dynamic background began to rumble, the tidal water from the outside slowly flowed in. In an instant, the water level rose to ankle level. Kiki alarm. Water water. Get out of the cave now, or you'll all drown. Kiki said it only to her because the two men were busy stalking each other in a one-on-one duel. Navarro rushed forward, two comma blades crossed from above with the intention of splitting Van Bin's brain in half. With his back touching the cliff, Van Bin could not retreat any further. He crouched down, quickly turned to the side, and the sharp hook of the sickle cut into the stalactite with a loud bang. The rock dust flew. Navarro roared loudly, his legs spread wide to follow the horse's claws, one hand slashed, the other hand controlled the comma blade to poke Van Bin's left hip. Forced him to dive to the ground, curling up to avoid. Behind, Kiki's voice was still crisp. "Navarro, put away your weapons." Colonel Navarro answered with a cross. Van Bin dodged very quickly, but the hem of his shirt was still torn. The comma's nose scraped the skin of his chest, leaving a bloody red line. If the reincarnation had been delayed by 1/100th of a second, he would have received a fatal wound. Laughing with satisfaction, Navarro combined the two comma into one to attack while Van Bin was confused between two submerged rocks halfway up his thighs. Fortunately for Van Bin, Navarro slipped and both steel sickles fell into the puddle. Van Bin writhed and grabbed the enemy's shoulder. His finger touched the outer area of the fortitude point on his left neck. Hit in the middle of this point, the right half of the enemy's body is instantly paralyzed. Van Bin's Artemis touched the outer area, so Colonel Navarro just waved his arm and dropped his comma tongue. In terms of weapons, the enemy has lost 50% of the advantage. Feeling excited, Van Bin pretended to miss a step, crouched down in the pit when Navarro used his maximum strength. Skilled, courageous, agile, strong, Navarro is worthy of being the eldest brother of the Soviet KGB action officers. Unfortunately, Van Bin Z28 is a master again. Not to mention his skills, just his battle experience, Van Bin has surpassed him too far. Therefore, Navarro was easily brought into the circus by Van Bin. Losing the blow, Navarro lost his balance. The water level reached the knees, increasing the difficulty while moving. Van Bin tricked him into opening the loop to snatch the second comma tongue. He tried to hold on, Van Bin let go and pushed hard. Navarro fell on his back and hit his head against the stone wall. Navarro came to the end of the day, causing the sharp sickle to turn back into his stomach. He pierced his own small intestine. Van Bin never touched the evil comma's tongue. If the small intestine is torn, the loss of life is certain. Van Bin caught a glimpse of the enemy's serious injuries. He wore him writhing on the flooded cave floor. He said to Kiki, 10 minutes left. From here it takes about 7-8 minutes to get out. I held his hand. The water reaches my thighs, flows fast again, I can't walk. Kiki replied. Thank you for your kindness. I can't follow you. Anyway, I'm a senior Soviet officer. Besides, my colleague was seriously injured, I couldn't bear to escape alone. Van Bin urges. Look, Navarro is gasping. Well done, he's dying for another 60 seconds. I witnessed the fight, I know well that you didn't mean to kill my friend. Each of us serves a front line, but as for our own love, we have no enmity with each other. Because of your noble handling of Navarro, I stayed out of the war. Not enough. I have to give you my hand. Where's your hand, Kiki? The water's up to your stomach, don't delay, lest we both die. You tricked me. This cave has killer shells, you say contains gold. Let's both die. Major Kiki pointed the tiny gun at Van Bin's heart. Her voice is clear. Mr. Z28, you move and I shoot. Van Bin says. Women are weird. Didn't shoot earlier. Now threaten to shoot. You didn't trick me. Gold vault is here. As he said, dive into the lake, go through the underground door and come. It's just that Navarro's employee kicked his foot in the direction of the poisonous shell. Kiki, I'd rather die from your bullet than drown. Shoot away. What else can I expect? If you stir, I will shoot. Van Bin shrugged, turned the water towards her. Kiki raised the muzzle, her finger on the trigger. But she did not shoot. She burst into tears and dropped the gun into the water. Van Bin hugged her back. He helped her wade with difficulty to the entrance of the cave. Behind him, Navarro was underwater. Van Bin glanced at his watch. The tide rises and falls on time. Within 5 minutes, the new cave was completely flooded. I hold close to his shoulder to let him swim. No, I don't go anymore. Kiki, are you crazy? I'm not crazy. I didn't go because I felt ashamed and humiliated. I never loved you, I just used you to get past the director of counterintelligence Moreno and then take out Colonel Navarro. Just like you, using the word love you is not quite right. But there is definitely a special feeling. Life as a spy acts like you and me, saying love is hypocrisy. He doesn't like hypocrisy. Kiki, you're wrong. If I didn't love you, I would have taken you from Madrid, at the request of Moreno. God, you work closely with Moreno, not. Of course, you pretend to be tired to have time to contact your superiors for new instructions. I'm pretty good at dressing as Diane, but each woman has her own twist. He only hugged me and kissed me once to distinguish it. I made many mistakes in gestures and language. I forgot to thoroughly investigate Diane's activities. Last week, Diane returned to her hometown in the south. When you asked me, I replied that last week, I lived in Madrid with the bullfighter Manuelito. That afternoon, he poured wine and gave me acupressure to sleep so that he could freely discuss with Director Moreno. He took my fingerprints, compared them with the Central Intelligence Agency's identity archives, and kicked me out. According to Moreno, he was a rather important member of the KGB. I am the grandson of the General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. If you catch me, it's no less profitable than 200 tons of gold. The driver you knocked unconscious is Moreno's employee? No. He is a 100% professional driver, not involved in gold storage. The janitor of the Sandwich Queen's mansion just received a counterintelligence salary. When we stopped to borrow the car, the director Moreno was in the villa. Now Moreno is waiting for him outside the cave. To handcuff me? That was his will, the will of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the will of the American CIA. But not his will. Kiki, stop questioning him, the water level is up to his chest. Hold him tight. There was a sudden shortage of oxygen in the cave. Kiki opened his mouth to breathe, his posture tired. Out of nowhere, dozens or hundreds of black worms flapped their wings around the two of them. Many lost paths crashed into Van Bin and Kiki's faces. He swam with one hand, the other as a shield to protect her from the shocks of the startled army. The sound of the tide grew louder and louder. At first it hummed softly. Gradually it gurgled like boiling water on the stove. Finally, Van Bin felt as if on all sides was a giant waterfall like Cone Waterfall, 6, in Laos, struggling and roaring in his ear. Just hearing these loud and chaotic sounds, the weak and the astral body also fainted. This waterfall is only over 10 meters high but 10 kilometers wide and emits a very loud cry. It is listed as the largest and loudest waterfall in the world. On the escape route, the scariest part is the passage under the rock jam. Hold your breath for at least 1 minute. For Kiki it was hard work. She is not used to diving. She was weak again. Van Bin's shoulders suddenly lightened. Kiki just let go. Did she let him go because she didn't want to bother him, or was she exhausted? He cried out in silence. Kiki, Kiki? He shouted in vain. The sound of the waves and the fierce sound of the mountains many times overcovered everything. Even if he cried louder than the tide, she couldn't hear it. Panicked, Van Bin dived. His hips were carved with razor-sharp stalactites that made him tear his clothes, dragging many pieces of skin with him. He was wounded everywhere, from head to toe. Through the dim light, he caught a glimpse of a floating shadow. He rushed over. That's right, she. He quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the cave. A sky appeared above. Van Bin helped her lie on her back on the water. She is still awake, she said in a weak voice. You let me die. What do you do to save me? Van Bin said. Come on. Coming to a safe place. Hold your breath. We dive. He lowered her and carried her under his arm. She drank water and coughed. In spite of this, Van Bin continued to drag her under the water. When he came up, he saw a man standing on the shore. Director of Counterintelligence Moreno ran over excitedly. Lucky. Thinking he was trapped, I had to send a frogman to rescue him. Van Bin pointed to Kiki's card on the stone. As for me, it's okay. She drank a lot of water. Okay, you let me worry. Everyone rushed over, dividing each other to do CPR for Kiki. Moreno asked again. What about Colonel Navarro? Van Bin replied succinctly. Died. Gold warehouse? Exactly according to Lulio's graphics. The lake bottom area is 150 square meters, 2/3 have poisonous shells. Underground door on the east bank, just 2 people through. Through the sewer pipe 4 meters to the place. The lake water did not overflow into the gold hiding place because the warehouse floor was higher. In the past, it seems, boxes of gold were carried by iguanas halfway up the mountain, through an air vent with a rope hanging down. Then people use cement to seal this hole, leaving only one exit at the bottom of the lake. Thank you. Waiting for the tide to recede, I will let people in to carry the gold out. As the program planned, I left the helicopter ready for you down the road. Full fuel tank, full papers. Hello, and see you again in the near future. Please allow me to change it up a bit. Instead of a helicopter, I use a car. Take Kiki up near the French border. Cannot. Mr. Hoang, Mr. Jack, I and my colleagues in charge of intelligence in the North Atlantic Bloc agreed on the fate of female Major Kiki. He cannot disobey orders. Of course. This is not a matter of disobeying orders. The reason I drove her to the border was because I wanted to dig up some more intimate news. What's news? About a KGB subunit lying in the counterintelligence department under your control. They are trying to assassinate key government figures, including his name. So, is that so? So you take your car and drive to the border. You should be careful. Major Kiki is a woman of steel. She was never moved by anyone. Men who touched her were all dead. She is as dangerous as an atomic bomb. Pausing for a minute, Mr. Moreno continued. This news is too closely related to me, and the existence of the government, that I dare to allow you to go with the Steel Major. You know, the general manager Hoang just called and told him again and again never to let Z28 get close to Kiki. She is very attractive. Words, direction, body. Every dish is great. In the end, Kiki can trick him, then kill him like a joke. You can rest assured. That bitch can't seduce me. Director Moreno asked the members. Is she awake? There is a reply. Yes, not yet. Van Bin says. You give it to me. I used to be a lifeguard trainer. He carefully observed the progress of the rescue. Using the Holger-Nielsen method, they placed Kiki on her stomach with her chin resting on her hands and pressed her back to allow her lungs to breathe again. Then they used the mouth-to-mouth method, blowing 12 long breaths into her mouth every minute. In short, Moreno's members did what they could to bring the drowning man back to life. He smiled and knelt down. It was a little dark before dawn, no one saw the smile on his lips. A minute later, when he pressed his mouth to hers, she breathed heavily, changed her position, and let out a huff. As if by miracle, she recovered immediately. Van Bin helped her and walked slowly to the parking lot. In an instant, the two were out on the main road. Smother. Van Bin turned on all the lights and still couldn't penetrate the impenetrable white curtain. The sea breeze is as cold as ice. He put a hand on her thigh. She spat out. What are you still stroking me for? I'm the devil that. Van Bin pinched her. If you don't call me a bitch, don't expect Director Moreno to let me take you to the border. My lovely demon. I'm not sedated, I'm awake, I've heard the whole story. Because I need to know how you treat me. Bless you. Among the counterintelligence staff who performed CPR for me, there was no guy who was knowledgeable in Artemis techniques. Especially the Kuatsu revival technique of judo. If they're good at Kuatsu, they have to put on fake unconsciousness. I took the pulse in your ankle, the pulse is very steady and strong. Baby, you're waiting for me to use the mouth-to-mouth method to kiss you, right? Devil map. Both of us are demons. But the devil is cute. There seems to be a car behind. Men of Moreno. They are afraid that I will die. Why did you drive up to Port Bu? Late at night, when the bus approached Bu Port, I noticed that you were very confused. I stole a glance at him and then looked at the sea. Then he looked at his watch. Same goes when getting off the taxi. I looked even more confused. I inferred that you had a date with someone there. I was confused because half wanted to go, half wanted to stay. Your gestures show that you don't want to leave me. I'm afraid time will pass quickly. Kiki burst into tears. Yes, I am afraid that time will pass quickly, the two of us will go our separate ways. I fear you clash with Colonel Navarro, you will die. God, I'm so confused. But behold, Mr. Z28. I can't hide anything from you. I have the genius to read your guts. Yes, I have an appointment. Meet the submarine. Submarine KGB kangaroos lying waiting for you at the beach. Almost to the rendezvous, bro. Well, you lower the gas. Where is the train waiting for you? On the map, from Lanza, 7, to BU Port, draw a straight line. In the middle of this line is the rendezvous point. There it is, it's on the right. I see a 3-story villa, built on a sharp rock. The submarine is parked right under the sharp rock. The mountains here reach out to the sea, so the submarine can come up during the day without fear of being revealed. Besides, it is a tiny submarine, with a crew of 3, and can carry up to 3 passengers. It runs on electric batteries. Out to international waters, there are nuclear submarines of the Soviet Navy waiting. It burrows into the stomach and that's it. Brother, the car is nowhere to be seen following us. They turned off the headlights. Director Moreno believed him. If he wanted to intervene, he would have to wait until morning. Is it possible that I missed my appointment with the submarine? No. They stay at the 3-story villa from midnight. The owner of the villa is a KGB officer. He parked. Kiki took out a lipstick from his purse. Turns out only one end of the lipstick, the other end is fitted with a special light bulb. She stepped down onto the sand and pointed her lipstick at the mansion. Light bulbs emit tiny rays of light that are invisible to the human eye. In an instant, the lipstick tube hummed. This noise indicates that the people in the mansion have received Kiki's communication code. She turned her face back. The waves lapped at their feet. The lost moonlight of dawn came from nowhere, shining into her blue eyes. Van Bin's heart fluttered. He never told her why he loved her. The cause of the thunderous love affair lies in those strange blue eyes. Diane's blue irises are beautiful even though it is the usual blue color of most Western women. Summer sky blue, jade green combined. At nighttime in the house displaying Dolly's paintings and memories, at noon and afternoon at the residence of the Director of Counterintelligence, Van Bin also had the opportunity to see the cool blue color, the blue color. Gentle that Kiki wears underwear on. Blue, alas blue, represents full hope. Women who are close to perfection often love the color blue. Man is always lonely. Always keep your mouth shut. But in love, it is as wild as a storm, like a mountain of flame spewing fire, like an earthquake that shatters the earth. 8. She hugged him and kissed him. The kiss seemed to never end. He stuck his tongue out and licked the hot drops of salty water on his nose and lips. These hot salty tears are the tears of the steel Major Kiki. She opened her leather purse again, unscrewed the fake bottom, and pulled out a flat gold powder pink box. Inside there is a mirror and 3 pieces of chalk. She put the chalk box in Van Bin's palm. Give me the gun. Van Bin was startled, really startled, not startled as he pretended to be hundreds of times in the past. His hand suddenly clenched, almost crushing the solid gold chalk box. Gun? This box hides the poison gun Shia Nuya. No, sir. This is not a poker gun. It's a tranquilizer gun, a special anesthetic. The gun was half the size of a corn kernel. It was tucked into the hollow handle of a tiny brush used to brush eyelashes. The gun holds a single bullet. Both this gun and this bullet were built specifically for me by Soviet engineers too. To shoot you? Yes. Why don't you shoot? I ask you in return. Why don't you hand me over to North Atlantic Counterintelligence? You are different. Where is it different? Van Bin stiffened his throat, unable to justify his actions. Kiki sighed. Love, brother. Determined to despise everything like Colonel Z28 but love the enemy. It's also strange. It's strange that the steel Major Kiki loves the enemy. Because of that, my conscience has come here from Kazakh. At first, I was going to shoot you. Duty then is stronger than love. Then I developed a self-historical thought. Love is stronger, but duty is still bold. When you parked the car, that's when I made a decisive decision. He must live. We must live. Live for love. Even though it's unrequited love. The hopeless love of the people on the horizon and the corner of the sea. My brother Van Bin, I give you a tranquilizer gun as a gift of the terrible secrets of the KGB. Secrets that I must never reveal to anyone. The purpose of my presence in Spain is to help Navarro win the 200 tons gold case, and at the same time, and that's the main thing, to arrest you, take you down to the submarine, take you back to the Soviet Union, hand you over to the chamber. Infection test. I've never heard of this scientific facility. It is a secret department directly under the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union and the Academy of Sciences. The Kremlin Palace personally controlled it with the close coordination of the Director General of the KGB. For several years now, it has devoted most of its efforts to the study of unique phenomena in genetics. According to the plan, he will be locked in the laboratory of the chromosome laboratory and the scientists will treat him like a guinea pig, meaning that if necessary, his body will be dissected to find out. Oh my gosh, what did you find out about him? According to Soviet scientists, you belong to the minority of amorous men endowed with uncanny abilities to conquer women. Out of 1 million men of all ages, 33,000 have this uncanny ability. 9. But out of these 33,000 people, there is only one like him at most. The world consists of more than 2,000 million people, only about 1,000 million men. Except for the children, the old man, there were about 400–500 men like him. Roughly so far, it is known that this strange minority of 400–500 men were born with an extra chromosome male, that is, 47 instead of 46 chromosomes. XYY instead of XY? Yes, your case is a unique one. Granted, XYY men have excellent ability in love, they are often bold, treating death as a joke. But they are a bit crazy, they love to kill, they like to rape, they like to do bad or illegal things. On the contrary, he is the epitome of decency. The respectable, lovely model of gentlemanly pomp, even though he is XYY. Kiki stopped talking. From the lipstick tube, there were oh noises. Kiki hugged Van Bin. I go. Hello. Farewell. My staff is urging. Van Bin bewilderedly followed Kiki and disappeared in the white mist. He just stood like the sky planted in the middle of the road. The hoarfrost soaked his clothes. His face was full of water. If counterintelligence's convoy hadn't come rushing in and the headlights were bright, perhaps Van Bin would have continued to stand in the middle of the road like heaven. General Manager Moreno, pale-faced, alarmed. Mr. Z28, where has Kiki gone? Van Bin remained silent. Moreno stomped his feet, pulled his hair and cried out. Poor me, miserable me. I know, I told you not to listen. The fox enchanted him. How do I talk to Mr. Hoang, Mr. Sejak, and his North Atlantic colleagues? By chance, Van Bin's finger touched the open button. The voice of the sacred instrument rose up. The song Love is Blue. Green love. Wonderful blue in her eyes, on her clothes. He muttered. Green blue. The morning begins. The sea is starting to turn blue. Clouds are starting to turn green. The trees on the roadside began to turn green. The heart of Z28 is as green as everything in the magical blue dawn on the blue coast of Spain. The 8-person. Note. 1. Senva, Forest Port. 2. Malatka, Hispano-Alaman Mallorcar, 1438 cc. 3. Drach Cave in Porto Cristo on the island of Baleares, Balearic Islands, off the coast of Spain, is considered the largest in the world. 4. AIC, i.e. Arms Ingenuity Corporation, Connecticut, USA. 5. Nos preocupe, no se preocupe in Spanish, means don't bother me. 6. Cone Waterfall. 7. Lanza, Puerta de Lanza. 8. According to American color expert Edwin L. Myers, a woman who loves blue is a great type of woman. Red loses to blue. Women who like red clothes are usually easygoing, lively but lacking in depth. Women prefer brown color, do not have much ambition in choosing love. 9. According to American color expert Edwin L. Myers, a woman who loves blue is a great type of woman. Red loses to blue. Women who like red clothes are usually easygoing, lively but lacking in depth. Women prefer brown color, do not have much ambition in choosing love.